Good evening and welcome to the E-League Australia 2023 presented by Nivea Men. My name is Nate Patrick. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're new to the E-League, you've joined at the perfect time. The best competitors from Australia and New Zealand playing off to see who will be the E-League champion. Of course, the A-League men's clubs are involved too. And most importantly, you're not stuck with me throughout the competition. We've got a wonderful array of people to bring you these games. He's experienced. He's big, he's ready. He does have an issue with his wrist though, so he's on the couch for this season. Welcome back to the E-League. Just Man United or Justin?
No, thank you, Nate. Thank you for the intro. Yeah, no, happy to be here. Happy to be back in the E-League commentating, and just really happy to see all these lovely faces.
Right. Well, what a pleasure. It's like a bit of a reunion, but we're doing it a little bit differently. Justin, you've been there with MacArthur, you've been there with Wellington in the past as too, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yep, no, that's correct. 2 seasons with Wellington, 1 season with MacArthur. Yeah.
In playoffs last season, he's in form, but hey, you can just use your analysis. Judge away for the E-League this season. And that's the two in the armchairs. I don't really know why we're getting special chairs here. It feels a bit weird. Hey, maybe it's because you guys are just bigger presences, able to spread out that bit more. Mitch Austin, ladies and gentlemen, back again, former E-League competitor, and you've commentated as well, Mitch.
I have. Good to be back. New faces, old faces, should I say? Other way around. But yeah, good to be back. Can't wait to see some good gameplay tonight. But yeah, excited to be back and get involved on the comms. We
won't have that item, unfortunately, scoring this season in the E-League, but great to have the IRL version at least. I guess it's not a bad second effort.
Yeah, no 90 pace for the boys to use tonight. But
have a look on TikTok. It's absolutely banging at the moment. And hey, Lav, welcome to the team. We love our narratives here in the E-League. We love bringing out these stories, and we've been talking already about the personalities, of course, about the gameplay and the quality, but there's some fun rivalries ahead.
Oh, I am absolutely hyped to be here. I feel like I'm bringing down the Mitch quota on this couch, but I am hyped to be here, and I am keen to see these rivalries unfold. We've
got, of course, the A-League club connection. I guess that's a little bit of a difference with the comp FIFA to maybe other broadcasts that you've watched around the world. Some things never change. You've got commentators bringing you through that action. And Pilski, I feel like I'm going to mix that up as we go along. The longest E-League season so far. How are you doing, mate? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing good. I'm excited to be here. They hired far too many competent people to actually commentate this broadcast, so we thought we'd throw a little bit of a wild card in the mix and see how it goes.
There was a good effort with a Mitch last time. Get another Mitch in. We'll see how we go. Fair play, fair play. Justin, wonderful to have your expertise, as I mentioned before. But before we break it down, before we go all the way through the players, the games, the players, and all that good stuff, let's have a look at the tournament itself, how it's going to unfold. As mentioned, it is the biggest E-League season so far.
Yep, you're absolutely correct. We've moved to 2 groups, basically a bit like a conference, 12 players in each group. You're looking at 11 games across the season in your normal regular season with obviously best of 2. And then the top 6, they're going to be the ones that are going to be making it off into the playoffs.
Good to have an expanded season. Really good feedback from last year. And of course, the prize pool is back to the playoffs feel so far away. I'm not sure about you. We're going to be focusing on the group stage to get it started. We're going to break it down. There's some differences as well between, let's say, the players that you must have or you'd like to have and things like that. One thing that hasn't changed, it's back after a successful instatement last season, is the prize pool. All players, of course, getting reward for their efforts this season, which is what you love to see. Players finishing higher up, Lav, naturally going to get a fair share of that prize pool.
Yeah, so finishing high up, if you win the competition, you are going home with $4,000, $2,000 if you come runner-up. Even if you finish 8th, you still get an extra $200, and that's on top of every single player getting paid just to play this season.
Wonderful to have all players getting rewarded as we go, but of course it just makes sense. You are that champ. You're going to take down $4K for your efforts, and it means we're going to have a lot to play for as we go throughout the season. Lots of incentive. We're going to talk about the pathway a little bit later and maybe how that's changed. But Mitch, as somebody who's been there, seen the E-League from the start, how are you feeling about the E-League itself and how it's grown?
Yeah, look, obviously it's a lot longer this year, so I think the players will be very happy about that. I think they're going to be probably quite nervous. They've had obviously a long layoff, but I think it's just good that E-League's finally here, and I think everyone just wants to get involved and get playing.
Get started. The biggest season ever. Many opportunities. And for those names, there's always controversy. We know, but we do like to think that 24 of the best, if not the best, are here. Mitch, players that you've played alongside in the E-League, and plenty of debutants making their debut this season.
Yeah, look, we've got to start with Dylan Campbell, obviously winning the league last season. You know, he's obviously a big name, one of the best in the region. Marcus Gomes, can't leave him out. Obviously just moved to MacArthur from Melbourne City. Looking forward to seeing what he can do this year. And yeah, Bilza, I think, you know, he's a young new player. Victory have just signed him. Obviously Moswed has left, so he's taking the reins. Big shoes to fill.
We do always reflect on those people that have contributed through the E-League in seasons past, and Moswed certainly a legend of the E-League and of Melbourne Victory. So as you say, Bilza has big shoes to fill. We'll see how he goes. So that's the overview. Of course, as Justin explained earlier, broken down into 2 groups. Last year, there were 4. Now, just 2. Every competitor will play every single competitor. That's the way we like it, Justin.
No, exactly. So, 11, as we mentioned before, 11 games across the regular season. Everyone's going to get to play everyone in their group once with a best of 2. One name I'm really looking forward to, Noah J.A. moved. Now he's at Newcastle, picked up. Really interested to see what he's going to bring this season.
We'll certainly go into a bit more detail, shall we say, of the player stories and how they've gotten to different clubs. There's been some interesting approaches, if we're putting it politely, or maybe just something to speculate on. That's Group A. Group B, dare I say, Mitch, maybe it looks that little bit more chill. You see some of the higher seeded names in Group A with Mark 11, Mike J, Marcus Gomes, but Group B, no easy task to be one of those top 6 competitors to make it through the playoffs.
No, look, Marco's in there. He's, you know, one of the remaining originals, shall we say, from season 1 of the E-League. You know, Saad, he's done very well recently in the FGS tournaments. But yeah, look, you know, Nail is in there as well. There's some big names, so I think it's going to be very interesting to see how these guys come up against each other.
Looking for that top 6 spot to make it through the playoffs. It did feel very cutthroat, shall we say. People watching on last season, I know we've been talking about it prior to going live now. Is it fair to say, Justin, you feel like the players have the best chance, maybe better than ever, to make it through the playoffs? Having the 2 split groups, with it being top 6 spots, it feels like you really get your chance to prove if you're one of the best this year.
No, you're spot on, because last year we only had 8 that moved it into playoffs. So 12 players now off into playoffs. There's no excuses. Literally, there's no excuses. If you're not making it through, it's on you.
Big words, Justin. I like it. He's here making himself comfy and then saying no excuses for the competitors this season. I don't disagree necessarily. It does mean, like I've mentioned a few times now, the biggest season ever and plenty of fixtures ahead. Bear with us, because what we'd like to do is focus on the group stages as we go. We've talked about playoffs. We'll keep alluding to those as we go along, but we're breaking it down into different match days, and very nicely, I think it's fair to say, Pilski focusing on one group at a time. So tonight is just Group A.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to some of the games that we're going to be getting to see. Obviously, you have 2 games running concurrently, so I'm interested to see, you know, how some of those results do start out. Obviously, we've got this round-robin format, so you're going to get to see who's actually starting off the tournament well. I think a couple of different contexts with some of these matches, right?
Yeah, we've got a lot coming up. We've got, as you said earlier, the Dylan Derby, which I am personally very excited to see. Will Dylan Campbell, reigning champion, win? It's yet to be seen.
There will be concurrent games done as we go, but don't worry, you're going to see a bit of the action all the way through, and certainly wonderful to have an increased amount of games. Big shout out, by the way, as we're just taking it all in. I'm sorry, I promise I am listening when you speak, but you have a look at the set. Wonderful to have Maccas and Nivea Men helping out with the E-League this year, making it possible. We can't have a bigger and more successful E-League without having those wonderful brands behind us. So thank you very much. I feel like I'm in a bit of need of it right now. I'm sweating and warm and could use a little bit of cooling down. Thank you very much, Nivea Men and Maccas. Friends, what an exciting competition we have ahead. We've been talking, we're trying to work out who the bigger competitors are. You mentioned as well, Lav, about Dylan being the reigning champ, and yet this season, this FIFA 23 season, maybe results for him not exactly what he would be like. We've been talking about Mark 11 as being the favourite.
I think Mark 11 is going to come in and shake it up.
Ready? Mark 11, shaking up. Justin with big words and Lav too, I like it. No one holding back, Mitch. I feel like you got something there on Mark 11. We mentioned he doesn't give you a lot to work with. Very quiet, doesn't post a lot on social media or any of those things, but just wins FGS Cups for fun.
Yeah, he stays under the radar. I've obviously know him quite well and from the past, but yeah, looking at his past history from this season in the FGS, he's obviously the man in form, so I think he's the man to beat. Yeah, he's going to be very tough to beat in my opinion.
Love the opinions as well. I think last year we were all, myself very much included, not going with the opinions, not saying favourites. Let's work it out as we go. It is the first broadcast event for Australia, New Zealand, FIFA so far this season. So there isn't a lot to work with. We've had some competitors streaming their games, Justin, which we're very grateful for. But now we truly get a look at every competitor's gameplay. Mark 11, the favourite tag. Let's see how it is he's playing exactly. He's not been streaming, so when doing our research and prep, you look at who he's played during the season and try and feed off that. But the debutants, the likes of Lachy, who's made it through the Central Coast Mariners local tournament that they did, we truly have some newcomers we just don't know much about yet.
Yeah, you know what? It is always really, really good to see what the Mariners are doing there, putting up tournaments and basically saying to their local potential players, hey, here's a tournament. You want to be in the E-League? Go win it.
I like it. Justin, mate, I'm going to enjoy this season so much with you next to me here. Straight and to the point. And of course, as we mentioned, we will get down and focus on each and every single competitor. Tonight, we are focusing on Group A. Pilski, you have the pleasure of getting us underway with Game 1 in just a few minutes' time. Group A, I've called it a little bit stronger than Group B. Any disagreement there? Anything you've heard from the panel so far that would make you think otherwise?
I mean, I really don't know about the levels of the competitors heading into this because obviously I'm pretty new to FIFA, but I really do like round-robin formats. It gives you a lot of a chance and opportunity to actually work your way into a tournament. You got plenty of chances to play a lot of the different competitors. It really just depends on the context of what are the first couple games do you get. Like if you're coming really cold into a tournament, you play some very, very solid competitors to start out. Maybe you're going to be a little bit slow to start and those might be important games for you to win, or are you going to get some of the easier games later on? We'll see how things kind of shake out.
An important start has always been incredibly important as the league goes on. I'm sorry if that sounds just a little bit basic or obvious, but previously, as we talked about, Mitch, a shortened season, so you lose your first 1 or 2 games and maybe that's all over for you in the E-League. One of your teammates at Melbourne Victory, Mo Zwed, one of those gentlemen who always found him way through, or even last season, coming in and saying, I've not played much FIFA this year, managed to step it up whenever it became E-League season. A few veterans back for this year. Surely there's going to be a new Mo Zwed or something similar.
Well, yeah, I hope so. But I think as we said before, like there's a lot of new players coming in, but some people don't actually have the unlocked accounts. It's obviously a new thing for some of them this year. So I think it'd be interesting to see how they go with those players that they've probably not used before. You know, you like R9, Ronaldinho that everybody's been raving about. So yeah, I'm keen to kind of see who the new kid off the block is for this season.
We did say thank you to the APL, to the brands and the sponsors, but of course this is as well an A-League involved tournament. It's a little bit unique, and if you're an A-League men's fan, you're going to be delighted to see that the player requirements, if you like, are back for the season. That's right. If you're a fan of Sydney FC, for example, at least 2 Sydney FC A-League men's players must be on the pitch at all times. Goodness gracious me, we know we've seen some big moments from those players. Goals scored with Mo Zwed, but with Mitch Austin, if you can keep up with that one. Lafondra last year for Sydney FC, just scoring a bomb. Marco going downtown, and it's just brilliant to watch, Justin. We're only got it for the group stage this year, but with an extended group stage, that does mean more A-League men's players than ever before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've only got 2 players, but you know what? It's really, really important to see how the players are going to be able to put them into their teams, especially with the new chemistry restrictions this year. I'm really, really intrigued to see where they're going to fit in those A-League players. Are they going to go for a left back, right back, a centre mid and a right back, especially with how they're going to work their formation? Maybe they might go for a 4-3-2-1, play a centre forward and a right back. I'm really, really intrigued to see how it's going to go.
Dependent as well, of course, or maybe what they see as the strength of their players as well. We were talking about it a little bit before, Lav, about players IRL, where you're like, yeah, that's the best player of that side. But in FIFA specifically, looking at certain attributes, maybe you want pace, maybe you just want a really good defender. These competitors are going to need to tailor-make their A-League men's players' decisions, something you're going to be asking them a lot about this season.
Oh, absolutely. I am very keen to get to the bottom of why they are picking specific players. We've got some real talent in the A-League this season, and I want to see how that translates into the E-League and what the strategy is. When you've got the likes of a Messi, how do you pair that with our A-League players who are arguably just as talented? How do you pair it? Yeah.
I rate that. I tell you what, big calls are flying everywhere. It has been true in the E-League, though, to be fair. Like you've said, you've got the likes of Lionel Messi, CR7, icons, legends from the past, and then you have Lafondra scoring the game winner. It's what we love about this competition. A reminder that when it comes to playoffs, it will be just, let's say, pure unlocked accounts with any player that you like from FIFA 23, FIFA 23 Ultimate Team. That is at your disposal for the group stage. Repeating, 2 A-League men's players are required. It's just a wonderful time at the start of the E-League. Again, I know I'm the relic that they reel out every single year, and I'm very privileged to be there. But there's always a fresh take. Justin, there's always something new competitors. We have more debutants this season in the E-League than we've ever had before.
Yep, we've got 4 new players in the A-League, and as you mentioned, there are, as you said with yourself, your relics. I no, in no way try to be offensive at all to Marco and Marcus, but 6 years now they've been in the E-League. It's something to commend. They've been there. They are constantly competing and showing why they're at the top.
Yeah, you can call me a relic, but we can call them legends. I think is probably the safer way of doing it. It is really an incredible feat. And we've only got 2 left. Sally, again, Moswed, not competing this season. Peter Cesanas, another big name who retired the season before. But Marcus Gomes, Footwiz Marco, they keep on keeping on. Is this towards the end of the road then? Maybe Mitch Austin? I don't like to say it. If Justin's worried about being disrespectful, so am I. But esports careers, they do have a limited time frame. Are we approaching maybe their last seasons in the E-League itself?
Possibly. I think this is a big season for both of them. Obviously, Melbourne City did let go of Marcus this season, which I think he's going to probably be hurting a bit from that. He was there, I think 6 years he was there. So, he's obviously going to want to prove a point in his games. But yeah, look, Marco's been a top player as well. I think, as you said, consistency. These guys have been at the top of their game for 5-6 years, especially in the E-League. So, as Justin said, it's we've got to applaud that. It's a very good effort. So yeah, we'll see. I think it's a big E-League for both of them, as I said.
And Marco, one of those big personalities as well. He'll let you know what he's thinking all the way through. A former E-League Premier and E-League Champion, and Marcus, of course, being there every season. Some heartbreaking moments. I know Marcus is going to message me right away and say, really, Nate, you got to bring it up. But it is what we love about the E-League. This is an emotive tournament. Who could forget the scenes where Mark 11 was eliminated last season and distraught, could not move from the desk where he was playing, knocked out by his teammate, by the way, Mike J, who were both at Newcastle, and now neither of them are there this season. Lav, I know, speaking with Mark and hearing about that, he was all keen for Newcastle and saying, let's go again. And yeah, I believe you got a little quote or some inference from him about how that went down this year, why he's not playing at Newcastle again this season.
Yeah, he is not happy. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes at a new team. Are Newcastle going to live to regret it? I think that is the big question for him this year. Is it going to pay off for them as a club, or are they going to regret it?
And Mike J himself at Melbourne City, Justin. They're not at Melbourne City and now back again. Naylor remains, by the way. Naylor's just chilling like whoever you want to put next to me, I'll win, will be good. It is very interesting as we go to have a look at how a big club, the likes of Melbourne City, by every definition, are slightly changing their strategy, and then the big move of releasing Marcus Gomes.
Well, it's a cutthroat industry. Esports, it simply is a cutthroat industry. And you know what? I don't know if they did make the right choice. I don't know if they made the right choice bringing in Mike J for Marcus, but you know what? We'll find out tonight. They play tonight, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup. It could be basically Marcus saying, well, you didn't want to pick me for this season. Maybe you should have.
You didn't want him. I can see it in the chat already. All in caps, people firing up, getting into it. Game 1 is not far away. The competitors are just getting ready. I'm sure you can appreciate them wanting to make sure their teams are set the way that you would like it. These are the fixtures tonight. A reminder that they are simulcast games. We will be focusing on one, and then we'll have the little bonuses, the extras of the other as we go. You truly will not want to tune out at any minute during the evening and in the tournament ahead. Hilski having a look at these games, talking about the A-League club rivalries that are in there, but that last game of the night all the way through 9:45 p.m. roughly, Mike J versus Mark 11, two of the best competitors in the E-League, and two that had that incredible game where Mike J knocked out Mark 11 last year. What a way to finish the night.
Yeah, I mean, you got to save the best one for last, right? The best series. We're going to jump around a bit between the two different games, so we'll see, who's going to start well in this season and who's going to kind of deliver early on. But at the same time, like I said, it's a very long format. When you've got like these long formats in round robin and stuff like that, you have a lot of time to kind of perform. And especially if you play like a very strong player early on, later on, maybe you have some easier games, you could still easily squeak your way through. However, if you do perform super well in this tournament, you're going to get a better seed heading in towards the playoffs, and you maybe even get a bye in the first round, get deeper in towards that upper bracket. So, you know, there's a lot of incentive there for you to perform super well for yourself.
100% on me, by the way, for glossing over that little fact with the playoffs. You can just repeat one more time really clearly because I didn't do my job very well. Are you saying that, confirming, a really good seeding, top 2 seeding, and you don't even need to play in day 1 of the playoffs?
As far as I know, I mean, I saw the playoff bracket earlier. I saw a cute little graphic or something like that. Maybe I'm not spitting facts right now, but look, you know, obviously if you do super well, you get up in the top 4 seeds, you're going to get yourself a little bit deeper in towards the bracket. That's going to be super good for you. You can kind of kick back. You can put your feet on the desk. I mean, you can see it here over on the left. As we saw earlier, covering the format overall, you're going to get these 6 players going through from each group, right? Oh, sorry, 12. You start with the 12 players. You get the 6 players going through from each group. You've only got a round of 8 in that first round, so you get 4 buys heading in towards that upper bracket. Then you're going to have a whole losers bracket as well. So a lot of games, even in the playoffs as well. You know, not every esports tournament is this massive round robin format where you start out with a group stage and you get this massive double elimination bracket. I've seen way too many esports tournaments where it's like, hey boys, wake up at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. Here's your best of 1 game. Win it or you're out.
Absolutely brutal, and I guess some might say, Justin, that's what it was like last season, where some competitors saying, oh, I didn't get a fair chance to get out of my group, but once more, you seem pretty firm on that last time. Repeating, top 6 making it through from either group, and there's 2 groups, so plenty of opportunities.
No, that's it. It's basically like a conference this year. If you're getting out of your group, you got to just finish in the top half. Simple as that. Finishing in the top half, you're going into knockouts, playoffs, but if you know what, you make it into that top 2 seed, you're going to be making it to the next day automatically, and you're not going to have to worry about that first set of games. So there's actually a very, very big importance on getting up high up the table just for the normal season.
Mitch, I feel like you might be looking on to this just a little bit, thinking if only this was the format for me back when I was playing. Top 6 make it through would have been a little bit easier for you, mate.
I think so, yeah, but I was just thinking, like, you know, I think tonight is a big night. I think if you win your first game, like, believe me, I lost my first 3 games in the E-League, and it plays on your mind. So I think the guys starting with a win, it'll be big for their confidence leading in, you know, for the rest of the couple of weeks.
Week 1, round 1, game day 1, match 1. We do believe the players, the competitors themselves, are ready to get underway. Oh, have a look at those graphics. Let's go. That really gets the blood flowing. Sesto, now at Western United. Dylan Banks returning for Brisbane Roar. Your commentators for this first game to take you through the action all the way through. Pilski and Mitch Austin.
Alrighty, so what are you thinking heading into this first game here, Mitch? Obviously, you know, we talked about it already. You got this big round robin game. It's a 0-0 matchup. Someone's going to start out 1-0 and 0-1. You talked about the mental difference that could take for these players, but how about just in terms of boiling it down to, you've got to play 11 games. What's the expectation for these 2 players heading into this game?
Well, I think they're both going to just sort of feel each other out, I think, from the start. I think the main thing to know is that, you know, these guys play against each other all the time, and, you know, weekend league, division rivals. You know, obviously we can see the teams here. I think it's going to be interesting to see what A-League players they have picked. I think it was Millie Uzenich there for Brisbane Roar. If I know my stats, I think he's probably around 87, 88 pace. So I think most will generally go for faster players, tall, high strength, agility. That's kind of usually what I would go for. But yeah, as you were saying, I think this is the first game you want to start with a win. I think if you start with a loss, it kind of dents the confidence for the night.
Yeah, so when you're playing for a certain club, obviously you're looking towards the strengths of the players that you're going to be bringing in from that A-League club. So are we going to see people kind of mix things up with what kind of players they're going to be including? Are we going to see them change as the game goes on a little bit more? Are they more so going to change around the other players other than the 2 from the A-League clubs? Yeah,
well, the A-League players will actually have lower stamina, so they probably won't last, you know, the entire game. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, I guess, the subs that they make in the second half. You know, same as real football, you know, it's substitutions can win and lose you games. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what decisions the guys make.
All right, we get a bit of a change over here, and Dylan Banks getting himself pretty deep down the field, but pretty easily deflected there by Sesto, and he's going to just kick on and try to make his way back towards the other side. Alrighty. Well, already going to get ball out of bounds here, so you're going to get a changeover back to Dylan Banks. Send it over towards Ronaldo. Are you expecting to see a lot of people running the same kind of, players in their comp?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a meta with the players. The guys obviously the best players with the best strengths, but I think most people will be rocking the R9 up front. He's obviously chemistry, as we said before, has changed. So in terms of linking players, obviously the A-League players are going to be on less chemistry. So they've got to factor that in this year when making player selections. But it's good to see Ronaldinho getting used there. He's been a favourite of mine over the last few years, so I can't wait to see him get used by these pros.
Are you expecting like a high-scoring game out of these two guys, or do you kind of play it a little bit safer when you're going to start out your first game of the season?
No, look, I think as I said before, you want to start with a win. FIFA's a high-scoring game usually, so these guys are top level pros. So obviously, someone yourself not seeing as much FIFA as probably the rest of us, it'll be good for you to kind of see what these guys can do.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we haven't seen too much scoring so far, but for the most part, just going a little bit back and forth. Like you said, it feels like both of them are kind of feeling each other out. Going to see passed over to Sesto here. He's going to give it a bit of a crack, get very close to the goal, but not quite able to convert here. And after a bit of a messy exchange, back to Dylan Banks.
Yeah, it was a very close encounter there. As you said, I think they're just sort of feeling each other out here to start off with. Maybe there's one or two nerves between the players. Obviously being the first official E-League broadcast match, that's understandable.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities for both of these lads. Almost gets it in. Sesto again defends, and we are, at 22 minutes in almost. Still yet to find someone scoring here. Obviously, they do have both games. It is a best of two. Nice little interception there. And it goes back to Dylan Banks, who it feels like it's had a fair bit of possession this game so far, right?
Yeah. I think it's fairly even so far. I think obviously Sesto had that chance just before, but, Dylan is making some moves here.
Yeah, getting quite close to scoring, but again, intercepted well by Sesto. I'll pass it over to Pele, and he's just trying to maneuver his way back around. You can see Dylan really trying to get in there for the interception, but Sesto finally making his moves back up the field, trying to get himself another opportunity to score here. See who's going to actually get on the board first, and got himself a nice little opportunity there, well scored. And Sesto is actually the first one on the board to kick things off.
There you go, R9, I told you. He gets through one-on-one. It's, there's only one place it's going, and it's the back of the net.
It felt like he got so far out ahead there, like it just looked like he was able to separate himself super well. Another opportunity for Dylan there, but not quite converted. So he's a little bit under the pump. Still plenty of time for him to make himself some opportunities and a whole nother game just yet. But it feels like Sesto, a lot of the time here, it's taking him quite a bit of time to make ground up through the middle of the field. It feels like he's being kept back on his side a little bit.
Yeah, he's sort of slower build-up play, I think. In terms of, I think Dylan's probably...
Very close opportunity there. He got it. Okay, so there you go. Nice little cheeky move. Dylan looks a little bit disappointed with that one. What would your reaction be to that happening to you?
Look, I mean, I think I'm just as shocked as Dylan is there. But yeah, not too sure what happened there. But look, Sesto's he's in dreamland right now, and I guess first game, you're going to take what you can get right now, and yeah, great start for Sesto.
Yeah, quick 2-0 for the player from Western United. Again, kind of being kept back on his side of the field. Going to start to work his way up through the middle. Pass it off to Mbappe. And Dylan again trying to find his opportunity. He's been great at, he's been great at intercepting. He's been great at messing with his opponent and getting himself into a solid position. But finally, Sesto finding an opportunity again to push up in, and he's just absolutely dominant right now. can't be stopped by Dylan. You can see Dylan kind of shifting around in his chair a little bit. He's starting to have enough.
Yeah, I think Sesto's mentally sort of got in Dylan's head here. You know, I think he needs to just get possession of the ball. You know, just slow it down a bit because you know you don't want the game getting taken away from you too soon.
Dylan getting up close here, but not quite able to convert that opportunity. And you talked about the mental difference in an early game like this one. I mean, you're starting off you got a fair long season for you to make your mark on E-League here, but obviously kicking things off not so well is going to be a little bit harder to recover from, right?
Yeah, look, it plays on your mind, but believe me, you know, I lost the first 3 games in the E-League, and look, I'll be lying if I said it wasn't playing on my mind going into the next game. It's like, just want to start off with that first win. But yeah, look, it's obviously not the best start for Dylan here, but look, he's still got time.
Alrighty. Well, he's going to get himself another opportunity, and again, it's right over the top of the net, so he is feeling it right now. He's looking up.
He's not looking,
above.
yeah. I think he just needs to reset.
Quite disappointed.
Maybe a change of formation here, I think.
I mean, the perfect time to reset, right? This is dead in the middle, but you're already finding yourself, you know, down at 0-3, getting towards the end of the first game here. What is Dylan thinking here? You know, he's got a little bit of time to come up with an answer, not only just in terms of shifting around his own mentality, but maybe change things up a little bit in the squad. Yeah,
I think maybe a few subs. Probably needs to maybe think about where he's going to place his A-League players. I think they are causing him a few problems here. But, I mean, if you do look at the stats, you know, they are pretty level in terms of shots. But, look, I think a sub or a formation change is needed here.
Is it as simple as Sesto's just making better of his opportunities, you know?
Look, so far he has, yes. But, as I said before, I think, you know, in terms of, as I just said, like it's level shots.
And Dylan,
I think if he can sort of work out what he's going to do with his A-League players, I think that's half the battle, knowing where to place them.
Dylan with another opportunity. Bit of a mental reset, but again, just intercepted by Sesto, and he's away straight up the field. Bit of a trip coming out there, as you do. Straight back into the hands of Sesto. Love the bit of bad manners. And look, Dylan's got possession once again. Dribbling it around between the boys. Seeing if he can find himself another gap, another opportunity to make a bit of ground here.
Yeah, he's really slowing it down a bit now, Dylan. I think he's just trying to get a foothold on the ball. I think he's a bit rattled, as we can probably see. I think, you know, keeping your mental state when you go 1 goal, 2 goals, I mean, especially 3 goals down, you know, I'm a shocker for it. It's keeping your head. I think you know, you look at the likes of Dylan Campbell. I think he's one of the best in the region in terms of doesn't lose himself when he goes a goal or 2 or 3 goals down, which I think that's maybe what Dylan's struggling with here.
Yeah, it's definitely not a Dylan personality trait so much as a bit more of an individual characteristic then. But look, 1 goal at a time. You know, we're wrapping up, getting close to the end of the first game here, but we've still got some opportunities. It's not undoable, right?
Look, he's got a second game to obviously, you know, try and change things around. That's obviously the beauty of the new format we've got going here. So, yeah, I mean, look, Sesto's 3-0 up. There's no reason why, you know, Dylan can't bring it back in the next game.
Dylan again with some possession, doing some fancy footwork, but really the clock's running down. He's going to need a bit of a Hail Mary to make it up the field and get himself an opportunity at a goal. He's given it a crack and has thrown it over towards the top side. And it doesn't look like Sesto is going to give him any opportunities. There's just a sea of black players right in front of the goal. And once again, it goes back in the favour of Sesto.
Yeah, it's good, very good defensive work from Sesto there. You know, he's really actually been switched on in this first game in terms of his defensive play.
Again, Dylan with possession, kicking it around the middle of the field, taking his time. Going to find himself a opportunity yet again, and it feels like he's angling for the same approach most of the time, going up through the top side, and it's really not working for him.
Yeah, he seems to be using the wings quite a lot here.
Might have found himself an opportunity, but every single time it just feels like he can't convert, and you can see the disappointment, right?
Nothing's working for him, unfortunately. look, I think he just needs to, even if he goes constant press, I think he needs to change something up and just attack. He's really struggling to even have a proper shot on goal at the moment.
Back in the possession of Sesto.
He's just killing the. He's
just killing.
He's killing it off, wasting time.
Yeah, when you're
Smart
up this
play.
much, you just 100% it. No reason to get too fancy. No reason to get too carried away. Just carry out the time. He's already put himself in the winning position for this game, right?
Yep. No, he's in a very good position. And look, if he plays like this in the second game as well, I think Dylan really needs to go back to the drawing board for his second game.
So when you get yourself in a position like this, is it something where you might change some of your players, you might change your formation to be a little bit more defense oriented, or is it just a change of mindset, trying to 100%?
I think it's just resetting and seeing it as a brand new game. Look, it's obviously hard. I think it's very hard to kind of, obviously players think this has gone against me and all that kind of stuff, but Dylan,
opportunity again, just not quite.
Yeah, Van der Sar's.
The goalie's working overtime today.
He is Van der Sar. He's one of the best in the game. I think you'll find everybody's using Van der Sar in their teams.
There you go. Well, Dylan once again with the possession, going to try to get himself another opportunity, and once again blocked by the goalkeeper. Dylan back with possession. Look, he's had a bit of a run in the last 2 or 3 minutes over on this side of the field. He's had 2 or 3 opportunities now, and again he's missed out. It's just not his day.
His Mbappe just doesn't seem to be working for him.
Yeah. They are maybe not identical, although the stats would suggest otherwise. As once again, Dylan gets himself possession, as he's had for a fair bit of the last couple of minutes, just not able to convert on the opportunities. And once again, going to get himself right up the end of the field, but there's just so much personnel over there for Sesto. He seems to just very much be focusing on getting his players amongst it as soon as we get deep to the field on his side.
Yeah, look, I think if Dylan can just get one goal here, it obviously sets himself up to be in a lot better position in the next game. I think 3-0, might be a bit difficult the way Sesto's playing, but if he can just snag a goal at the end here, and obviously go 3-1 into the second leg, it's a lot better position for Dylan.
Well, once again, found himself possession for a moment, but intercepted again by Sesto, who's going to maybe try to angle himself for another opportunity. Kind of just kicking things around, taking his time. He pass it over to Pele. And that looks like a pretty nice opportunity yet again, but blocked well by the goalkeeper. And we're going to throw it back over to Dylan and see if he can work himself back up the field yet again. Oh, this looks like a nice opportunity, actually. Ronaldinho gets himself quite close, but
Van der Sar.
It's an absolute mess once we get deep onto the field, huh?
Told you, honestly, Van der Sar's been he's been everywhere for Sesto today.
Yeah.
I think I would have put my house on him scoring from there.
Oh, get Bellingham quite close, going to pass it off, and that's just going to be the nail in the coffin, right? You were just looking for something for so long for Dylan, but it's a bit of an Mbappe difference today, huh?
Look, I feel for him. It's it's sort of sums up football in general. You miss a chance up the other end, and the team, other team goes up the other end and scores on you. Sometimes it's just how the game goes. But look, Dylan's just got to reset here, and obviously, he's got a second game to try and put things right, but it's going to be very difficult. Yeah,
from an 0-4 deficit, how often do you see something like that?
Look, it's been done. Trust me. With FIFA, if you can get the tactics right, and whether it's I don't know whether he goes all attack from the start, but it's been done plenty of times, so it's definitely not over yet.
So, what kind of approach would you take in this situation? It's the first round of the game. The thing is, right, the great thing about a long extended round robin format like this is that you can have a bad day, you can have a bad game, you could start the tournament off badly. You've still got plenty of games to be able to recover. You only need to make it in towards the top 6, so you only need to try just slightly eke out your way ahead of the rest of the competitors. What kind of mindset would you take into this game specifically when it doesn't start well? A lot of people might say, every game you're hyper focused on winning no matter what. You're always going to give it your all. But I know esports, I know Aussies That's not always the case. Sometimes you just get beaten down a little bit, and it might be just time to kind of call it in a little bit. What would you say?
I mean, Dylan's going to be he's going to be hurting, I think, after that. Obviously he's on the main broadcast for starters, and as I said before, it's
what a game for it.
To lose your first game to that margin. It's, I wouldn't say embarrassing, but he's going to be hurting inside. So I think he needs to change up his tactics, because it obviously didn't work in the first game against Sesto. Sesto was literally just all over him in that game.
So what would you do? You crack on with the offense?
Look, it depends. I mean, obviously the guys have their own personal sort of formations that they go to.
Sure.
So, I mean, if it was me, I mean, obviously my sort of go-to formation is sort of the 4-3-2-1.
Mm-hmm.
These other guys have, just 4-2-2 that could possibly go and maybe try and use the wingers a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, as I said, it's kind of the A-League players obviously aren't as good as the
Sure.
your Ronaldinhos and co, obviously. So I think, as bad as it sounds, it's kind of putting these A-League players in positions where maybe they're not as effective in the attacking. So maybe put them in a defender's kind of role where I hate to say it, maybe they're out of the way a bit, so you can use your Ronaldinhos and your R9s.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's got to score. And as we get into the replays package, it's going to be a bit of a story of the same thing over and over again that we saw from the first start of this game, right? It's just Sesto scoring absolutely non-stop, and Dylan, unfortunately, unable to convert too many opportunities and being a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, look, sometimes, you just got to hold your hands up and say, look, Sesto was better than me in the first game. It's simple as that. But the thing is, as we said before, he's just got to reset his mind, Dylan. Treat it as a brand new game. Just focus up, because I think if he's going into this game now frustrated and blaming the game and everything and what have you, just fresh mindset, new game, anything can happen.
100%. And I think, look, expectations for this whole tournament for each of these players are only 0-0 in. Even if you take yourself an 0-1 loss, like I said, plenty of time to recover. The thing is, though, I mean, every player approaches it differently. I know some competitors, they'll kind of look at the overall format, they'll look at their whole group and they'll think, this is a game I have to win. This is a game that it's going to be a tough game. If I lose it, I'm pretty confident I'm going to make my way through the rest of the group and still kind of squeeze into the top 6. So, it's not going to be the same kind of expectation for all of these players, depending on what their opening round matchup is. But as we sort of get deeper and deeper into the round robin, that's where things start to get spicier. You start to iron out all of those storylines. We get, the make or break games. We get some of the contextual games, because that's the thing I actually really like about this format, right? You have the seeded games in the playoff bracket. So a lot of the time, round robin gets a lot of dead rubber games, where you get towards the end of things, you've got two fairly strong teams. We love a seeding match, not really, but at the end of the day, the seeding matches, even on the upper end of things, are actually going to matter, because you want to get that bye in the first round. Like, how much of a difference is playing that extra series of FIFA? It's a double E limit bracket, but how much of a difference is playing that extra series of FIFA on the day in terms of your stamina as a player, or in terms of just your expectations of how deep you're going to make it in a bracket?
It's massive. I think the more games you play, honestly, it's a mentally draining game, FIFA. I mean, you could almost say it's a bit like chess in terms of, you have to concentrate non-stop. The weekend league is sort of, it's gone from 40 games down to 20 games. And, I can't believe we used to play 40 games of weekend league. It was, it's mentally draining. So I think the less games is obviously the better. And I think, it's just confidence going into, knowing that you've qualified without having to obviously play the extra games.
Does it help sometimes if you do get that bye, or you put yourself in a good position where you can watch, you can kick your feet up, you can watch what someone else is going to do in their previous match, you can kind of prepare things for it? Are you going to kind of, strategize about how you might want to approach a certain match? Is that a thing?
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, players obviously watch, other guys' games back. It's like, it's like real sport, literally that's kind of how it is. Even some of the guys now will probably have coaches and people in their ear, giving them tips, all that kind of stuff in terms of tactics. So, hopefully maybe Dylan's got someone, on the inside kind of giving him some tips for this next game.
He's going to need a hype man and a strategist, probably multiple people in his ear, because he's got quite the deficit to recover from. However, look, at the end of the day, he's going to have a short-term turnaround time on how to kind of fix things up as we head into this one yet again. Dylan with possession of the ball, and that's something that you're going to want to see more of, but unfortunately we're not going to get to, as once again, pass it over to Ronaldo. Oh, I swear to God, if that went in, that probably would have just been it. That would have been the mental tank. We wanted a brand fresh new start in this half, but unfortunately couldn't happen.
I think Dylan needs the first goal here just to keep his mindset.
Yeah.
I think Sesto scores. It's game over, unfortunately.
Yeah. Again, Sesto with possession. Going to pass things up a little bit to Pele. And he's just kind of kicking it around. I mean, he could take things as slow as he likes in this opening game. He could kind of put the nail in the coffin if he just wants the mental edge straight away and just kind of get things done. And he might even have the opportunity to do that as he gets himself nice and close. But Dylan, he intercepts. He's trying to keep things in control and work his way in.
Yeah, Sesto defended. Dylan defended very well there. I think Sesto's using his A-League players really well. He's got Ben Garuccio, Dylan Pereiras. Obviously, Garuccio's at left back, which, as I said before, kind of out of the way where, you probably weren't needing to do as much stuff on the ball. And yeah, Dylan's Pereiras is on the right wing, so, he is fast. So, to be honest, if you do get a ball in behind from him, he's no slouch. So, yeah, he could actually cause some problems out there.
I mean, it doesn't feel like, it's really doing him too many issues. I feel like Sesto almost every time on the defense. Obviously, Goldie's working overtime, but he's got most of the boys back there a lot of the time to be able to actually get possession of the ball back every time, even through the middle of the field. But as we head deeper into the field, it feels like a struggle for Dylan to make ground. And again, that's another interception when he tries to find himself an opportunity.
Yeah, Sesto, he just seems to be, he's like, when he's defending, he seems to be really, really high up. And I don't know whether Dylan seems to be kind of trying to pass his way through, but even a ball.
Oh, no, that's got to be it. Oh, that's going to be very difficult for Dylan to recover from.
Yep, I think it's game over.
Yeah, it's only 1-0 in this game, but that's 5-0 overall. So I think Sesto, it's going to be cool, calm and collected here. What changes do you make? Is there a Hail Mary approach in this kind of a game? Start sending it. How can we score 6 goals?
I don't think me or you are going to be able to figure that one out.
Definitely not me. There's no bloody chance, mate.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's obviously, I think it's just about pride and maybe trying to get a goal or two. I think, Dylan's not even scored a goal yet, so I think he really needs to just make some subs up front, try and get yourself a goal or two just to sort of get some confidence going into his next game.
All right, well, taking a little bit of a breather. Maybe a breather for Sesto. I think for Dylan, it's a bit more of a pressure cooker, unfortunately, because when you find yourself down this far, it's more of just kind of mulling things over and sitting in your new reality, and that's not fun.
I think Dylan just wants full time, to be honest.
Speed things up. Can we speed up the clock? Is there a fast forward button? Maybe not. I'm not too familiar. Either way, Dylan with possession, going through the motions, making his way on in. We'll see how nice of a guy Sesto is, how he's feeling today. See if we could give him maybe a sympathy score. Getting himself close, but there's just 8 blokes there, ready to go. And we haven't even made it to the goal. He finally made it happen. There's one for Dylan. And look, it's a feeling. It might not be the best feeling, but look, 1-1 in this game. If you ignore how the first game went, he's doing all right. And at the end of the day, that might not get you a win on the tally overall, in terms of the overall standings, but you can feel like you played a better game this time, and that can make you feel a little bit better. Even if he wins this game, heading into his next couple of series, that can help him, pick up the mental a little bit, maybe, and feel like he's kind of playing better. And like I said, round robin format, I'm going to be a broken record and repeat myself over and over again, but you could just feel like, I had a bad game. I had a bad first half. It happens. Sesto's got straight back in there, though. And that's going to be 2-1 overall. Sesto did not like that. He did not like the goal being scored. He's gone and styled on him yet again. Yeah,
look, I think it just kind of brings it back to the fact that, you can lose the 2-legged tie in one game. I think, you go 2-3, 4-0 down. You're kind of setting yourself up for a loss going into the second game. So I guess that does change their mindset in terms of tactics, and maybe sometimes it is better just to lose maybe 1 or 2-0 in the first game.
Oh, he's gotten it again with Ronaldo. Nice easy one straight into the corner.
He's hitting the gritty as well. That's the first one. I thought we weren't going to see that in the E-League this year, but...
He didn't have to do it to him, like, you know, he didn't have to. He could have just said, look, I scored, it's all good.
Look.
Happy with that.
I think that's the last thing Dylan needed to see.
Oh, boy. Look, still a little bit of time in this game. Dylan's going to pass it amongst the blokes over here. Again, Sesto just looking rock solid on the defense, though. It's an immediate intercept. And going to start passing it back up the field over to Pele. And look, Dylan gets the possession. He's just going to kick it out. So here's actually another opportunity for Sesto. Not too far out from this point here. Again, kicking it out. See if, we're going to get a little bit of a pause, maybe a little bit of a change up from there. What's he thinking?
Oh, I mean, it's difficult to kind of change things around here for Dylan. I think he's got a very blank face on him there, so he's out of ideas. Look, I think he just needs to keep the scoreline to a bare minimum here. I think keeping it to 3-1 is going to be a successful outcome here by the end of the game. But look, maybe it's time to start trying new things. Maybe bring some players in that you might want to try in the his second game of the night. So,
are you surprised what you're seeing out of this game so far? Expectations going into it?
Look, I mean, me personally, I did have Sesto as a favourite to win. I wasn't expecting this scoreline, I'm not going to lie. But look, it's the E-League, it's FIFA, anything can happen. It's, they all have unlocked accounts, the best players, so this is where you see, the best of the best. It's a lovely ball scoop turn there from Dylan, but look, it's not looking good for him so far.
Get some practice in, try a few things heading into the next couple of games. And once again, we get Dylan with possession for a second, but it's going to get handed back over to Sesto here. He's taking his time. Again, I mean, Mbappe's been working overtime for Sesto. Can't be said on the other side, unfortunately.
I wouldn't even know Mbappe was in the team for Dylan. He's just gone missing. But look, Sesto's used him very well. Obviously, I don't know what sort of team Dylan's got, at home. So maybe he's not been able to kind of practice with these certain players.
Oh, not quite.
Reverse elastico there, very nice. I'm surprised he's probably not used a few more skill moves in terms of the attacking, the attacking third. He seems very. He kind of wants to walk the ball in.
Yeah.
I've not seen any Trivela shots from outside the box, which a lot of the guys have been using. It's...
So for a FIFA moron such as myself, explain.
So Trivela shots, they're kind of L2 circle from outside the box, outside of the foot. Mm-hmm. Usually from sort of the left or right side of the box. They're quite a...
Just look at the contrast of expressions at the moment, by the way. This is my favourite thing about esports. It doesn't matter what bloody game it is. And in some games, shout out to the E-League, by the way, having the player cams. Other esports titles, sometimes the boys don't like getting on the camera. They don't like everybody looking at them when they're playing the game, and that can be, an extra level of pressure. And then we add the LAN aspect, which, look, not for the regular season, maybe a little bit later on. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. I just got here, but fingers crossed. We always love an in-person, intimate experience, and that definitely adds to the competition.
No, it does. I think, a lot of them are probably used to just kind of playing, online, nobody watching, that sort of thing.
Can of Coke.
Yeah.
Mum's bringing in dinner.
They've got an A-League club kind of with pressure on them. Obviously, 10,000 prize pool is up for grabs as well. I think with anything, when there's prize money on the line, it just takes things up a notch. And there's obviously a lot more pressure on it. So we'll see, Sesto's obviously coming out on top so far.
Getting into the dying hours of this game. And again, Sesto doesn't need to do anything fancy. I feel like he's mostly just adding insult to injuries. He gets nice and deep here. It was optimistic, but even just wasting time making his way up the field is probably good enough to get this one done at the end of the day. Got Dylan passing it over to Ronaldinho. Getting himself nice and close, but Sesto's defense has just been brilliant.
It is. I must say it's hurting me, Ronaldinho, not having number 10 on for Dylan.
Maybe something you can look into and
Well,
change things up.
Could be an omen.
Alrighty. Well,
yeah, he's just forcing it too much. Oh, hang on.
I mean, he has to at this point. You got to kind of throw a few Hail Marys in there. Oh boy, nice little body block coming on in, and oh, we're just having fun at this point.
Yeah, look, I think Sesto's just trying new things here.
Bit of an experiment as look back on possession of Dylan, and Sesto once again intercepts on his side of the field. He just seems like he's built the wall over there. I've never seen, like at times I've seen Sesto have some players as the car gets thrown up.
Red card there.
Is it really necessary?
I think that's just a nail in the coffin there for Dylan. It's been a bad day at the office for the first round. Yeah, I think he just needs to forget about this game and obviously start again. But you know, it's definitely not what he would have been hoping for his first game.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. Plenty more opportunities to recover and you know, change things up. Maybe reevaluate how he wants to use some of his players, or you know, what combo of A-League players he's running.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing about a long drawn-out format. You can kind of adjust on the fly. You can improve. You can see what works, what doesn't, and get yourself some different matchups as well. I mean, this might not be a great matchup for him today against Sesto, and once again, very close to getting a scoring opportunity.
Dylan Pereira's nearly there, the A-League player.
And you can see Sesto was amused, you know. He almost got it done. One of the boys having a big crack there.
Yeah, I think... Oh, there we go. There's the first sort of outside of the foot Trivella shot. Really surprised I haven't seen more of those yet.
Yeah, well, plenty of gains, plenty of time to see a few different approaches on in here. And look, once again, Sesto gets himself some possession. Start kicking it up the field. It feels like he's really trying to score with the A-League player right now. He keeps throwing it over to him over on the bottom side and trying to give him a crack. Maybe trying to go for some style points at this point?
I think so. I mean, that was my aim when I played in the E-League. I just wanted to score with my Mitch Austin card. But look, it's...
How did he go for you? Did he perform as you expected?
He didn't. He was a good left back. I'm more of an attacking player, so... but yeah, my teammate, Moswed, shout out, he obviously scored with my FUT item, which was, highlight reel for the E-League, I think.
There you go. Well, I'm gonna put that on the coach, personally. You know, not your fault. It's Dylan once again trying to get himself an opportunity, see if he can make something happen, but it's not to be, and we're really starting to get close to wrapping up here.
This could be game over, even though it was game over last game.
Yeah, Mbappe out in front and actually dodges the goalie. Oh, not quite. Not quite. It was a good attempt, but couldn't quite convert. And Sesto, he's just giggling to himself. He's just having a grand old time. He's just trying to kick goals for fun at this point. Nice little save once again there. And Dylan gets possession once again over to Ronaldinho. But I've seen this movie before. You know, it's getting a little bit old. The writers need to find some new material. We're throwing it down towards Ronaldinho on the bottom side of the field, and it doesn't usually end up producing.
Look, Sesto's just defended magnificently. You know, he's literally covering all aspects of the pitch, and Dylan's really struggling to break him down in any area, really. Which, look, he's obviously got to go back to the drawing board for the next game. And I think maybe sitting out on the next game and watching some of the other guys play, and maybe, you know, taking a few tips from them and seeing what they do, see what works. As we said before, it's, you know, I think the early rounds are going to be kind of testing, get to know other players, how they play. How
much does it change? I mean, obviously, matchup dependent. Talking about players playing versus others. Oh, not quite. Going to get kicked out for the time being. But also just, you know, it's been a little while. Obviously, you have your weekend cups, but a big, long, drawn-out format like this between some of the boys over here in the E-League. You know, how much do things change between big seasons? Oh, finally, he's got it in. We'll hold
Lovely.
that point for a second. Right at the end buzzer, Dylan's got himself a goal.
Mbappe's turned up at last for him.
Yep. And look, he's doubled up his goals for the series. So that's something to be happy about, I suppose. But again, every time Dylan scores, I feel like Sesto just tries to send it just to send a message a little bit. You know, he's just having a good time at this point.
Yeah, look, I mean, he seemed to struggle with the ball over the top as well. You know, maybe that's something he needs to maybe deploy that in his game plan for his next game.
Yeah, 100%. So, look, Sesto, great day at the office for him and an early nice win there for the Western boys. And unfortunately for Dylan Banks, he doesn't start out the way he would have wanted in the round robin. He's going to be 0-1, but plenty more games to adjust, plenty more games to play. And speaking of games to play, we've got another series for you right after the break.
welcome back. Wonderful to be back at it. Hey, Justinho, welcome back to the E-League Australia 2023. Round 1 of games done. Goodness me, it feels like a bit to get there, and we truly have just started. Again, welcome back to E-League Australia 2023. My name is Nate Patrick. We've done 1 round of games. There is so much more to come up tonight. Pilsy, Mitch, congratulations. First game out of the way. Get those nerves done. But what a performance from Sesto. Aussie FIFA has been there before, done that. And yet Sesto straight away says, how do you like them apples? 8-2 to get things started.
Unbelievable first result for Sesto. You know, he's going to be absolutely buzzing with that. Look, kind of feel for Dylan going into the first game. It's obviously a heavy loss to take, but look, he's a top player, and I think he'll bounce back.
As for the simulcast game, alternate game, Dylan, defending champion 10-4. And Justin, you said Noah has been there before in the E-League, but this year representing Newcastle. Slightly different vibes, maybe.
Yeah, you know what? Always coming into a new team, you just got to try and find your feet. And you know what? He shouldn't be too heavy about this loss. I mean, he's just lost to the defending champion. So, I mean,
tough way for him to get started, but well done to Dylan. And as you saw for that first game, we had Sesto now for Western United getting the dub. Love, you're going to have a chat with a great man now and see what he thought of that opening game. I hope he's keen. I'll tell you what, if you start your E-League campaign with a dub and then you say no to the interview, Sesto, I'd be judging.
Sesto, mate, how's it going? What an incredible win to start the season. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm going good. Yeah, I'm ecstatic to win the first game. It was all about just kind of getting the first goal on the board, and
then you followed up with 7 more, yeah. And I hear you've done it with broken ribs. Tell me about it. Yeah, what did you do to your ribs?
So in a practice match a couple of weeks back, I got hit from a corner. So the obviously you can't really see it, but like upper part of my rib, kind of over there.
Are we talking esports or actual football?
No, actual.
Oh, okay.
Actual
I was going to say, if you've injured yourself in the ribs in a practice match of esports, I'd have some questions. Talk me through your team selection. You've got to have 2 A-League players. Why'd you pick them?
Well, I wanted to go 1 fullback, kind of 1 like right mid, left mid. And I really just looked at the pace, to be honest. Dylan Piaris, the right mid, I think he's the quickest card in Western United's team. And then had to balance it out with a left back in Garuccio. Absolutely.
And how are you feeling coming into the season? You've just had a big win. What are you looking forward to? Who are you keen to come up against in the season?
Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to the whole season as a whole. I'm looking forward to playing Bilza. He's my fellow SF9 teammate. And obviously a Melbourne derby because he's at Victory. So that's probably one of the games I'm looking forward to the most, yeah.
Well, enjoy your night. You've just started off with a huge win. We'll see you again next time.
Thanks so much. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much, Lav, and thank you, Sesto. He's full of beans, friends. He looks ecstatic, not just to have the opening game sort of out of the way, but with that big win. And I believe, could be wrong here, Melbourne Heart supporter originally, back in the day, now at Western United. Justin, you got to be feeling pretty happy with yourself if Melbourne City didn't do it for you. Then you moved to Western United, of course, for this E-League competition. Bit of Melbourne pride there, bit of Victorian pride.
No, exactly. If you're playing for any other club, like the club that you support as a child, but then, I mean, if you feel it's not really yours, Western United seems to be the home for him. Honestly, he seems so settled into that club, and I think he's going to have a good relationship with them.
It's keen to talk about those A-League foot items as well. Look, some competitors are going to say we have to use them. We've seen them score goals, make big challenges. Goodness knows you'll hear me going on about it. Mitch, I can see you smiling. You have any questions, pointers about why he picked those 2 Western United players, or you think that's a good balance?
No, it's a good balance. As he said, I think most people go for pace or strength. That's why I think I got picked most of the time. I did stop Pele, I'll say that. But yeah, look, it's pace is a big thing, and obviously strength, height, back post sort of clearances, all those sort of things. They're kind of factors that the guys will obviously take into account.
Wonderful to have the first game done and dusted. Sesto with big smiles. We are straight on to round 2. And hey, Sesto mentioned him in the interview. SF9 teammate Bilza making his debut for his beloved Melbourne Victory, and a second debutant through that Central Coast tournament. Lachy going to get Mariners pride happening. Have a look at the teams. You cannot doubt, Justin, that they're going to take their time to get everything settled, particularly on opening night. Yes, we've read the comments. Yes, we understand. Get straight into the games. They're not in the E-League, Justin. They don't understand how important it is to make sure your formation, your tactics, your player choices are spot on from the get-go.
Well, what some people might notice, what they might have noticed is there was a larger countdown than normal when you pause the game. If you're just a general player of FIFA, you only get about 40 seconds, but players get as long as they want to pause it if need be.
Bit of a difference, maybe, from playing Foot Champs, bit of weekend league, as we still like to call it. This is round 2, confirming Melbourne Victory's Bilza and the Mariners with Lachy. Lachy almost typifying that surfer boy attitude, if you like, very casual in his chat so far. It's one of those that could go potentially either way, where he's just chill, he's going to enjoy it, Justin, or maybe he's not quite expecting the quality he's about to face during the E-League.
Well, you know what? It's a bit different if you don't play much Ultimate Team, or if you just don't even play much Foot Champions. You're going to be coming up against a different animal in the players you're coming against with the with E-League competitors. They're playing in Global Series tournaments every week, or every month, I should say. But yeah, we're going to find out if he's ready for this.
Speaking of which, Hakimi down the far side does manage to keep it just in play, looking for support, pass inside. Eventually Mbappe, well blocked, little rebound. Virgil van Dijk says, I'll take care of that. Bit a good opening moment there for Lachy. Wonderful to have the expertise of Justin on the couch this season. Shout out to Andy, particularly another former competitor we had last year, able to bring us insights that you plebs like myself could never understand. And I do see a bit of Marvin Gear in the background talking about the Mariners' pride. Looks like he's straight away with the webcam on what counts.
Well, I mean, I'm petitioning for it. I want to see Marvin in FIFA as a mascot.
It was a tweet that went out. If you didn't see it, Van der Sar with the save, Lachy with the follow-up. Eventually falling to Hakimi, favouring that far side so far. Bilza, a picture of concentration. And if he was maybe expected to start the stronger at the moment, not even able to get possession of the ball. A reminder, if you've just tuned in, there's a two-legged affair even in these group stages. Lachy with Ronaldinho. Gets it straight back. Bilza very, very deep and conservative. And respect to Lachy. Happy to introduce a skill move or two, maybe just to test the patience of Bilza.
Well, I mean, those aren't the common ones you see that are meta in the game that the common esports pro is using.
Bit of showmanship always good in the E-League. A few fun celebrations for goals in round 1 in both games. Wonderful to have the highlights during the break, by the way. I said you don't want to miss a minute of the broadcast. Didn't realize how true that was. Nani involved earlier in the play. Some people unfamiliar with the A-League might be surprised to see that name at Melbourne Victory. Wonderful asset to have if your Bilza pass forward does not link up. McGarry, the Mariner, getting it done nice and calmly. Very impressive start, Justin, without reading too much into it. And of course, without a goal so far. Have you been impressed with Lachy's patience to enter the E-League?
No, I was just about to say that the way he's holding the ball is as if he's a seasoned pro. Exactly as if he was, like, yeah, as I said, seasoned pro. But Bilza now on the attack with Ronaldinho with the scoop turn, ball scoop turn actually. But it's able to get the ball back, but can't hold on to it.
Trying to pass out from the back, and just like it is in football, if you're new to FIFA esports, it can be risky. Bilza gets it to Nani. One more to Hullet. Hits the post. Going for the time shot. You can understand why. Always looked a little wide. But a good moment for Bilza, able to fire off a shot with the icon Ronaldinho. Maybe wanting to give it back a little bit of the Ronaldinho for the Mariners with the skill moves, a bit of showmanship. Bilza maybe not taking that hit to the ego particularly well.
Well, I was actually expecting Bilza to go for a left trigger Trivela shot outside the box. But as you see, Lewis Nani with the finish, the first Melbourne Victory player to score in the E-League this season. And Bilza, he'll be happy to get on the board. It hasn't been holding possession as well as Lachy, but he scored with Lewis Nani, and you absolutely love to see it.
Look, just Man United loving seeing Nani on the score sheet. Bilza loving it too. Just as we were talking about before, Justin, the A-League players and the impact they can have. No need at all to see them as something you need to have in your side when they are the ones on the score sheet. Who hit the post before. Nani with the goal, and big Melbourne Victory fan. Bilza loving that. Sees the player near side as well. Hakimi will run onto it. Fullbacks overlapping. Justin can be a big attacking factor, but a detriment as well. Just as the Bilza gets past the defender. Any thoughts on the fullbacks, leaving it exposed in behind, or do you like that extra player up the pitch to pass to?
You know what? Especially in the A-League, it's good to have that extra man to be able to create that extra space. I've seen it so many times now with Bilza. He's got that Hakimi free, open, ready for a possible shot. There you go again. He's ready for a cross, but he's played it. He's running down the line now. Will he go for the cross? He's looking for the cutback.
Happy to pass it around, but maybe should have listened to Justin in having a go at the cross. You're going to see a few crosses from competitors coming up. If you're wondering why that's a point of interest, you'll find out soon enough. Ronaldo inside. One more. Ronaldinho finds the back of the net. Bilza makes it 2. Lachy may have started well. Bilza with a bit of a... Have a look at this mentality. I'm switched on now. 2-0 to Melbourne Victory, and Bilza over Lachy of the Central Coast.
Was that a Marcus Rashford celebration I saw there?
I just didn't want more Man United chat, but yes, I think it's fair to say they're doing it in the NBA, they're doing it in the E-League, Justin.
No, they are, and you know what? It might not be the greatest of days for Manchester United fans in the last couple, but, you know, Bilza, he's enjoying himself, he's up 2-0. He's playing really good football.
The first half does come to a close. Bilza absorbing the early pressure put on by Lachy, who did look extremely comfortable, and he really is a point of note, Justin. Don't know what it was like for yourself when you were making your debut or just starting an E-League campaign, but having watched a few of the games myself over the years, certainly not something that you see early doors. As we have a quick look at the stats, solid passing accuracy and success. We never like to look too much into the XG and things like that because it's all contextual. And if he's 2-0 down, at least Lachy did show a bit of poise and mentality in his first ever half of the E-League.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, his ability to hold the ball in that first half, exactly like a seasoned pro, but just not the goals to come for him, which is unfortunate because he has shown some great chances. But as you can have a look at the stats, 111 passes. He's kept that ball really well, and he's kept the possession really well. Just the goals aren't there.
And for Bilza, on the other hand, of course, the lad up 2-0, making his E-League debut as well. If we're speaking about them in slightly different tones, it's only because of Bilza's competition during the rest of the global series. Of course, signed to an esports org as well. And those little things, Justin, can really add up, particularly in the early stages of a big competition like the E-League.
If you have the support and backing of an esports organization, it can make all the difference into qualifying for a competition, into going further in a competition, just because you know you have that backing, you have that confidence. Nearly there for Bilza.
Lachy looking to go through with Mbappe, eventually does get it back, maybe a little fortuitously. And then Nani with the press, not associated with his game in traditional football, but hey, in FIFA esports, you can get them doing whatever it is you'd like. Yaya with the driven pass forward, but straight into a player. Lachy, again, not afraid to chuck in a roulette pass or two just to keep having fun with it.
No, you gotta be able to enjoy yourself. If you're not enjoying yourself, then what's the point? You gotta have some fun, throw a bit of flair out there, hold the ball a little bit, but also pulling off the skills. Little roulette there, but unlucky to lose the ball.
Maybe a bit of a confidence boost as well. McGarry, just by the way, with the interception. Lachy very narrow in his attacking structure. Once again, every pass seems to have somebody in the passing lane. He did keep that ball well, I guess, at the early stages. But is it fair to say, Justin, maybe it was a little bit side to side with the fullbacks? It's one thing using width, and it's another thing doing so when you're trying to attack.
No, exactly. I mean, they say possession doesn't win games, and at the moment it's it's not winning games, but we see Bilza going through with R9 Ronaldo. Little cheeky skill move, the heel to heel, and he's absolutely loving it. 3-0 up in the first leg of his E-League season, debut season that is. Bilza, he's shown why he's a competitor to watch.
Look at that, the extra bit of poise to get past the keeper when maybe players with less experience or just more nerves would try an early finesse. Doesn't matter what else they'd try. The point is, Bilza has got it done. Wonderful composure to make it 3. Melbourne Victory fans enjoying their new man. It's going to be a big story, a big issue potentially for Bilza to live up to that gap of Mo's Wed departing. Wonderful to have Melbourne Victory tweeting out, sharing the news of Mo's unfortunate decision, at least from where I'm sitting, because I enjoyed watching him play and all the memories he's brought us through the E-League. And yet, for fans of the club, you got Bilza slotting in very nicely. Early days indeed. First time through ball, a good idea, but player offside.
Mo's Wed, a professional football player and NPL player, I should say, my apologies, but 5 years in the E-League and hanging up his boots, or I should say hanging up his controller. But yeah, it's going to be big shoes, as you said, for Bilza to fill. But you know what? Already, being a Melbourne Victory fan since a little boy, and I mean, absolutely loving Melbourne Victory as a whole, it seems right that Bilza might be the man that fills the shoes of the Mo's Wed for the years to come.
Look, Justin, I'm not going to say that you just said that Bilza is the new Mo, but I'm also not going to say it. 3-0 up in this first leg of 2. Both competitors using that 4-3-2-1. We talked about it. As we're doing our prep, Justin, it does seem to be the go-to in FIFA esports and certainly domestically here in Australia and New Zealand. Just gives you that stability in the middle of the park, those left and right forwards and those little half spaces, if you like, putting some uncertainty in your opponent's mind.
Well, the difference this year with the 4-3-2-1, it used to be a left wing and a right, sorry, I should say left forward and a right forward. So with the way chemistry worked and positions worked, you could only play players that were left wingers or right wingers. Now, if your player can play in a centre forward position, he can play in that formation now and get the chemistry. As long as he's got extra chemistry from his players, he will at least get the base stats if he's in the right position. Unlucky with a chip through ball there, Bilza.
Love that from you, Justin. So you're going to see it not just in-game, but also during the setup to get those players on chemistry. It is with the chemistry changes for FIFA 23. I'm not going to say controversial, but just a big change, to be honest, when you're used to seeing those big green links. And in terms of how it forms your side for the E-League, it's true there too. Bilza, Economidis, one of the A-League men's players. Jude into Ronaldo, gets past, and once again, Virgil able to get back in time. Lachy with a player switch at that last moment to keep it at 3-0 for now. If they are both using the 4-3-2-1 and it is level, just hold that thought. Sorry, Justin, for me one moment, because Virg again stops an R9. Is it maybe one of those where you're like, well, my opponent's doing the exact same thing as me to a degree. Do I need to change my formation if I'm Lachy? Mix it up with maybe a flat 4-4-2.
I don't even think he needs to get the formation change. I think he just needs to get the ball up the pitch quicker, because if he's passing it, trying to hold that ball a bit more and trying to switch it, yes, it's good for spreading the play and trying to create a little bit more space, but he's going to leave Bilza to get all his men back. And you're not going to be able to... You're going to make it very hard to create a chance, a scoring opportunity, if he's just got many players behind the ball.
Lovely first-time ball through Virgil again. You're going to see him be a mainstay of these competitors if the opening few games are anything to go by. Unlocked accounts, thank you, Swifty, provided to the competitors from the get-go. Not going to lie, Justin, a little jealous watching them use some of the best foot items in the game when my best might be a few loans, to be honest. A few Team of the Years, first time, thank you. Moving straight along, Lachy to the near side. Sees that early passing opportunity Justin was asking him to make the most of, and yet then there's no follow-up pass after that.
He needed to hold that ball for a second longer, and he would have had R9 running straight for on goal.
Once again, they are best of 2 legs, so plenty of time for Lachy if you're wondering why we're Still into it, still animated. A little bit of a pause in between the legs to adjust whether there is a tactical change, formation change, or maybe, as Justin's saying, a bit more of a mentality change. He's well and truly settled, but it is Bilza opening the scoring through Nani. And 2 follow-ups that looks very much in control. Might get this last chance if it really goes forward. And with no players in support, he will be more than happy to make it 3 goals to the good for Melbourne victory over the Central Coast Mariners. Lachy winning that Central Coast Mariners local tournament to get his spot playing alongside Brady. I'm a FIFA tryhard. Maybe Justin, this is a good opportunity for tryhards just to have a little chat with Lachy, although these teammates aren't necessarily working together. Surely that's the benefit of this being a competition where every A-League men's club does have 2 competitors.
No, you're spot on. I mean, tryhard, he's been in the E-League before. Last year's first season with Central Coast Mariners. He can provide some experience, some advice for him to be able to just, you know, I guess maybe settle the nerves. It is his first match. That was his first game. It's not even his first best of 2. He's only played half of best of 2. So there's plenty of time for him to be able to get back into things. He's just got to be able to take his chances. And just don't panic. Look for the extra pass sometimes, but then also in other ways, maybe take the shot on. He might have to go for a 30-yard shot. It might have to come that way, but you know what? If he's just holding possession, you're not going to be able to score. You've got to be able to create the chances.
What about those longer shots then, Justin? I'm so glad you brought it up and it wasn't on me. The power shot. Look, I'm a big fan in terms of somebody watching FIFA. It makes it that bit more exciting when the competitors leave that camera setting on as well, where it zooms in. You can cancel out of that as well just to make me look like an idiot. I don't mind. Bring it on. Are you saying, Justin, then, that might not be a bad idea as a genuine tactic just to maybe unsettle your opponent?
You know, as you said, it can be used as a great way to fake shot and absolutely send your opponent. But, yeah, no, look, if Lachy's not careful, this game could really get out of hands. He needs to grab a goal in this next leg early on and get that ball up the field. Because as we mentioned before, if he's taking his time, Bilza's going to get all the men back behind the ball. He knows that there's the Rasher celebration. Yeah, he's got to be able to get a goal early on. It's simple as that. And as we said, maybe tryhard Brady can offer that advice experience to him.
If Bilza is attempting to fill those shoes, he's doing it in the best possible way. 2-star. As for legacy and things like that, Justin, I just can't with you right now, man. Honestly, you said it yourself. That's not even the first game. We've got a second leg to come, and yet, what an exciting start for Bilza. How impressed were you with his debut for Melbourne victory, replacing the big name of Moswed in E-League 2023?
One word, clinical. He was so clinical. I mean, 2 first-half goals, was it? 2 first-half goals, a goal with Lewis Nani. I mean, what more can you ask for as a Melbourne victory fan watching on as Bilza, as we're talking about filling the shoes, or you could say passing the mantle or the controller over to Bilza. As I said before, he really looks the fit. He really looks the fit in that Melbourne victory shirt.
And Justin said, what more could you ask for? I think Sarge, Ben Carter, Moswed might say a premiership as we have a look at those standings as we go on opening night. It is nice and self-explanatory with competitors in their separate groups. If your team, if you want to look at it that way, is on top, that's all you need to worry about tonight. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow night for Group B as the second competitor from each club takes the digital field. Second leg. Aggregate score for you there. In the top left, 3-0 to Bilza in the first. Lachy did start that first leg rather well. Couldn't find the shot at the end of it. And things have changed here in leg 2. Immediately on that front foot, figuratively and literally, Mbappe getting Lachy's first ever goal in the E-League.
Arguably the best card in FIFA Ultimate Team. Mbappe, Team of the Year, I mean, there's a reason why it costs 13, 14 million coins on the market. But that Team of the Year foot item, it's... A lot of players at home don't get the chance to use it. The E-League competitors here get to play with as many as they like, as long as they have 2 A-League players in their team from their club.
Interception from Bilza, who if he was dreaming of great things, great comparisons, premierships, needs to reel himself back into reality just for the moment. Hakimi, one roll or two, but pass not completed. Straight back, 90 again. One pass across to that Mbappe. It's time for Melbourne victory. Lachy doing well to hold his ground. Must be a wonderful experience, not just to represent your club, Justin, but as you say, just use these top-of-the-line foot items and see what they can do in game.
Well, I think this year it might be slightly different because people that are competing in the Global Series competitions, they get to use these foot items if they have their loan card. So unlike previous years, you don't actually have to own the item itself. You can just have a one-game loan, and that's good enough to be able to play with it in the tournament. But now, Lachy with Team of the Year icon Ronaldinho nearly getting past Bilza's defense.
I know we all like the goal scorers, the attackers, but I will note that that's VVD once again with the challenge. Gonna need every attribute in that card to stop some of these incredible attackers, and Lachy at the moment with one goal back, looking to make it two here with R9. Lovely move onto the right foot, but Van der Sar in the way, confirming, Justin, you called it, sticking with the 4-3-2-1, maybe just being that little bit more direct.
You know, he grabbed that goal. I said he needed to get a goal early on, and that's exactly what he did. But now, I guess he needs to keep going. He can't just let Bilza take control. I know Lachy had the control of the ball in the first leg, but it might be to Bilza's advantage to take control of it, settle the nerves, take possession, and just like give Lachy less of the ball. If he has less of the ball, he can't create chances.
One of the benefits of it being a two-legged affair in this group stage particularly, not always had it. A lot of traditional football fans probably a little perplexed as to why it's a best of two, but as our expert Justin is explaining, giving you extra tactical opportunities for Bilza, that might be to calm things down. He's certainly not playing that way at the moment. Straight away when Nani receives that ball, turning forward, passing forward, still looking for a fourth goal on aggregate.
I'm really intrigued to see when this man, Team of the Year Hakimi, goes for a right foot outside the foot shot, Trivella, because he has the outside the foot shot trait. If Bilza green times it, he's looking at a goal opportunity.
Ronaldinho it is for now. Lachy just waiting again with Big Verge before coming in to make the challenge. The Trivella at the start of FIFA 23. I loved it, but I can understand if many thought it was overused and subsequently patched. But as you say, if a foot item still has that outside of the foot shot trait, patch doesn't really mean anywhere near as much. And with Hakimi, that's an unlikely source indeed. Nagari to Yaya. Ronaldinho forward, Lachy. Decent passing, good deep defending from Bilza. Sets his player off on a forward run, but it's more in hope than anything else. Militao coming across Lachy, well aware of the danger. Narrate that the first time, touch out of feet, just to see if Bilza will move some of his defenders out of position. Let going nowhere, Van der Sar trying to loft it. Now it is really Bilza hemmed in here, Justin, sitting very deep and unable to get the possession you're saying he could maybe use to settle down.
Well, that's exactly that. If Lachy's getting the ball up the field quickly, as we'll see here with Bilza, if he chooses to, you're going to be able to catch your man out with less defenders back, and this is what Bilza's... There you go, Team of the Hakimi. Unlucky not to score there. But that's exactly that. If you're getting the ball up the pitch, you're going to see your opponent's not going to have many defenders back.
Justin calling it perfectly. Hakimi almost providing that fourth for Bilza. As we approach the half-time break here in leg two. Hakimi down the other side then. Lachy saying, whatever you can do, maybe I can do a little better. Still going. Ball roll inside. And there it is. The width of that fullback, the skill of that foot item, and of course the competitors themselves, and Lachy showing his ability to adapt.
That was really well done from Lachy. He did get the ball up the field quickly, as we've been talking about, but then very, very patient once he got into the box and found the pass to R9 Ronaldo, 5-star weak foot. You can't say anything else. He's always going to score those.
Straight back again. Hakimi is the go-to foot item, just charging up uncontested. Can't keep up with him. I don't think that pace is as OP, if I can say that, as maybe it has been in certain FIFAs. Maybe we're talking 5 or so years ago now. But there was certainly no stopping Hakimi on that occasion and a few others, Justin.
I mean, it wasn't long ago, maybe 5 years ago, where you could get away with using a foot item that had 99 pace and get past easily against those team of the items as Kylian Mbappe has a shot blocked. But Bilza is able to recycle, unfortunately losing the ball there. Lachy, composed, but unable to get another attack in as we go to half-time in the second leg.
Plenty for Lachy to smile about. He's just not smiling at the moment. Completely locked in, wanting to reverse that 3-goal deficit. Again, I know the comments are going to be XG this and whatnot. What we are enjoying is the control of the game, Justin particularly. All of those passes and using the width and attack that little bit more. The composure at the end to find the extra pass. He's adapting, not just as the competition goes on, as the legs go on from leg 1 to leg 2. Heaps of composure, Justin.
And you know what's the thing that stays the same with Lachy's game? Over 100 passes in that first half. Over 100 passes, and he's able to keep the ball, and he's still creating those chances now. But the difference is he's scoring the goals that he needs to get back into this game.
Cummings subbed on. A-League player change, of course. You must have 2 on the field at least at all times. And Lachy maybe thinks that's the man to get him level at the moment. It's R9. The slide tackle from Bilza. Wasn't ever going to get the player, but maybe just put Lachy off into taking that extra touch.
Just overran it there from Lachy. Unlucky. But as we see, R9 Ronaldo chip through ball. Bilza with the green time finish on that weak foot that we were talking about. Skips the celebration. He's back. He's still in the lead, but he's back in the lead in this leg. Oh no, he isn't. My apologies. 2-1 down in the leg, but... Oh, sorry, in this game. My apologies all around.
You're all good. Justinho, you're spot on. 4-2 over the 2 legs. And he's straight away looking to make it 5. Mbappe is going to fall very kindly to make it a 5th. R9 becomes R10, but Bilza comes that little bit more happier. Melbourne Victory fans as well. A fortunate deflection, little fumble, but you might see this near fullback keeping the player onside. Maybe now that nod from Bilza acknowledging he feels back in control.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but you know what? You're also creating yourself that luck, and that's exactly what Bilza's done. 5-2 up now on aggregate. It's gonna be hard for Lachy to come back in this one, but you know, if he keeps creating those chances, he just needs to be very clinical. He needs to be very clinical as Bilza was in the first leg.
Coming forward with Pele, and again R9. We might end up using straight Ronaldo if CR7 isn't going to be involved as much as he has been historically in Comp FIFA. Mbappe with plenty of space. Virgil in the way, 3 players inside. One of them is Hullet. The standing start picks his spot and nails it. Bilza happy with that one. 6-2. And while you were spot on, Justin, Lachy enjoying that lead early, you're spot on again. Bilza leading in this leg, leading on aggregate and having plenty of fun.
I absolutely love what Bilza's done there. Low-driven finish. Something that a lot of us haven't really seen much of since the likes of FIFA 18, FIFA 17. But you know what? It's back. It's OP again.
He's making the big calls, and I'm loving it. Lachy at the other end. Now Dini in the way. Made a few crucial interceptions. And right, you are, Justin, the low-driven, the go-to, if not the only way to finish, depending on your title. But as we see the meta play, the gameplay changes. What we do love most of all is that FIFA 23 is a high-scoring one, that is for sure. Hakimi to Ronaldo, happy just to go back before going forward. Once again, it's just this last little moment with a little bit of rashness there, Justin, where it feels like both competitors, to be quite honest with you, have gone past that last man but either that the shot is taking too long or the defender's able to make a quite miraculous recovery.
A lot of those opportunities have been created from the reverse elastico, one of the most overpowered meta skill moves in the game. And you know, they're both using it brilliantly. It's just that last finish. Bilza has been able to get back into this leg of the game. And you know, a lot of it has been created from that skill move. But I'm interested to see if that pause is lined up. Maybe to change his formation, maybe go slightly bit more defensive, secure the game. He's got a 4-goal lead. Now, the question is he trying to secure it?
So what formation would he go to, Justin? How many defenders would it have?
Maybe 5.
How dare you? No 5 at the backs in my E-League. Thank you very much. Past the defender, Lachy, off the post. And to Maldini. Van der Sar does claim it at the end. Happy to throw you under the bus there. Justinho, but you're quite right. We have seen it plenty. You might see it in your own Foot Champs campaign. That does make a lot of sense. Prize money and more on the line to secure every victory. Mbappe for Bilza. Doesn't matter if it's not perfectly timed. Always scoring in that scenario. Bit of a celebration as well. 7-2 now, Justin. Is a 5-back really needed, brother? Can he please just keep entertaining us with this goal-scoring spree?
I mean, I think that's it. I think that the game is done. I think the result is basically not in question. But it was, at one point, the 2 goals that Lachy did score right before the half. But Bilza's run away with this now, and he looks to be picking up the points.
Few substitutions, perhaps, or let's be honest, maybe even just a moment to soak it all in. Little either competitor could really do now to change this result. So you will get a few player changes, some substitutions. For Bilza, saw the challenge, the test from Lachy, saw it out and then was able to go on that goal-scoring run. 7-2 on aggregate. No doubt Lachy will be delighted just to get some goals on the board. You certainly don't want, as has happened to competitors in the past, to have your first game of E-League done and dusted and you not really felt like you made an impact. And still time now to add to it. Looking for the pass inside, no one really there, or just not aimed where desired.
40 just had the pass there but didn't take it. I was surprised he didn't take the pass, but Bilza through with Timmy Hakimi. Lewis Nani, unlikely to lose it to Eder Militao.
Utilising the player lock, and I dare say, for the first time in this contest, to make sure it definitely did go to Nani. He wants more goals with his Melbourne Victory A-League men's players, and he'll take them from others as well. R9, R10, whatever you want. All right, first one of the season. You'd 8 to be Lachy right now. Bilza putting on the goals. Melbourne Victory fans getting the tifo up and ready in lightning quick time. I dare say, Justin, Lachy will be all the better for the experience. Scoreline may not flatter him, but he has scored. He's got his E-League experience, and he's got 10 more regular season matches to come.
No, it's only the first game. Simple as that. It's only the first game. He's going to learn a lot from this, and it's a, I guess you could say, a bit of a wake-up call. Edwin van der Sar with the collection of the ball. I thought there was going to be a goal there. I really did.
It's taking too long to get the shot off, and Van der Sar sweeps up the rest. Plenty of spacing behind once more. Maybe that depth has increased from Lachy. Bilza maybe looking for a compilation goal. Have a bit of fun with it. Cruyff unable to add to the scoring, but I tell you what, 8 is plenty for Bilza. If the man is meant to be replacing Moswed, he's at least had a great start, high expectations, high output. 8-2. Bilza of Melbourne Victory over Lachy from the Central Coast Mariners. That chat would try hard. Maybe he needs one at halftime as well. Kept the man firing. What an exciting debut from both competitors, but Bilza of Melbourne Victory takes the points. We'll be back after this short break with plenty more E-League Australia action. Welcome back to the E-League Australia 2023. My name is Nate Patrick. Fantastic to have you with us. And we do have 2 rounds already done and dusted. Debuts being made. Justin, great times, gentlemen, and enjoying a wonderful round 1. We're 2 out of 6 games already done. Smashing through, but the debutants, Mitch, making a big name for themselves.
Yeah, look, Bilza, unbelievable start. I don't think he would have expected to have that kind of start, but, confidence for him going into, the rest of the evening. As I said before, these guys want to start off with a win because mentally it just puts you in a good frame of mind going into the rest of the games.
If I dare go from Bilza to Pilza, I said I was going to call you lots of things during the broadcast. Pilza, are you enjoying the more high-scoring nature of FIFA 23? Talking before about previous FIFA titles, low-scoring games, a bit more of a grind. It feels like a competitor's getting a big edge, at least the very early days of FIFA 23 here in the E-League.
I mean, that's literally not the first time someone's called me like Pilsner or some iteration of that. Anyway, I'm surprised with how exciting it is. I'm surprised with how, up-tempo they all are. And taking a look at how some of the games have gone here, it's looking pretty good. It looks like Bilza had an absolute blinder there, just absolutely smashing it.
In the non-featured game, if you like, Patty in another E-League debut representing Adelaide United. 5 goals to 4 over the returning Airborne or Airbnb. I'll just get that out of the way nice and early. Bills are on that feature game. You're quite right. Pilski, just wonderful to see. 2 young lads making their E-League debut. Lachy as well, fighting his way to get back into the contest. And Justin, you said once or twice, Lachy just way too composed. Real quickly on his composure, his start to his E-League campaign.
Yeah, he held the ball really well, just as I was saying, up until the second game, just couldn't get the goals, but he did, only 2, but you know what, plenty of games to get back into it.
Long season ahead, but the man who will probably be really happy if the E-League just ended now, making his debut for his beloved Melbourne Victory. Lav is going to have a chat with Bilza. We did see that victory drip in the background. I'm sure he's finding more things right now. Getting out of the cupboards and onto that screen.
Bilza, how's it going? Starting off the season and your E-League career with a glorious win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling really, really good. I was very, very nervous at the start of the game. As you could see, I gave him a couple of opportunities. But as I started to get a bit more comfortable, I really grew into the game, started scoring. And then in the second leg, I kind of let go a little bit more at the start of the game, got complacent. But yeah, feeling good, feeling really good.
And obviously, it's a pretty important game for both of you. You're both debutants in this league. It really sets the tone for the rest of the season, and you've come away with a win. How are you feeling going into the rest of the season now against, dare I say it, more experienced players who have been around for a few seasons now? How are you feeling when you have to come up against someone that is more experienced than you in this league?
Yeah, well, I've versed these guys like all the time, but it's more the fact that it's got the name, the E-League kind of thing. You get a little bit more nervous, obviously representing the club that I grew up watching. I think that's kind of the added pressure. There's not really pressure versing them because, I've always versed these guys since I started competing. So there's not really much of a difference. And
like you say, it is the club that you have supported since you were a young boy. How does it feel to be wearing the Victory colours, to be supporting the team, playing for the team that you've supported your whole life?
It feels really good. It feels really good. Can't wipe this smile off my face. I really can't. I'm glad that I got the win.
And obviously, in the E-League, you obviously have to pick 2 players from your club. Talk me through why you picked your 2.
Look, Nani, I think he speaks for himself. Like he's got the name, he's got the skills, he's got the weak foot, and as you can see, I literally scored my first goal with him, which I didn't expect that to go in. And Cadete, he's good going forward in real life, so I thought, you know what, I'll give him a go at left back, see how he plays, and you know what, he put in a pretty good shift.
He didn't disappoint you?
Nah.
We love to see it. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We are all excited to see how you go this year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lav, and thank you to the Riz King, Bilza, as well. Was happy to share, as Lav mentioned, he got the Victory jersey representing the club. Had a few friendly DMs, Mitch, I believe, a few interested parties saying, oh, you're playing for Victory now, and he was a bit like, it is in the E-League, it is for esports, and that interest didn't go away. He looks full of confidence right now.
Oh, it does. I mean, obviously looking at the scoreline, as he said, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face, but I think it's just that extra bit special when you support the club that you're actually playing for. I was obviously lucky enough to do that with Sydney, or it was obviously a short time, but I think when you play for your sort of home club, it's a little bit more special. So yeah, fair play to Bilza, good start. See how it goes in the next game.
You heard it from him himself. Could not wipe the smile off his face. Lovely, heartwarming moment that hopefully I've ruined a bit for him by mentioning those love interests, Bilza, in the E-League, but maybe more in your personal endeavours. We wish you all the best with your Riz. From one debutant, from one inexperienced campaigner, rather, who's now getting settled. We have two veterans coming up. Game 3, where we do love seeing the new players making a name for themselves. But the returning veterans, we've talked about the legends, the Mosweds of the E-League. Justin, what is it like? The difference then, returning for your 3rd, 4th, 5th season. Are you still nervous? As you heard Bilza say, it's the E-League. There's this different pressure to it. Is that how they feel?
The nerves never, ever, ever go away. And it's because the players, you care about it. You care about it so much. And you just want to put your best foot forward. You want to represent your club that have believed in you by picking you. I mean, Marcus, it's his 6th season now. And I know it will mean something to him. He's been given that opportunity by MacArthur. And I'm really, really intrigued to see how this game goes.
Certainly talking about the competitors and veteran status versus newcomers, but the A-League men's clubs as well. We just can't escape that fact, the football element and the club rivalry, if you will. And of course, that relationship, if you are unaware, Marcus Gomes, what are we calling him? The pioneer, the godfather of FIFA esports in ANZ, becoming the first ever player to be a professional player here in our region. Melbourne City signing him, having him on for 5 seasons. Then all of a sudden, Mitch, there's a bit of a change. All of a sudden, it's Naylor and Mike J. The question becomes, is Marcus going to be able to get a club? Are we going to have Marcus back in the E-League? He's keen. He's at MacArthur. Justin knowing all about how that experience can go, making the playoffs. Does Marcus see this as a completely new campaign? Or is it same E-League, just slightly different club?
No, I think, like you said, it's obviously a different club, but I think he wants to prove himself. I think it's got to hurt, when you get released by a club and they obviously say, look, we don't want you for next season. So I think, he's obviously going to be going into this game with a point to prove. I would be 100% going in there wanting to kind of say, you've made a mistake, Melbourne City. I have still got it. So yeah, we'll see how he goes. But, he's a top player, he's experienced, he's been around the block. I think, he doesn't need me to tell him that, it's a big game for him.
You've seen it all across Australian esports, international esports, Pilski, competitors, players joining a rival org, joining a rival club. It's something that happens. Things change. And Mike J, replacing him, being at City 2 years ago, then the year at Newcastle, is now back against Marcus. We look forward to you telling us this story, Marcus versus his former side.
Yeah, I really love, it's what we love about all domestic competitions and all domestic games. You just get this familiarity, you get this ability to learn what it's like to play against other players. Sometimes they end up playing together, and that's what we really like about these domestic competitions and just building out those storylines, especially when they played for a long, long time.
Yeah, no, look, obviously, as we said, the storyline kind of speaks for itself in this game, I think. Look, Mike J's obviously going to be full of confidence, I think, going into this game. Marcus, obviously, on the other hand, switching clubs, different environment. Is he going to be the same player? We'll find out.
Alrighty. Well, kicking things off nice and early here. Going to get reasonable amount of comfortability here from Marcus, I believe, as he's got himself some nice depth and control over here on the left side. A lot of defenders here ready to kind of intercept, but again, it's look, this seems like a bit of a familiar story. We're trying to send it in with Mbappe, but quite get it done.
Yeah, I think you'll find a lot of them tend to sort of try and work the ball down the wings. They'll obviously go for those skill moves, whether it's the ball roll, scoop turn, tends to be quite a hard one to defend. You might see it coming, but it's actually really hard to kind of stop. Look, different kind of skill moves in and around the box. It's knowing the right angles when to do the skill move, I think, is kind of one of the difficult things to master. But, these guys are fully fledged pros, and, you'll see it there. It's quite a quick turn. You'll kind of see the scoop turn in a minute. I'm sure they'll do it.
Yeah, look, you know, when you've had 6 seasons under your belt, when you played multiple seasons of this, do you get a bit of a sense for the style that a certain player likes to play, what kind of moves they like to go for? You know, you were saying, obviously there's familiar things just in the general meta of how people like to work up the field. Again, Mike's getting up nice and close. He seems to be getting almost inside the very, very close up to the goalie there, but can't quite convert. Getting a lot of ground though. In terms of just individual players though, you know, do we have some of the boys who have their own special moves that you see over and over again? Yeah, they're always converting for success kind of thing, or do you think once you go this many seasons deep, you get a bit more well-rounded?
No, look, I think the kind of the thing with FIFA is, you know, the meta kind of changes every year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because you're good one year doesn't guarantee you're going to be good at the game the next year.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have quite found that with certain players. You know, that's kind of where the players do get tested, where if they are good, you know, back to back, that's, you know, it's generally it's a really hard skill, because the game changes every year. So I think obviously by now the guys have obviously worked out the game, you know, the tactics, formations, the meta, skill moves that work. You know, they've had a good sort of 5 months to kind of, you know, master that now. So
Marcus a bit upset there, kicking it out of bounds, handing over possession to Mike, who has kind of been, you know, working this side of the field. It feels like he's had a lot of possession over here, and it feels like he's really been the one with more opportunities to shoot.
yeah, I think it looks like they're kind of just slowly just sort of working each other out here. You know, Marcus is very compact in defence, so he is making it quite difficult to sort of be broken down the middle.
Had a little bit of a gap there for a second, but not quite. Mike's a little bit faster to the jump, and he is once again going to go ahead and put the pressure on, hand it over to Mbappe, and see if he can work up through the top side. Can't quite find an opening just yet, and once again, Marcus, like you said, nice on the defense. Ooh, doesn't quite, unfortunately, make it deep though. Almost had an opportunity, but gets turned straight back over to Mike.
I think you'll find with Marcus, he can absorb pressure really well, but, you know, on the counter attack.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that came out of absolutely nowhere, and Mike's already on the board, and I'm not even surprised considering how this game has been going. He's just been getting opportunity after opportunity. It just happened.
Commentator's
it had
curse.
to convert. It had to convert at some point.
As soon as I give Marcus a compliment, he goes and concedes.
That is
Typical.
true in every game, Mitch. Honestly, that is so true in every game. And as someone who usually does the colour commentary, I can be talking about how good a certain team or a certain player is at X or Y and watch them mess it up before my eyes.
Yep, that's the beauty of esports. But look, I think it's still early here. Marcus has just got to reset.
Definitely.
Oh, no.
Ooh, difference of animation between the two competitors here. Mike, and with another opportunity.
It's a great save.
Yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity, unfortunately, but he's not going to be too perturbed. Although in a matchup like this, you know that your opponent's quality, you know that your opponent's got so many games under his belt. You do really have to convert every single chance possible. Need every single edge you could be working with. Because realistically, you know, we're at 0-0 in the round robin right now, Mitch, but when it comes down to the end of the season, these games between the players that you would expect to make it deep to be up towards the top of the table end up changing your seeding. You know, you're going to be going for a bye. Are you going to be playing a bye into a weaker opponent? Are you going to be playing a bye into someone who could potentially beat you? That is kind of what this game decides at the end of the day.
Yeah, look, and obviously these guys aren't going to want to, you know, further down the line when the sort of group stages come to an end, they don't want to be thinking like, you know, this is the game that kind of cost me, and you know, if I'd just won that game, you know, it would have been enough to get through. So, look, I think Mike J's obviously had the better start here. He's on top, but I think Marcus has just got to just hang in a bit, and yeah, I think, as I said, he's very good at absorbing pressure. So I think probably maybe the counter attack game's probably his a strong point here.
I think, you know, when you get some newer competitors, we talk about a lot of people having their debut. First game can sometimes feel like happy to be there. Wow, this is pretty neat. But when you get so many seasons under your belt, you kind of contextualize every game a little bit differently. So I think these two are definitely going to understand the importance of a game like this.
Yeah, and these guys are full-time professional. You know, like FIFA, you know, is their living. So, you know, if there's anybody that can mentally stay composed, it's these two.
Alrighty, well, Marcus finally getting a little bit of possession for himself, working through the middle of the field. You noticing anything in particular about the kind of players that these blokes have selected?
I was interested with the Matt Miller selection in terms of the A-League players. For Marcus and MacArthur, it looks like he's kind of playing him as a right back, but looking at his pace, I think Mark.
Not quite.
As I said, in the previous game, I think where you place your A-League players is, it's vital to, being able to sort of use the better, so to speak, players with your Ronaldinhos and your Cristiano Ronaldo's, for example, which I've actually found not too many people are using him now with his move to Saudi Arabia, unfortunately. But I think it's the first FIFA he didn't actually get a Team of the Year card, which kind of shows the times of Ronaldo and Messi, unfortunately. Yeah,
look, I don't even know what to say about that, to be honest. I've seen a lot of things head in that direction, not just sports, but esports as well. As we're getting a little bit of a pause. We had a little pause earlier, but now, yet again, a pause. And I think the shot accuracy kind of tells us a little bit about what's going on here. Obviously, there haven't been too many attempts just yet, but I feel like Mike having a good time kind of converting things. Any kind of change-ups being considered here? The boys just taking a bit of a breather.
Look, I think Marcus has done okay. Obviously, Mike J's 1-0 up, but it's been fairly even, I think, sort of end to end. I don't think there's any reason for Marcus to sort of change anything up yet. Just needs to sort of keep going the way he's going, and maybe use the wings a little bit more when he gets possession of the ball.
Keep an eye on that. As getting Marcus working his way through here. Does get a little bit of an opportunity over here on the bottom side, but struggling to really find someone in position to be able to actually go for a shot. Gets kicked out. It's going to be back to Marcus yet again. And Mike to defend here. Does try and intercept, and it's a little bit of a messy exchange, but unfortunately, again, Marcus can't quite break through. Mike's defended that very well, and he's going to start working his way up through the top side again.
I see Mike J's got that, I think it'd be that FUT Fantasy Ginola item, which I think a lot of the boys were quite excited about when it came out the other day. So I'll be interested to see how he sort of goes over the course of the E-League.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these guys can use whatever it is that they want. So some new stuff comes out, maybe try it out, test it out for yourself, and maybe at home as well, you can hope to potentially grab yourselves one at some point if you get lucky.
Yeah, that's it. And I think obviously some of the guys probably haven't used certain players.
Oh, this is again another opportunity. It feels like Mike is able to just grab these possessions and run with them pretty easily a lot of the time. And yet again, he's going to give it he keeps giving it a crack, doesn't he? Just from outside the box there.
Yep. Well, you're kind of picking that up, I think, as I said in the earlier game, the outside of the foot Trivela. I think when players are sitting deeper, that's sort of the counter tactic for players to sort of shoot from further out. And these guys know the right angles where a certain shot, it's definitely going to go in from that angle if they hit it.
Can't brute
if
force
the green
your way
time
through.
it. No, that's sort of the beauty of these guys. They know every angle, every sort of when to do the skill move in the right angle on the pitch that's going to work out for a shot.
Good. Been interesting to watch, and as someone who doesn't really know anything about FIFA going into this broadcast, what better way for me to learn than to watch two of these blokes, have a match against each other nice and early on here in the tournament.
That's it. No better game than this either as well, to obviously with so much at stake from these two. As I said, Marcus, absolute veteran of the scene, and I was actually really happy that he's stayed in the E-League and he got picked up by MacArthur.
Again, Mike getting himself nice and deep here, kicking it around and just waiting for the right angle, the right opportunity, but can't quite find it. Can't quite get it off in time.
Ran into a brick wall there.
Unfortunate. A bit more rugby-esque in a way. But look, okay. We'll kick on as Marcus gets himself actually a pretty nice position. But again, it feels like he's getting this this player right down on the bottom side a lot of the time, but still can't quite convert. You know, it feels like the player on the wing is getting out in front and no one can kind of break through the defense at the top side.
I think it was Jamie McLaren, the A-League player, that was actually chasing after Teo Hernandez there, who's, absolutely rapid, Hernandez.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Ronaldinho.
Right in the corner. And just like that, out of nowhere, it looked like, again, it was going to be Mike to turn over the possession, but Marcus finally finds the opportunity, the right angle. He's going to square things up, and as we head quite deep in towards the first game here, we're going to get a couple adjustments, a couple of changes. They're having a little bit of a think about what they might want to be doing here. Yeah, look, obviously Mark J is going with the 5-4-1, if I read correctly there, and looks like Matt Miller's actually, in a back five there in the more sort of central centre-back position. So, you know, that could be kind of an area where, you know, Marcus could maybe exploit. You know, if he's got R9 or Ronaldinho coming up against, you know, one of the A-League players, it's obviously going to be a bit of a mismatch there in terms of stats. So, yeah, it's something to think about. I haven't seen him get too deep most of the time, but finally he seems like he's starting to figure it out and he's starting to break through a little bit. Feels like the tempo is changing. That was gorgeous. It just felt like it came out of nowhere. Like I wasn't really sure which way the possession was going to go, and all of a sudden we ended up with a goal. Yeah, well, looks like he's subbed R9 off there as well, which is an interesting one to see who he's replaced him with. You can see that. Oh, Pele come on for Hernandez. Well, Ronaldinho, not a bad substitute. Mike again, working his way up the field. Taking his time with it, but again, it just seems like there's a bit of a brick wall here for Marcus. At least there's a couple of players here for Mike who could potentially try to put it in, but not quite able to find the right player to pass it to. He's still putting the pressure on though, like he's got two of the boys right up there trying to take control of the ball, and it feels like for every single player that Marcus is kind of passing it around to, there's two for Mike trying to find possession yet again. He's finally found the right angle though, passing it along the bottom side, but again, he just can't quite get the boys in the middle of the field in the right spot to find an angle into the goal. Yeah, he's defending well, Mike, at the moment. As I said, I think it was a bit of fortune, Marcus's goal with Ronaldinho before, but look, I think you kind of make your own luck in FIFA, and sometimes the ball just drops for you. You're going to take it. Yeah, he's got to be in position to shoot it. If it's there, again, that was a bit of a Hail Mary, to be honest. But as Marcus picks up the ball yet again, see what he makes of it. Going to again throw it towards the bottom side. This feels like the go-to for Marcus, right? Throw it over to Mbappe on the bottom side and see if he can try to find an opening. And this time it feels like there's a few more options for him. Yeah, I think Marcus is just sort of, trying to isolate the Melbourne City A-League defender in the sort of wider areas there, where obviously Mbappe is going to beat anybody for pace, whether it's in FIFA or in real life. So I think he needs to sort of target the A-League players with his stronger players. I think that's a sort of a good tactic to kind of go for at the moment. Well, back in the possession of Marcus. Mike's going to kick it out, and we'll see Marcus yet again work his way back through. I mean, it's very intentional, isn't it? He's hammering the same thing home yet again. Like, even for someone like me who's still unfamiliar with the game, I can see the patterns. Yeah, patterns of play, sort of, you will start to see it. Obviously, the more you watch these guys, they do have kind of styles that they play to. And, as I said, same as sort of, real professional sport, these guys analyse other players' footage. I'm sure, after tonight's E-League games, they'll go back, they'll watch other players play and sort of see their strengths and weaknesses and see where they can, exploit these guys over the next few weeks. That used to be my job in the old coaching chair. Not the most fun thing to do, but when it gets you results, it feels a little bit better than sitting down and watching hours and hours of footage. But look, 1-1 at the end of the first game. For how the first few games flew by and how many goals we scored, this is a bit of a different vibe. Yeah, look, as I said, I think these guys are obviously experienced, so I think they're both very good at defending. So yeah, I think look, obviously there's a
another leg to go for. I think we'll find there'll be a little bit more attacking in this second leg, obviously with the result pending on this second game now.
Yeah, so eager to see them kind of get into it. I think, look, definitely a different vibe. Do you think it's a case of like they're making less mistakes? It's harder to kind of convert than some of the other games. Like we talk about debut players. Like, let's say we took the competitors' nameplates off. You don't know who's playing. Would you be able to kind of watch the games and guess, who's kind of playing if you saw their gameplay?
Yes and no. I think, obviously these guys, individual players, they do have, a certain reputation, I guess, and, the guys do talk, they see, obviously, the FGS tournaments, people who are higher ranked. I guess that's sort of the thing in FIFA. Players are ranked on the leaderboard. So, sometimes if you're lower down and you're playing someone that's obviously a lot higher than you and you're going into the game, it can kind of, play on your mind, I guess, that they are, ranked a lot higher than me. But look, as I said, like Marcus and Mike J, they're, two of the top players in Oceania and obviously been around the E-League for quite a while. So I think they kind of know how they sort of play. I'm sure they've studied their footage in the FGS tournaments and things like that.
I mean, even some of the newer guys were saying, playing some of the tournaments on the weekend and things like that. There's already that familiarity built up, and then you add in all the last few years of experience and playing tournaments against each other, and there's definitely that familiarity there. I can see that kind of developing. Who do you think needs this win more though? At this 0-0 kind of bracket. Do you have to back, as we kind of look through the replays, if you had to back one of the boys to be able to recover from a loss early on, who do you think has got it?
Look, I think in terms of Marcus, I think would want it more. I think just with obviously the kind of storyline around him getting, released from Melbourne City, I think, he's surely, I mean, if it was me, I'd have that burning desire to obviously want to prove Melbourne City wrong that, they've re-signed the wrong person and say
he's definitely been very emotive in the cam, to be honest, compared to Mike J. Is that normal for these guys? Like, are you familiar with their personalities?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously in the first season of the E-League, Marcus was very emotional, but I think as he's gotten older, he's sort of got that experience now where he's, he has experienced quite a lot of sort of, wouldn't say disappointing results, but a lot of heartache in, where he's been really close to winning a tournament and he's kind of lost it by, a 90th minute or a penalty or something at the end. And, I have kind of felt from over the years where I think, he could have won. I think even the first season of the E-League, he lost in the final by a close margin. So, yeah, look, it's one of those things that's esports for you.
For sure. I mean, that's the nature of all competition. And unfortunately, me included, playing other esports titles in the past, a lot of people don't care how close you were. You just didn't win.
That's it. Nobody remembers the second place, unfortunately. It's always the winner.
Nobody sees how much practice you put in or how much effort or, how you're feeling heading into that game, or I woke up with a little bit of a headache that day. No one's going to know about that. Did you get the result or did you not get the result?
That's it. And I think with FIFA esports, because it's, it's 1v1, you can't really blame anybody else.
Yep.
I've always sort of said with, playing professional soccer, you've kind of got 10 other guys on the field you can kind of rely on if you're not having a good day. But FIFA, if you're not having a good day at the office, it's a bad day.
I could definitely relate to that. Not necessarily the comparison between sport and esports, but just team esports versus, something like StarCraft or things like that. I've always loved the 1v1 aspect, especially when you get a real special player who can really, kind of rise above all else. It takes a special individual to be a champion in a 1v1 game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Mike again, pretty early on the offensive, and Marcus is able to kind of turn it over, but he's getting harassed pretty heavily. Throw it over towards the top side. See what Lucio can do for us. And just kicks it straight out of bounds.
Yeah, interesting one, that.
Maybe thought one of the boys would be ready to receive, or maybe one of the fans in the crowd looked like they were open. Anyway, does he have the goalie playing in the actual team? Am I seeing that correctly, or am I losing it as someone who doesn't know FIFA?
I think maybe I've missed that.
I swear I saw Van der something.
Oh, it's probably Van Dijk, maybe.
Yeah. Van der Ven, number 4.
Yes, sorry, yes, he's the A-League. Melbourne City centre back.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I'm already getting the names confused. We're off to an absolutely great start here. This is an easy one for me. Got Mbappe up the top, and he's making plays as usual. Going to try and put himself in position to convert, but he's just getting harassed on every angle. Gives it a crack, but well defended by Mike. Not only well defended, but immediately kind of on the rebound, straight on the offensive, making ground up the middle of the field.
Yes, just watching these guys, you know, the funnily enough, I don't know, when you watch, like, when they have a shot and it goes green, it's called time finishing. So, you know, you push the shoot button and then you have to press it again at like an exact time to get like a perfect strike. And, you know, it's watching these guys just hit greens all the time. Like, it's such quite a difficult skill, especially under sort of the pressure these guys are at.
Oh, an opportunity for Mike. That was dead in the centre, but still saved by the goalie nicely. And over to old mate Ronaldinho.
Oh,
hold on. Ronaldo. Oh, can't quite find the angle. And that was a bit of a mess, but we're not going to get any heroics like we saw earlier from Marcus. Instead, we're going to return to some semblance of normalcy. Does it usually get scrappy right up near the goal when you get players like these?
Yeah, I think, you know, the guys are very good at kind of pressing. That's one thing I found when I played the pros. Like, sometimes it's just like you feel like there's no way out and they're just on top of you and you're just really hard to kind of play out from the back. But
it looks like he's trying to push through a brick wall a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've tried talking to many brick walls. Doesn't usually be too productive, but that's a beautiful one straight into the left side. And Marcus is, you know, very emotive after that one.
That's a great finish from Mike J with R9.
Yeah. So, again, he's the one to take the first move. He's the one to put the pressure on. If we end up with another 1-1 we might get ourselves a draw here. Not something that we'll be seeing in the playoff bracket, but at least here for the round robin. That wouldn't be a crazy result between these blokes. You definitely want to get the dub if you can, though. And again, Mike right up close. Blocked well by Marcus. And he's going to push back through the bottom side yet again. Again, getting scrappy. Mike's always just giving it a go, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very attacking style of play going forward.
Persistence seems to be going well. Almost a decent pass there, but intercepted well by Mike. And I feel like every single time he defends over on his own side of the field, he's getting it straight back up. That was maybe a little bit of an optimistic pass, and Marcus might make him regret that. Trying to get the right angle here. Again, it's kind of getting scrappy. The possession just going all over the place, but Mike's got it back under control again.
I think with you know, Mike J, he's obviously with these two A-League players. They're like the team of the week versions, which obviously have boosted stats. You know, so I think out of all the A-League or E-League teams, sorry, should I say, you know, he's probably got the best two players in terms of A-League quality to pick from. You know, Jamie McLaren, obviously, you know, he's got a unbelievable card for an A-League player with, I think it's 90 pace he's got. So yeah, it's actually good to see him, you know, using McLaren quite a lot, as you can see now.
Yeah, I've seen him have a lot of possession already, and it seems to be paying off with him. I mean, speaking of which, he's going to pass it over to Ronaldo, and it goes straight in. This is a lot of pressure on Marcus now. It's an immediate pause. We're 40 minutes in. He's only got so much time to turn this back around. Neither one of these games have started particularly well for him, and he's really got to think about how he wants to approach this next 50-odd minutes.
Yeah, he looks like he's just taking a breath a minute, maybe just sort of assessing, you know, what he can change, who can he bring on that could maybe affect the game. Yeah, I think it's safe to say, yeah, he's looking a little concerned.
All right, well, he's going to be the one to kick things off here. And let's see if he can kind of mentally recover from how this has started for him. I'm going to pass it up the top, but unfortunately kicked out there. So it's going to be back in the possession of Mike J, which is going to be cause for concern, to be honest, because every time he's had possession, it feels like he's able to convert a reasonable percentage of the time. Again, gives it a crack. It was a nice save, though.
Yeah, he's looking dangerous. He's really utilising those driven forward passes into R9, and he's literally just getting either a reverse elastico and getting the quick shot off, which, you know, it's really hard to defend against, but he's doing it well.
Ooh, gives it another crack. Oh, that was from pretty far away, and Marcus is Oh, rightly so. He looks like he's been wronged. I feel like he's been wronged.
That was some strike from Jude Bellingham.
Oh, I feel like Mike's looking at his phone right now. He's giving a little bit of a tweet.
He's checking the replay, I think. I don't think he can believe that went in.
Beautiful. And it's going to be 3-0 for him. I mean, we're going to go to the pause screen, but with only so much time left to go, I'm not really sure what you could do. Again, like...
Look at the stats. I mean, 64% possession, 5 shots. You know, Marcus he's really got his work cut out here. You know, I think he's just got to go all out attack now. I think, you know, the game's kind of over unless he gets a goal really early in this second half.
I mean, for anyone to turn it around, he's going to know how to do it. It's just a question of whether he can actually execute that. So we'll see if he does kind of make the adjustments you were talking about, or whether the strategy that he kind of deemed for himself this game is just really not working out.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an interesting formation. I feel like he's playing slightly defensive with obviously the 5 at the back. You know, maybe it's something he's sort of thought about, having to incorporate the A-League players into the squad. Maybe sometimes that kind of changes your thinking, I guess, when you're setting up your team, formations, tactics. Because, you know, they are obviously, you know, the 2 A-League players are quite, you know, lower in stats. So you've got to kind of rethink how you're going to play, you know, with them.
Do you think that kind of fits into Marcus's usual style? Or you said it changes all the time. You know, you got to kind of reinvent yourself.
Yeah, it does, but I think they tend to kind of play them further back, so they're sort of just defending, whereas, you know, you don't really want to play, you know, apart from Melbourne City, who obviously have Jamie McLaren up front with the, you know, the special team of the week card. He can do some damage. But yeah, look, I think in terms of, you know, the players that maybe Marcus has got to choose from, he's obviously gone with more defensive minded, so maybe that's what's let him down with, you know, picking defensive A-League players.
All right, well, Marcus with an opportunity, blocked well, but he does get possession back for a second, but it's only been a second, and it feels like a common trend at this point. At least he's able to intercept in the middle of the field here, so a chance for him to maybe give it another crack as he throws it over to Theo, but easily just bullied there, actually by the A-League player who's making a fair bit of ground here. But kicked out of bounds, and Marcus is going to get possession back. Throw it back towards his side of things, and look, at least for the last couple of minutes, he's had a little bit of possession. He's again going to try to send it through the bottom side onto Mbappe, and see if he can get a crack here, but he's just able to shoot. Finally, it feels like that has not been working for him the entirety of the first game. Like, he's able to make that ground on the bottom side of the field and then tries to kick it up towards the center and actually have a crack, and it really hasn't been going well for him. You know, they haven't been landing, and it's interesting because you ask, you know, what is he going to change up? Is he going to make any adjustments? It felt like it just hadn't been working for him, and then that time he got it off. And sometimes you do have to kind of recognize if you're getting a little unfortunate, you're getting a little unlucky, and you think that your strategy is a good one, you can still keep trying it, keep trying to send it home, right?
Yeah, I think as you said, like, one thing I've found is, you know, it's really hard to defend when they're in those wider areas and they kind of work the ball across the box and they do those fast passes. It's really hard to kind of change your players to...
No way. That one didn't even feel
tough
right.
to take.
I mean, Marcus is just leant all the way back in his chair. Mike's having a beautiful day at the office right now, has to be said.
I mean, I don't even know if he pressed shoot then, did he? It just
no,
looked like
I think it just went in.
Bounced off his foot.
I didn't see the little icon come up, and look.
Yeah, it's a harsh one on Marcus, I think. But look, I mean, fair play to Mike J. He's got the ball into the area to, you know, to have the opportunity to score a goal. So, you know, we can't take that away from him.
Yeah, he's up 5-2 now overall. So, especially with how well he looks like he's defending here. Hold on. Marcus back in possession here. Going to throw it to Ronaldo and see if he can have a
What a tackle that is.
Oh, no. That's got to be frustrating. You've only got so many more minutes to kind of put the pieces back together, but it doesn't seem like it's fitting right now.
That's tackle of the night so far, that one. Unbelievable. Oh, that's...
Another crack from Mike J here. Going to kick it back downfield a little bit. See if he can find another angle and mix things up enough to kind of throw Marcus off here, perhaps. Over to Gullet there. And luckily Marcus able to find the possession yet again. He's really got to make some ground quickly here. So feels like he's trying to get the passes off as fast as he can so he can have more chances to shoot. But realistically, I mean, what, 3 goals in 20 minutes here? Don't know if it's going to be a reality, unfortunately.
No, I mean, look, not the way he's going at the moment. I mean, look, it has been done before, but yeah, I think Mike J is, he's playing really well.
60% possession, is that normal?
Yeah, look, I think with the better players, 100%. I think Mike J is just, he's been the better player so far tonight against Marcus.
Well, Marcus is going to take possession of the ball here. See if he can maybe score for pride's sake at this point. Give himself a little bit more momentum, maybe heading into some other games. Another attempt at a slide tackle there. Doesn't quite get it off. Going to try and give it a header in, but not to beat.
Oh, no.
And look, sometimes things go wrong in life, and there's not much you can do about it. Unfortunately, that seems to be the mantra of the game for Marcus at the moment. Maybe not how he expected his E-League debut to go.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think in terms of Marcus, it's obviously disappointing with the way the kind of game's going at the moment. Yeah, looking like it's obviously going to be a loss, but I think it's the first game. Obviously kind of had the bit of a grudge match lining on it, but, I think Mike J's obviously turned up and he was, probably a different class in that first game.
Is that what you expected from him?
I did, yeah. I think... Obviously, Marcus has got the experience, but Mike J's had a pretty good last few years in the E-League. He's always been in and around the top players. So yeah, I think I really can't see Marcus coming back into it, unfortunately.
Well, he's got plenty of games to kind of turn things around. You think this is probably one of his tougher games in the group in terms of opponents? Like, this is a first round matchup. Sometimes you get a little bit of an easier one to warm up. Sometimes, you're playing someone tough at the moment. I mean, I just want to ask you 2 things. First of all, from his perspective, you think this is a bit of a tougher matchup for him? And also, as a competitor yourself, what do you prefer? I know in other titles, some people like an easy opponent, warm things up, nice and chill, no pressure first game. But some people like to get themselves in the zone right from the get-go, play someone tough, and that way you can continue to form through the rest of the comp.
Yeah, I think, as we said before, obviously Marcus had a lot riding, I think, on this game, and maybe he might have played that over in his mind a bit and sort of thought about what the game meant more than actually, sort of concentrating on maybe his actual game plan and actually winning the game. But yeah, I think it's, look, he's going to be disappointed if obviously it finishes with a loss, but it's a long tournament. There's plenty of weeks left to pull it back, and Mike J's obviously a top player, so I think, as you said, he might be quite happy to maybe just get this one out of the way. And obviously, yeah, with it being a grudge match and all that, and kind of the history of it, getting it out of the way and kind of having a fresh start in the next match. I
mean, looking at his form, you might see him up the top of the standings once we end this group. He might be one of those players with a bye later on, especially if you can beat a tougher opponent nice and early on. That's going to be a good feeling. How did you feel, starting your first couple of games in E-League and stuff like that? If you get a win on the board nice and early, is that good for you? Especially if you were to beat a good a player in the first round, would that kind of give you some confidence if you're unsure before the season starts? Because it's always an interesting feeling. You can have practice go a certain way, you can prepare yourself, but once you kick the games off, it can sometimes go a little bit differently.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, I didn't win a game until probably the final series. I think I lost my first 3 or 4 games in the E-League. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it was kind of playing on my mind. It was like, you kind of just want to get that first win and tick it off. It does kind of affect you, I think, the longer it sort of goes on. So I think, not just Marcus, I think, a lot of the other players, by the end of the night, it's kind of, if you haven't won that first game, sort of question marks, sort of, you start to kind of doubt yourself a bit, I think. So yeah, look, that kind of separates, I think, the best players from, the kind of mediocre players. FIFA is a mental sport. Mentality, I think, is probably 80%, I think, of this game. Like, if, you lose your mind, you get a bit angry or whatever, start, blaming different parts of whether it's the game or whatever it is. I think that kind of plays a big thing in FIFA.
Yeah, what's different in FIFA now? I mean, you said you played quite a while ago? You know, has a lot changed, or is it more of the same?
No, it's sort of still the same. You know, it's kind of, you know, it's always the same sort of mechanics in the game. Players trying to work out, you know, where's the best angles to score from, what's kind of the most usable skill moves. Yeah, so I think, as I said, it does change every year. Obviously, this year is no different. You know, the sort of Trivela shots, German crosses, which there's a young man playing for Adelaide that he likes to abuse, so I'm looking forward to seeing some of that. But yeah, there's loads of different things. You know, that these guys will, I'm sure, put on a show for us for the rest of the tournament.
Well, the game's actually done, so we'll take a look at actually what the final score ended up being. Obviously, we get tech issues every now and then, but looking at the fixtures here, 5-2 in favour of Mike J. So not a whole lot changed in those last couple of minutes. I think it was going to be a difficult position for Marcus to turn around anyway. So listen, you know, that's the third game done and dusted at this point. We've got 3 more games to play tonight, but before we do get to those, we'll have to go to a short break. So we'll see you soon for some more FIFA.
Welcome back to the E-League Australia 2023. My name is Nate Patrick, joined by the king himself, just Man United, who is just trying to leave all those Man United references at the door. A little difficult when you've got former players scoring in the E-League, but it's been a wonderful night so far. Wonderful to get the competition up and running. We are only just at the halfway stage, of course, Justin. Plenty of FIFA esports still to come.
Yep, no, exactly right. A lot more of the night to come. A lot more matches to come. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen. And as you can see, we have a table of standings. Dylan Campbell at the top for Sydney FC, 3 points after his win. And Bilza joining him up 3 points. Well, it's really back to those like 2017-18 days. Sydney FC, Melbourne Victory up the top.
The goal difference as well. Crazy to see such big numbers off the top end yet. In FIFA 23, we talked about it before. More goals being scored. You're going to have some blowouts here and now. Very early taste of those standings, let's be honest. But we got a few comments in the chat. Where are we at? How do things stand? There you go. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Justin, we love it. Wonderful to see, as you said, some of the big clubs returning potentially. Is that a translation that we've really seen in the A-League men's before, where you have the big clubs, the best players signing the best FIFA esports competitors?
I mean, if we do go back to that 2018-2019 A-League seasons, Marco, Samir, Sydney FC going on and competing in grand finals and also winning A-League trophies. You see the likes of Melbourne Victory, who I believe in season 2 of the A-League won the premiership play.
Samir, that's a throwback. By the way, yes, I know what I said. We're going to move right along. Sydney FC used to be the kings of the E-League, Justin. We understand that. They've got Dylan this season, of course, the winner for Western United on behalf of Western United last year. That's going to be a big move by the Sky Blues, an intention to get that silverware back.
No, exactly. Sydney FC, they're a club that are built on winning championships. And you know what? They want the E-League championship back. And it's a big statement to be able to have someone who's won it before in Marco and now bringing in last season's champion in Dylan.
What about Western United as well, if you saw on Twitter and whatnot, displaying the A-League men's trophy and the E-League trophy next to one another. Got heaps of likes, got the interactions going, and that's what the E-League can do. These A-League men's clubs get some goals going viral with their A-League men's players, but it's what we enjoy about the E-League, don't we, Justin? These unlocked accounts, and we've seen the likes of R9, Hullet, Virgil van Dijk at the back. Don't know if Van der Sar's making enough saves personally, but wonderful to see some of the world's best players that you and I enjoy using in the game when we can get our hands on them on those loan foot items.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of Team of the Years being used, as I mentioned earlier. 14, 15 million coins on a Team of the Year Mbappe. Not a lot of people can say that they own that card outright. So to have the privilege to be able to play with him in the A-League, you better take it and you better make sure that you're scoring goals with him.
We have seen, as we mentioned, those bigger score lines, and I guess I've referred to it a few times. You can always disagree with me, Justin. You have already, and I love it. I told you, as soon as we finished, I'm like, mate, that was a great point. Keep going with it. But it does feel like in FIFA 23, I keep saying we're seeing more goals scored and that there's a greater amount of options for these competitors to use in their goal scoring creation. How many times have I felt like I've sat here? It's all about the finesse. It's all about the low driven. But what we've seen already in 3 rounds, 6 games, the variety of scoring options seems to be there.
Well, you know, what I really like about those goal scoring opportunities that people are creating is those meta skill moves, your reverse elastico, your ball roll scoop turn, your fake shot cancel, or even your fake skill cancel. You're creating yourself really good opportunities to be able to open up defenses and get a free shot on goal. And really, you're going to be scoring if you're getting that free shot on goal.
It does feel like we're more shocked than anything else if a shot doesn't hit the target, where maybe there's been other iterations of the game where you really do need to hit that bottom corner, otherwise it's not getting close. Still no real shots from distance, 1 or 2, or the power shot being brought out in full. Is it fair to say, as much as I'd enjoy watching it, that's just a lower percentage option, considering how many shots inside those box seem to be scored this year?
Well, I think it says to your opponent, I'm struggling to get into the box to be able to create an opportunity. I'm just going to try and hit one from long range. It says that it's not your day at the moment and that you need to be able to take one from long range. However, you do see a lot of the time happen when someone goes up by 4 or 5 goals that, I'm just going to have a pop from long range, and sometimes it's just going to fly in. If you have those items like Team of the Year Bellingham, Team of the Year Icon Ruud Hullet, they have long shot stats through the roof. You're going to be able to score.
All right. I like that, Justin. To be fair, you've nailed some of these changes that we've seen the competitors implement on the fly. If you hear me stuttering, scrambling, it's because I don't recognize Dylan Campbell right now. I do recognize Dylan Banks. Hopefully Sydney FC can supply that photo ASAP. Just Photoshop one of the Western United kits. Do what you need to do to get that done and back your champ, who is here for his second game alongside the other Dylan of the group of the league. It is Brisbane Roar and Dylan Banks, Aussie FIFA HD versus Sydney FC's Dylan Campbell, the defending champ.
Well, I mean, there you go. You can see Dylan in your Sydney FC shirt right there in the bottom right corner as Dylan Banks on the attack with Team of the Year Icon Ronaldinho. Plays it all the way into R9 with a shot. Good save by Edwin van der Sar.
A good start for Aussie FIFA HD until he immediately tries to take that corner short. Does give up the yellow card. Dylan, I don't know about you, Justin. I'm going Dylan and then Aussie FIFA or Aussie or something like that, just for this contest at least. And as such, it felt like Dylan just maybe had a little look, hoping that would be a red. I feel like that was a little ambitious.
I thought it was a bit unfair that it wasn't a red. I mean, he was through on goal. If that slide tackle wasn't taken, I know there was a man to the right, but I don't know if he was catching.
That's a good professional foul. I even say play on. Just let the game flow. You never know, to be fair, what we'll see as the weeks unfold. Aussie FIFA doing his best to respond, of course, having played Sesto in tonight's opener, and Sesto looked in form, in touch. As for Aussie, maybe just finding his feet once again, returning for yet another E-League campaign. And on top here early, Ronaldinho inside. Dylan brings across the secondary defender, Sydney FC's own Ryan Grant.
R9 with the pass, unlucky there. But Aussie FIFA on the ball now. Looking for that meta down the wing movement. But Dylan manages to tackle him. It's gone out.
Once again, Aussie coming to this side with Hakimi. We've seen it throughout the night so far. Choosing that time to play early. First time pass from Milausnic. Does not find the other orange jersey, but great to see Dylan out of the blocks. We did mention at the beginning of the broadcast, Dylan, the defending champ, but maybe not enjoying the FIFA 23 season he would have hoped for so far. Maybe the E-League is exactly what he needs to get on a roll. On a 10th seed. When working out the groups, Group A and Group B, a few comments about the weighting of the groups. Of course, using those global rankings to determine the spots. Or to say, Justinho, that your efforts so far help you out not just in the FIFA Global Series, but for the E-League itself.
I mean, you're just going to want to be performing as best as possible. That's why I was going to say, Dylan, I think to his standards, he's going to have to be disappointed with where he's ranked so far this year in the FIFA Global Series. And that's nothing against it. I'm sure he knows that he can bring it back with a he can bring this season back with a great performance in the E-League. And, I mean, we keep saying he's the champion for a reason. Why can't he go back-to-back?
Really was an emphatic E-League campaign last season as well. No one really getting close to him. Once again, no disrespect to the likes of Mark 11, Mike J, and so on. But hey, new FIFA, new E-League, new opportunities. Dylan trying to drive byline. Aussie patiently guiding him out of play. Dylan known for some of his left field choices in his lineup, most notoriously using gold foot items despite having better versions available, saying he just doesn't trust the other ones or he doesn't have a feel for them. We'll keep an eye out for any of those left field choices. He defends now.
I think we'll see one coming with Jazz FIFA when he's probably going to use Showdown Veghorst, as he did last year. And I mean, that is one card that, I mean, I would be very interested to see if anyone else is using, but I can almost think that Jazz would be using him.
Look forward to unleashing the barrage of the other 12 competitors tomorrow in Group B, and you're quite right. Showdown Weghorst, everybody completed him, everyone got excited, and then maybe things not going to plan on the football field. Apologies, Man United fans, we can move on. As Dylan has here, Aussie FIFA with R9, sees another player there, header! Well played, and Dylan taken aback like we are here in the studio. Didn't see the first pass coming, didn't see the second. Mbappe heads it through, finds the back of the net. 1-0, Aussie FIFA with the response.
Brilliantly done is all you can say. Honestly, great cross in. I think it was a chipped cross, if I'm correct. But still, Mbappe, he has jumping stats. Probably not as good as Virgil van Dijk, but you know what? He's towered over his man there. He scored a brilliant header to put Aussie FIFA into the lead.
If they were more conventional players, it was an unconventional move from Aussie FIFA, but that's what we were talking about, Justin. The variety of ways to attack, and even the best in the region, like Dylan Campbell, taken aback at how that unfolded. Aussie FIFA again with an opportunity, seeing a player free on the far side. Ronaldinho waiting to try and draw in Ryan Grant. Dylan jockeying patiently. Does love his second man press. Dylan using it to great effect. Ryan Grant bodies Ronaldinho, throws him to the ground like he's barely there. The A-League foot items helping out the competitor. It stays 1-0 as we approach half-time of this first of two legs. Aussie FIFA with the advantage and plenty of possession.
He's holding the ball very well, and unlike that game between Bilza and Lachy, the possession, the holding of the ball has led to a chance, and he scored. Up 1-0 against the champ, and half time he's going to be really happy with going in with that 1-0 lead.
The half kind of disappearing before us. Dylan controlling the ball, passed it all the way back to his keeper at one stage when he was near the halfway line. Happy to control possession, has his goal. Plenty of time left for Dylan at his new A-League men's club to put things right as he would see it. Not a shot in anger so far, and maybe that XG backing up the nature of that goal, but we love it. Justin, the variety. Maybe we don't love the German cross so much, let's be honest, but any other way to score in FIFA 23. It's lovely to have a competition, to have the highlights and the goals compilations where these competitors can show the world what they can do.
No, you're spot on, and as you did mention, we don't like to mention it, but expected goals only 0.4 for Aussie FIFA, but doesn't matter at the end of the day. You got that goal. Who cares about XG?
Sound like me in Foot Champs, to be honest, mate. Skip right past that. Ryan Grant does give it away. Great second effort from Dylan to find Lucio as Aussie FIFA is on the press very early. It leaves that spacing behind. Ronaldinho for Dylan. Plenty of time. Goes near post. Keeper stays put.
Surprised he didn't go far. I'll be honest, I'm really surprised he did not go far. I know that's hindsight, but
Ronaldinho through again and again, a green time, and he says, there you go, Justin. I tried at far post. Still the save. Aussie FIFA with the benefit of his goalkeeper on point. But Dylan, if you mentioned that XG and 0 shots, immediately putting that right. Opening up immediately at the start of the second half of this first leg. Ronaldinho, keeper brought across, meaning he cannot get back in time. Mbappe will make it 2. Dylan with a big sip of the water bottle, making it 2-0. Brisbane Roar over Sydney FC, and Aussie FIFA is in control.
Are we calling that a smart pass, not a cutback or anything like that? It was a very smart pass, but I got to feel very hard done. Dylan Campbell had 2 great opportunities, and I stand corrected. Going far post doesn't mean you score, but once again, very unlucky to be countered like that. And Aussie FIFA finds himself with a 2-goal lead against Dylan Campbell.
Sliding in. So I'll just ball roll past your second defender as well. Contact in the box. Nothing doing. Dylan with a little smile to signal maybe he thought that could have been a pen.
That probably should have been a pen.
Given away straight to Mbappe. Dylan this time will make no mistake. Not a wonderful outlet pass from Aussie FIFA at the back. He does tend to, as we say, play in a more unusual way. Keep you guessing. On that occasion, maybe just booting it forward when in danger would have been the right call regardless. Dylan on the board in this second encounter for him today. 2-1. Plenty of FIFA left to play, but plenty of gaps in behind, Justin. Aussie FIFA bringing out those centre-backs, making challenges even if those players are on a card.
And there you have it. R9 Ronaldo getting Dylan Campbell back into the game. And that's what we've been talking about a lot recently, past games. If you're countering, you're not giving your opponent the chance to get players back and to be able to have men behind the ball, so you don't get yourself caught in this situation where you're just passing around the edge of the box.
Hindsight, as you said before, about maybe if you win the ball, you win the tackle, then it looks like the press, or manually bringing out defenders, making manual tackle animations and controls is the way to do it. But for us sitting here, right there and then, it looked like a rather obvious risk. One that Dylan Campbell was more than happy to reap full reward from. Aussie FIFA, after being up 2-0, wants that one extra pass, and that is where you see the veteran status, the expertise of Dylan, not going over to the player who looked like he'd take the shot, guarding that extra pass across. He's got some more defending to do here. Aussie keeps it in play. Virgil gets the big shove, but does not win the ball. Corner taken short. Milasinic. Ceres in the way. The A-League foot items proving their value. Ryan Grant, nice and safe from Dylan. Maybe just waiting to see what style of defending Aussie's going to choose at this period of the game.
Well, I mean, I would feel very unwise to be rushing out players again, but you know, that is I feel like I myself play that kind of way, rushing players out, and you know, I think it's a bad habit, but I could be proven wrong again, and I seem to be multiple times. And you know what? I'm very happy to be proven wrong if it means someone is scoring a goal.
Maybe it just goes largely unseen as well. We always get the goal highlights. You never get the highlight of the wonderful standing tackle when you rushed out with your centre back. Dylan of Sydney FC pressing ever so slightly. Aussie happy to soak up a little bit of pressure. We'll have to go back across again, you would think, though. Have a look at the manual play of movements, that icon over Dylan's play out that he's controlling. Try and protect the passing lanes, and pushing up that little bit more brings about an offside and a chance at some changes. You can see there Aussie sticking with the 4-3-2-1 most competitors will use, but Dylan with the ever popular, particularly over the years, 4-3-2-1 narrow. 4-2-3-1 narrow. My apologies.
No need to apologise. Probably the most used formation in competitive FIFA, I'd like to say, since day dot. And you do see variations or players using different formations. For example, the 4-4-2, even some going very outrageously with the 3-5-2, one that's you see a lot of people try to use to get back into games, and then obviously the one that we mentioned before that not many people like to use, the 5-back. But I don't think we'll be seeing anyone using a 5-back at the moment because they want to get goals. They don't want to be drawing this game.
Hopefully, for our sakes, not so much, but you can understand why. The E-League Australia 2023 opening day, prize money on the line, club pride, and plenty more in between. Plenty of options for these competitors to shift things around. Maybe international competitor by the name of Stokes, infamously sticking with the 4-2-3-1. Potentially Dylan's seen that. Knows the great man is onto something. Janola absolutely rinsed when in possession on that occasion. Aussie FIFA continuing to show off a little bit in defence, if that's a new term I can get happening. Happy to use the manual standing tackle. A few slides in between. Does mean He needed to sub off a few players, get those on a yellow card off the pitch, because he's continuing that aggressive approach. Mbappe can't get past Dylan of Sydney FC, bringing it back from 2-0 down to 2-all. This is the first of 2 legs. And someone strike a blow at the end of leg 1. Caceres trying to cut inside. Aussie FIFA on that occasion happy to guard the passing lane. Once again, the first time lofted through pass. Virgil comfortably heading out to Theo on the left-hand side. Just under 10 in-game minutes remaining.
I honestly thought Van Dijk might have made a mistake there. And it seemed like a bit of a hidden hope, but sometimes those foot items, even if you have the best in the game with the team of the years, can lose those balls in the high pressure situations. I think that's what Aussie was hoping for.
Running wide with R9. Trying to isolate the defender, does so well. Mbappe, one more. Ronaldinho has 2 to beat. Not too far away, but Sydney FC's Dylan keeping calm. Manual run called near side. Well done from Dylan. Finds him. Mbappe. 2, maybe 3 defenders in the way. Nothing doing. Dare I say, right back off Mbappe indeed. With a goal kick.
If I'm Dylan, I'm really agitated by the touch that his Kylian Mbappe took there when he was through on goal. The right touch, if the animation goes, sets him up for a chance on goal. But just wasn't meant to be, unfortunately, for him.
Jude Bellingham back at right back, I assume just helping out before getting forward. Last attack of this first leg. Aussie FIFA, you can understand why. Going for that lofted through pass once more. But in the battle of the Dylans, Dylan Derby, if you have to say those words, it stays equal in name as in scoreline. 2-2, Aussie FIFA with the lead before Dylan Campbell of Sydney FC. Showing his class, his quality, why he is the reigning champ. Western United might be having a little look at this game, interested on what's changed from season to season, title to title. Wonderful fighting qualities from Dylan Campbell to bring that one back in the first leg, Justin.
It was really, really good to be able to come back from a 2-0 lead that Aussie FIFA had. To be able to score 2 goals, you have to be able to be composed and to be able to bring yourself back in. It's really, really well done. But I mean, he is the champion for a reason. He is the E-League Guys champion for a reason. And, you know, that's the resilience that you need to be able to have if you're in competitive esports. But it's not just that. You've got to be able to have the ability. You can't just have resilience. They go hand in hand.
What about on the other side of the coin, if you like, Aussie FIFA HD with an impromptu first goal, not something you'd be practicing at the very least, and you see the reaction. Dylan Campbell, I won't repeat what he said, but you can see the reaction for yourself. If he's being a little bit different with his attacking play style, maybe being a bit more aggressive in defense, is that something that can work consistently, Justin? Or do you think that fight back is the start of Footwiz Dylan really putting his statement on this game?
I think it's your first point. I think it is, second point. I think it is a fight back coming because you can only get away with that aggressive defense so much. To be able to keep doing it, you're going to be losing stamina, you're going to be drawing players out of position, and it can't consistently work unless, once again, proven wrong. You never know.
That's why you're the expert, Justin. Don't you worry. Keen to get your analysis throughout, and you're right. We have the games ahead of us, the footage ahead of us, to let it all unfold. But it is always a curiosity, particularly for our viewers watching along. Maybe they're a budding FIFA esports professional, maybe they are sort of new to the game, and they're seeing somebody who's the champ go down 2-0 early doors and thinking, should I be playing like Dylan of Brisbane Roar? But it sounds like you're saying it might work occasionally, it might work a little bit. It's probably not a reliable strategy, something that you should be doing regularly at this level.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's maybe something you can get away with against a lesser competitor because you're able to have that ability to be able to get someone back. But against someone that, as I said, a seasoned competitor like Dylan, who is a champ for a reason, I keep saying it, he is the champ, keep reminding, he's going to make you punish. He's going to punish you. He's going to be clinical in front of goal. He's going to be scoring opportunities. And before you know, you're going to find yourself 3-4 goals down. You can't keep doing that.
maybe a little unfortunate with a few of those finishes, something that we talked about during that game. Near post, far post, we talked about the variations available to the competitors. Is it sometimes that there wasn't really a right option, wrong option? In hindsight, that's all we've got to go. If it didn't go near post, it should have gone far. In your hindsight right now, Justin, do you agree, or do you think it's just one of those where Aussie's throwing him off a little bit?
No, I think looking back, there's only so much you can do, and I stand corrected in regards to that, sit corrected, in regards to that near post or far post. There is never really a right option unless someone is keeping moving, which is a really good mechanic to use, but can also leave you caught out with egg on your face if you leave an open side of the net. If they take an extra touch, you're leaving them with a free goal.
We saw it at the other end, of course, keeper movement with the easier shot for Hullet to hit it far post. Maybe we can get Dylan to take a selfie, send it through while he is in that jersey to get us the photo. The second leg between Dylan of Brisbane Roar and Dylan of Sydney FC. Justin, quite right to continue to refer to him as the defending champ. 10th seed. Not so worried when the E-League is involved. Player offside. Certainly if it is a new experience for somebody like Dylan Campbell, who's been on top of the FIFA world, certainly on top domestically, advantageous to have the likes of Marco as a teammate. Of course, Jamodo taking a break from competitive FIFA this season. Marco, defending champion, defending individual winner, premiership winner. It's got to be wonderful experience, veteran status to have alongside you while you're going through a more difficult campaign.
Well, we spoke about it before with the 1 year experience that Triad has with his competitor Lachy. Even if you've been in the E-League before, you're having people like Jamodo, like Marco in those Footwiz ranks to ask questions. You can never be shy of advice, of examples of experiences that they might have been in. They've competed across the world in multiple tournaments within the FIFA Global Series. Why wouldn't you ask questions? Why wouldn't you be able to gain that wealth of knowledge?
Love it, Justin. We'll see what happens for Dylan of Sydney FC throughout this campaign. Dylan Banks, however, Aussie FIFA, the more veteran of his pair. Envy, more casual approach to FIFA, not too worried about the E-League or FIFA esports, but Aussie FIFA with plenty of YouTube subs, very passionate about the game and teaching people about the game, how to execute skill moves and the like. Might have to carry this pairing. We might find out tomorrow with Group B. For now, it is Aussie FIFA defending against the champ. Ronaldinho does get clear. Dylan, wonderful sliding challenge. Perfectly timed from Aussie FIFA.
Virgil van Dijk, that's why he is one of the best foot items in the game. Proving that right there. What an amazing slide tackle.
Once again, Aussie determined to play that out from the back. Dylan just waiting until the passing lane is clogged up. Tried to loft the pass. No way through, no way over. Eventually, Aussie FIFA back on the ball. There was a manual run called down that far side. Aussie nice and calm. This time he will go for it. Mbappe surely to Hakimi. Caceres versus Hakimi. Maybe we need to rethink our reactions during pack openings. Justin, all of a sudden you get Hakimi, just by yourself, Caceres. Lofted through ball once more, but when that animation just isn't there, by that I mean the defender is already jogging backwards ahead of the attacker. Does seem to just feel that little bit forced, perhaps.
I mean, there's not much you can do when that defender gets in front of you. Great chip through ball there. Hakimi holding it up brilliantly, but unlucky not to get the pass away. Great defending from D. Campbell there.
Hakimi, the playmaker that maybe we didn't expect on day one, round one of E-League Australia 2023. Coming up against a potentially weaker opponent, or just in space and with time. And our competitors from across the evening so far, it's been a common theme. Justin, get Hakimi free and he'll almost do the rest.
Yeah, we saw it so many times with Bilza's game. As Aussie FIFA on the attack here, unlucky not to get the pass through to Mbappe. And a great switch from Dylan there.
Plenty of open pasture, and Dylan with a shake of the head. Frustrated he bothered playing that when, as just mentioned, the defender's there, already making that run to cover. Just got to be patient, take your time, an extra touch or two. But these are the fine margins, of course, of playing on the big stage in the E-League. All simple for us to sit here and analyze, but there's a lot of guessing games going on right now. Justin, we can't see them. They're not talking to us. You can almost see those gears turning, dare I say, against Aussie FIFA more than almost anyone else. It's just unpredictable.
Well, you spoke about fine margins. First goal here is going to be key. Simple as that. First goal is going to be so key. As Dylan with R9 passed it to Mbappe. Unlucky again. Great tackling, I have to say, from Aussie FIFA. With Virgil van Dijk again. He's always going up, Virgil van Dijk. That Team of the Year foot item. It's a privilege to have any of those cards. Foot items, I should say, in the game.
2-2 after leg one. Still deadlocked. In the second, we will have a draw if scores are level at the end of the second. Lots of 90 minutes, no extra time, no pens until playoffs. And we're not thinking about that right now. Aussie, one more pass across was there. Well blocked by Dylan from Sydney FC. And maybe again, where there's the pros of the unpredictability, you might have seen it the other way, where Aussie FIFA's trying to catch his opponent unguarded. I know you might not have put it in a positive light, Justin. Personally, I don't mind the extra pass across. You can call it sweaty, you can call it what you like, but just makes more sense for that clearer cut chance, surely.
Oh no, you're spot on. I mean, you see it so often now in competitive FIFA, running down the line and passing it across goal, but then even going for another pass just to confirm that scoring opportunity and confirming that goal. Surprised to say that we've ended the half scoreless. I would have thought the players are going more out there to get grab a goal.
Can go one of two ways, really, and understandably, when things are tight, you go pedal to the floor. And again, when you've got Aussie FIFA, a little bit unpredictable in his build-up, in his defensive style, and be a little bit harder, even over two legs, to find the way through. For his sake, a little bit more possession, plenty more passes, more tackles attempted despite their extra possession. Backing up what we're saying there, Justin, of unpredictable, aggressive, of course, when trying to score, but also at the back with plenty of manual tackling.
We spoke about it before. Manual tackling. I mean, it's those fine margins once again.
You're thinking jockeying is almost always the best approach. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it's been the best approach for a while now. But then again, I guess with manual tackling, if you get it wrong, it's on you. Simple as that.
Big moments call for big time plays, and maybe it is that extra intensity in the tackle, in his defense. It will help out Aussie FIFA at the moment. It just means spacing behind, and the green time finish from Ronaldinho. Finally, Dylan will be saying one of those passes has linked up, and finally he's taken the lead across two legs. 3-2 with under a half remaining.
Brilliant through ball, through to Theo Hernandez, and then the smart pass across goal onto the edge of the box. Who's waiting there? Team of the Year icon, Ronaldinho. Are there many better players you could ask for to be able to be waiting for that pass on the edge of the box?
Attempted cross, easily repelled. You can see Dylan Campbell just leaning in that little bit more into it. You know, in the Comp FIFA that these competitors have experienced so far this season, all done online, so the experience will be nothing new, but the competitors, the opponents, and the occasion, different indeed. Mbappe, well held up, and then that next touch, Dylan says, not what I wanted, please. He will go again. Mbappe using the midfield trio just to hold it up. Then Ronaldinho attempted to get through, takes down the defender off the ball. Why not? Bit of physicality. And we go again. Goodness me, Aussie FIFA cannot get it out of there at the moment. We said the gears look like they might be turning, Justin. Turning the screws at the moment. is Dylan of Sydney FC pushing for that 2-goal buffer.
I mean, that's what he would be looking for now. Definitely doesn't want to concede at any time, but especially now, with only half an hour left in game of this double leg.
Little smile again, maybe hoping his defender could have kept that in play. Caceres gives it straight back to him. Dylan trying to pass out from the back and will be punished. Aussie says, thank you very much. I'll take that gift and I will take 3 goals apiece. Those fine margins, that unpredictability, coming back this time in the favour of Aussie FIFA, rather, anticipating that Dylan would try and play it out from the back.
I was about to say he's going to feel hard done by there, Dylan. He probably was aiming the ball somewhere else and unfortunately hasn't gone where he intended it. And Aussie FIFA's taken good use of that and scored.
There's not been many set-piece scenarios in round 1 of E-League Australia 2023. Free kicks are certainly back this season. So Dylan taking it directly. Reasonably comfortable save. 3 goals apiece. 1-1 in this second leg. As tight as you'd like. Virtually all the way throughout. Lovely first time ball. Caceres to Jude. Heel to heel. Does not work out. And now on the counter. You can see it. Dylan with a big sigh as he played that ball. Held up in the air. Bit too much loft rather than through with a lofted through ball.
It was great defending there by Team of the Year, Theo Hernandez, against Mila Jusnic. Dylan now on the attack. Holding the ball up nicely, just looking for that free pass.
Opens up a bit of space, using the width of the left and right forwards, as we'll call them. Wondering if he has moved back to the 4-2-3 on narrow, whether he's stuck with the 4-3-2-1 as his opponent was doing. Yet another square pass with Dylan from Sydney FC lurking. But Aussie FIFA, to his credit, is finding the passes, finding the space. Keeper called out, and Aussie FIFA knows that was so close to being the big one. The opener to make it 4-3. Welcome back to esports across the board, by the way. It happens domestically. It happens internationally. We don't love it. We don't like it. Something that we understand is a thing. Gives us a moment, Justin, to take a deep breath and reflect on what we've seen so far. And what we've seen, I'm going to use that word just one last time. Unpredictability from Aussie FIFA HD, which if you've just joined in, I'm referring to the gamer tag, the YouTube name of Dylan from Brisbane Raw. Both these competitors are returning ones, but Dylan from Sydney FC with that pressure, shall we say, of being the defending champ and finding his way through this FIFA 23 competitive season. What has been your take early doors on coming down from 2-0 to make it a 4-3 advantage, find his way through his opponent that maybe he's not come up against rather just too many times?
Well, we spoke about it before, and I mentioned it before, the resilience part of it. To come back from 2-0 down, it takes a real player to do that. And being the champion, you're gonna have that ability and the resilience to be able to do it. And he went ahead. He went ahead in that second leg, went up 3-2 across both. Unlucky to concede, I would say. Wasn't intending that pass, I don't think. But at 3-3, game was on a knife edge. And, you know, I think he's got something to prove this season. And you might think, does he really have anything to prove? He's already won the competition before. But I think if you're that person that goes back to back, no one can ever question your ability. Ever. Ever. He, as we mentioned before, 10th in the Global Series. At this point in the season, it might not be as he would have hoped for in that part of the FIFA competition, but the E-League is always an opportunity to be able to put your season maybe back on track. And if you win it, I mean, no one can ever question you. As I said before, you've won a competition, but yet I seem to be questioning Dylan's ability despite him have won it last season.
Understand, Justin, completely. And again, we have seen that in the E-League, which is why I like you continuing to refer to him as the defending champion. It must be known that he has that trophy. He is the one still to beat. And just because the title might have changed, times might have changed, it doesn't mean this isn't the perfect opportunity for Dylan of Sydney FC to get it done and dusted. Surely these are the final throws of this second leg. 4-3 with Dylan of Sydney FC fighting back to bring it back the last few minutes, and fair enough if this is the time to change things up. Justinho, maybe with a formation indeed. Mentioned the 3-5-2. Personally, I feel like competitors have been going for that 3-4-2-1 a little bit more, similar to the 4-3-2-1, but you're more in sync with Aussie FIFA HD than I understood. Well played.
Well, I'm interested to see if Dylan is going to be making a change, Dylan Campbell that is, to a 5-back. I mean, there's only a couple of minutes left. Get those extra men behind the ball. You don't need another goal. Shore up the win.
Well, goal difference is certainly a factor of the tournament. You saw it with the ladder a little earlier. You need that 3 points. You need the win first and foremost. It is only that 1 goal margin. Aussie FIFA has shown that he can indeed score. And so the tactical change, the 3-5-2, Justin all over it. Bang up that depth. Get the pressure on for should be a pulsating final few moments. You know what? Just bring all the sliders up. Why not? Constant pressure. All the players in the box. You love to see it. Eusebio on the left-hand side. Messi on the right. Not players you'd traditionally see in the left and right mid spots. In these final minutes, Justin, as many attackers on that pitch as you can field.
I mean, he's certainly going for only a minute and a half left. Let's see if Aussie FIFA can grab himself a goal back and get a draw.
First things first, he needs to get the football back. And that has gone off the defender. A bit frustrated. It's Mr. Dylan Banks, and that time it's a foul. You've seen it at the end of the A-League men's. You're seeing it here in the E-League. Little moments, little frustrating bounces of the ball as the seconds tick down. Still time if he can get it back now, but instead it's Dylan Campbell with space and time in the area. An extra pass there if he wants it. It does land at the feet of a teammate. More importantly for him, the seconds have indeed counted down. When you feel like it, mate, you can get that out of play. We are done. We are dusted. And Aussie FIFA HD, despite taking an early 2-goal lead, has the defending champ, say it loud, say it proud, 4-3, getting that win for his new club. Good successful day really then for Dylan, having played Noah earlier on in that first round. Despite the tests and tumbles and worries, Justin ends today with 2 wins from 2 in Sydney FC, looking fine.
6 points out of 6. I mean, hasn't really put a foot wrong.
Love it from Dylan. Both Dylans, thank you very much to Aussie FIFA as well. We'll get you back called Dylan after this break. Don't go anywhere. Round 5 coming up shortly. Welcome back to E-League Australia 2023. My name is Nate Patrick, and we are through 4 rounds already. I don't know if you guys, it's flying by as well. We're loving the goals, the tight games, and the quality, and what we've just seen, the Dylan derby. Okay, fine, I'll say it one more time. I got a few DMs being like, it's not that bad. So, okay, there you go. You happy? Also, yeah, Serena just stopped tweeting so much. Honestly, it's just on the screen everywhere. Breaking my concentration from seeing the defending champ, Justin, get it done with that comeback against Dylan from Aussie FIFA.
No, it was a great comeback. 2 goals down, and I keep saying it, the champ, proving why he is the E-League champion.
Got to get that respect on that name. Don't you worry, Justin. I'm with you, mate. I've taken your side, to be quite honest. We're going to see the storylines develop and different competitors take that favourites mantle as we go through round 1 today. We finally got those double ups of games where those standings get a little bit more detailed, a little bit in depth. And what does it mean? Obviously, with the 2 more rounds still to come, Dylan Campbell is on top, back where he would say he might belong. Sesto with a draw against Noah Jar. So big respect to Noah for making that one closer, for fighting back in his second game of the night. Bilza, Mark, Mike, lots of competitors with that 1 win, still well above. And Dylan Banks, sad to say, bottom of the ladder, but Mitch certainly not been miles off the quality or the standard, taking that 2-goal lead against Dylan.
No, obviously, look, he's done very well. I think in terms of Bilza's quality, obviously going into the next game against Paddy, if I'm correct. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to kind of see how it does. Obviously, Paddy's a new player coming into the E-League as well.
Generally speaking, with esports, what's it been like for you having different people, take the crown, be the big dog, and all of a sudden the next year they're not maybe up to scratch again? Is that a constant theme, or is this a little bit different?
It's a bit of a theme for me. I mean, we had the Dylan derby, we had the Mitch derby in the break, and he put me down pretty easily. So I feel like I'm the one on the bottom of the table right now.
Fair enough. Good to know that it's not an uncommon theme with these similarly named opponents. Goodness knows we've got plenty of marks as well. But the king, the defending E-League champion, Dylan from Sydney FC, is going to have a quick chat with Lav right now.
Dylan, reigning champion, back again. You've won. You're on top of the ladder. You have won our Dylan Derby. How are you feeling?
I think the best word to describe is relief almost. I think it's been a pretty challenging season for me so far, but I still know that I'm at the level where I can be winning tournaments. So to get off the mark with 2 wins today, it definitely serves as something that I can build off for the rest of the season.
It was a pretty tough game. Other Dylan did put up quite the fight. Would you say that you are the winning Dylan of the E-League? Are you the top Dylan here?
I would like to say so, but if I'm being honest, not just yet. I think I'm starting to hit a little bit of form. That game was very challenging. I knew going into it, obviously, I saw the result of the first game. I don't think the scoreline reflected his result very well. So I knew going into this game, he was going to be putting up a lot more of a fight, making it a lot more difficult for myself. And I did get a bit frustrated throughout the game with that approach because I didn't see much of the ball. But credit to him because he executed a play style that was very close to securing a result.
And obviously, you finished up last season with Western United. Now you're in the Sky Blue. Talk me through your team selection for this week. You've got to pick Sydney players, obviously. Why'd you pick who you picked?
Well, first of all, I picked Ryan Grant at fullback. I think
good choice.
Overall, he was just one of the better defenders in the league in FIFA, so he was a pretty easy selection for me. And then the other spot was always going to be an attacker. It was always going to be between Robert Mack, Joe Lolly, and Caceres. I ended up going Caceres just because he's a bit better defensively, a bit better with dribbling. So I think he suited my play style the best overall. And
it's clearly paid off for you. You're sitting on top of the ladder 2 games in. Good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
The champ, defending champ, this time repping the Sky Blue of Sydney FC, Dylan Campbell. Relieved, the word that he used there, friends, gentlemen. Understandable when you are that defending champ and you feel like you got something you need to back up. There are expectations. Everyone's looking at him as the competitor to beat. Mitch, do you believe that relieved is kind of the way that we saw him perform, where maybe there's a few things that didn't go his way, but the results did?
Yeah, sort of. But I think I said earlier, I believe that he's got the best mentality in the Oceania region in terms of, he goes a goal behind. He could go 2-3 goals behind, and I'd still believe that he's going to come back and win. He doesn't seem rattled or phased, that he's, he never sort of shows emotion, which I think is, a big positive, especially in FIFA, because it's, half its mind games.
One of those things where if something doesn't go your way, perhaps it's best just to acknowledge, get rid, and go again. That is hopefully Paddy from Adelaide United. Not quite sure. He's got plenty of pictures out there. I'll tell you what, you could pick from his Instagram feed up against the King of Riz of E-League Round 1. Bilza Gummis coming at ya, representing Melbourne Victory. Some might call this the original rivalry. Some might call it the E-Regional rivalry. Bilza, Mitch, looking forward to hearing the action this game.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how it unfolds. I mean, we're starting to get some repeat guests here in terms of the players, and we'll see if anybody's going to be putting themselves up to the top of the standings yet again. I think obviously Bilza won his game earlier, so it'd be a great start to the E-League to be going up 2-0 in the round robin.
Yeah, look, I think in terms of, Bilza's quality, obviously, came up against a new player in the Central Coast Mariners, Lachy in the first one, so I think it was a good game for him to win and obviously take the confidence from that game and bring it into this one.
Anything standing out to you here as we, get a little bit of a look through for just a second there, or still need a bit more time?
I think, I think as I said in the earlier games, it's obviously where the A-League players are going to be positioned. I think it's always kind of interesting to see. I think kind of looking, Goodwin's obviously going to be a nailed-on starter for Paddy with Adelaide. So, he's I think one of the only couple of gold cards that are actually in the A-League. So, it's going to be interesting to see how he fares. Goodwin, he's obviously in form in the real A-League. So, keen to see how he goes.
Both of the boys in the player camps absolutely locked in. And that's the only the second game. Definitely already had a little bit of a warm-up earlier. Paddy going to take possession nice and early on and get inside the box, but not quite able to convert. And now Bilza working his way back through.
David Beckham as well for Paddy. It's not a usual selection, I don't think, from most of the boys.
I mean, I haven't seen that name on the FIFA screen yet. I've definitely seen that name elsewhere.
Yeah, well, Paddy loves a cross, so I think we can expect David Beckham to whip a few in from wide areas.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that. Already the whistle being blown. Had a couple of pauses. The boys are a little bit unsettled, shifting around, having a little bit of a sip of water. What's going on?
He doesn't look happy, Paddy. I'm not sure what's going on. He's got quite a puzzled picture on his face there.
Yeah. Well,
Bilza's having a giggle.
Yeah. He's pretty locked in. Even got the lighting to match. That's a bit of a flex, getting ready for the E-League. You need to make sure that you've got all the decor ready to go.
Well, he is a big streamer, Paddy, in his sort of spare time. So yeah, he got the matching red lighting for
like
Adelaide.
A pretty nice setup going on there. Bilza, yeah, not bad.
Got the Melbourne Victory stickers on his door.
Yep. It's got another jersey in reserve there, just in case, if we're feeling a bit of a different colour, perhaps.
Yeah, it might get a little hot and sweaty under the collar if he goes a couple of goals down here. So
I already changed my shirt once today. It was just that kind of weather,
Well, it has been hot, hasn't it?
Yeah.
40 yesterday, 35 today.
I need to get me one of these jerseys, mate. This looks beautiful and breathable, but I don't know if I'm going to be good enough to earn one, to be honest, mate.
Well, you never know. I've got a couple of spares, so.
Oh, okay. I mean, if it just says Mitch on the back, then we're covered. So.
That's it. 2 great names on the panel.
Oh, absolutely. I actually completely disagree. Don't know why anyone would call their child Mitchell, but anyway, plenty of great names out there. Mbappe being one of them that seems to come up again and again tonight. And there we go. We've got Beckham down here on the bottom here. Unfortunately disappointing us a little bit with that pass, but that's all right. Bilza's going to grab himself possession yet again. So who's he fielding from his squad?
He's sort of on the sort of similar layout of squad compared to the other guys. Obviously, look, I think in terms of Bilza's play style, I think he's a little bit more of a sort of a slower play.
Which is interesting for someone that's a bit fresher, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, Bilza's going to have sort of no fear, I think. A lot of the younger guys coming into it, he's obviously really happy to kind of be involved. But, he's an up-and-coming talent, and he obviously showed that in his first game.
Absolutely. Already getting himself a win on the board. A bit of airtime for the ball there. I felt like Paddy was going to run it all the way down the field, but not quite. And Bilza gets possession yet again. Going to start trying to make some plays here, but it's got to be pretty much Mbappe on his own for the most part. A few too many defenders for him to really find the right angle, but he's still giving it a crack. I mean, you could kind of see that probably wasn't going to work out for him. And once again, it's been pretty back and forth early on here. Paddy's got himself possession yet again. You kind of feeling out how these guys are playing. I mean, we've already seen Bilza once. Is this? I think this is the first time Paddy's been on stream. Is that someone you're familiar with, or?
Yeah, look, I've seen him in and around the FIFA community. He has a bit of a reputation for what's called a German cross. It's kind of a deep lying cross, which is pretty much, if you can master it, it's pretty hard to defend.
Sounds like a dog breed to me.
Yeah, look, it's it's an interesting one, but Paddy's mastered it. Does a lot of TikToks around it that has gone viral with his tactics. So let's see if he can bring his TikTok game to the E-League.
Yeah, seems to be more and more these days. No matter what esport that you're involved in, TikTok is just endemic. Love our 10-second clips, and sometimes, at least from what I'm seeing, get yourself closer to the box, and all you need is half a second, 2 seconds to get the right opportunity. Paddy's going to get himself possession here once again and run it down the bottom side. And as he did mention, Beckham down the bottom and beautifully done, straight into the corner. And Paddy's got himself up to a 1-0 lead. Bilza a little bit disappointed about that one.
Yeah, look, it's the same old thing again, wide areas and sort of, passing it across infield. It's difficult to defend. I don't know whether it's, being able to select the right player, but I've always found it when I play FIFA, it's so hard to defend when they kind of start wide and they do those quick passes, across the box.
Again, Bilza's trying to get in there, but it feels like Paddy's playing some pretty good defense right now. Always has a wall of the boys just near the box. And he's, once again, trying to find a way to get through the middle of the field here. And I'm already seeing the pattern. We're heading down to Beckham quite a bit down the bottom side.
Yeah, it's good to see Paddy using a few different players. He's got Vidic as well at centre back. I don't think we've seen anybody use him yet. Obviously Beckham is no one's used him. It's just good.
Is it a flex winning with those players?
Well, I think so. I mean, they're not the players I would pick. That's for sure. And obviously the other guys have sort of factored that in as well, that they haven't used them. So look, it's nice to see players being a bit unique and I guess having a bit of a storyline to themselves. I'm sure he has a story in terms of why he's using Beckham, and
he gets a dub here. We might be able to ask him a little bit more about that. Once again, throwing it down to Beckham on the bottom side of the field,
and he's been Beckham.
Yeah, he's been pretty good at getting it right up towards the box and handing it off to someone. Usually it has been Mbappe, and this has been a bit of a recipe for success, but unfortunately this time not to be. Gonna throw it back over to Bilza, and he just takes a little bit of a second to get comfortable before he kicks off. Throwing it up towards the top side. Again, it's just this wall of players here for Paddy. Very hard for Bilza to break through. And once again, it's a interception, a bit back and forth. Bilza can't really get himself comfortable just yet. And won't do so at all. Straight back, reset it to Paddy. He's been excellent.
He uses his two central defensive midfielders really well. They sort of, sit in front of the two central defenders and sort of protect them. He really uses them well to sort of cover those attacking areas, which is making it hard for Bilza.
I mean, again, it's the combo, isn't it? Beckham puts him in pole position, hands it off to Mbappe, and if he can't get through, someone else is going to.
Yeah, he's struggling, Bilza, in the sort of wider areas to defend Paddy. Look, Beckham's running the show out on the wing. Wasn't expecting that, but yeah, fair play, Paddy. Good first half from him.
Not only is he put himself in the winning position, he's doing it with style as we head through to half-time. Adjustments here for Bilza. What are you expecting?
Nothing too crazy as of yet. Look, it's still the first half. I think he just needs to try and work out defending in those wider areas, because Beckham's obviously causing him a few issues. Coming inside, he's sort of struggling to stop that. So I don't know whether he maybe changes something up where he can maybe get an extra player out there to sort of help the fullback, because Beckham's causing him problems.
So is that a change up of formation? You need to shuffle some different player in? Like, what's the go?
Yeah. Look, we need to sort of see what's on his bench, but I mean, just looking at the stats there, he's not even had a shot yet, Bilza. So look, Paddy's, as I said, he's defended really well. He uses his two CDMs, some of the best I've seen so far today. So yeah.
Again, Paddy gets himself some possession here. Start making a little bit of ground. Mostly in towards the centre here, which is where he hasn't really been as active. But here we go again. Straight back over to Beckham, who's going to try and give it a crack. Defended that time, but it was a very near miss there.
I thought Hullet would have got to that first.
Not quite. And now we'll wait to see if he's going to have another crack here. Paddy shuffling things around. I mean, again, it's just straight over to Beckham. He's going to try to get it from... Oh, that's off the top.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, as if he needed another goal at that point, and it just feels like even if he's not making the most of these opportunities, again, he gets possession, and it's straight back up towards the top side. He just keeps trying to hammer this home. Unfortunately, whistle gets blown, and now Bilza going to have a crack here, and he needs to kind of get something rolling. Like, he's not under a massive amount of pressure just yet. Let's be real, he's already got himself a dub today, but he needs to start to get himself rolling at some point. You just don't even get in. You don't.
No, look, he's defending really well. I think, Bilza just needs to, take a breath and just kind of reset here, because
hold on.
you don't want the game to get away from you too quickly.
Straight off the dome. As Bilza again getting possession. He's just giving it a crack at this point. Is this frustration? Does he just feel like he needs to start shooting from outside the box the way that Paddy's defending, or?
I'm not sure about doing the Trivella shot. I think with the player he just tried it with.
Oh,
there we go.
It's straight off.
There's nearly a successful one.
Yeah, almost makes it in. I think saved by the goalkeeper or the top of the goal. I couldn't tell. As Paddy straight back into possession. Bilza, nice little intercept for him. He's going to pass it over here towards Mbappe, but he's a man on a mission by himself right now, but he makes it work. Beautifully done. It was a bit of a solo play, but look, at the end of the day, it's a goal on the board. That might relieve a little bit of pressure. Not sure he's going to be able to necessarily replicate that.
I thought the chance was gone when he tried the skill move, but look, I guess that's the 97 Timothy Mbappe right there. Even when I thought the chance was gone, he stuck it top corner, so fair play. Yeah, game on.
We take a little bit of a pause, but I don't know, man. I feel like if I'm Paddy right now, I don't really think I need to change anything up too much. That felt like a little bit of an outlier, no?
Yeah, look, I think he's going to be disappointed because he's been on top. Let's be honest. But that's FIFA. Literally, you can be on top the whole time, and all it takes is the opposition player to get one chance, and the straight back in the game. The momentum changes. Next minute, now Bilza's going to be having full of confidence after scoring, and he's more than likely going to go after Paddy here now.
See if he can get amongst it. It's waiting for things to kick off again. If Paddy's going to keep kind of working that same style, and whether Bilza's going to find himself an answer to that. Finally resuming the match here. And we're going to kick things off with Paddy in possession. Start kicking things around the centre of the field, and I am very unsurprised to see things head this way. He's not really changing up too much, but it feels like Bilza was a lot more ready for that. He had the boys up towards the top side of the field, and he was able to very quickly stop Beckham from running it straight up the top. Now he's on the offensive with his own Mbappe, and trying to kick from outside that line of defenders, but can't quite convert. Back again towards Paddy, who seems to still be trying to hammer things home. Is this Bilza adapting? It feels like he's being a lot more active in the middle of the field at the moment, right?
Yeah, he's really sort of starting to read Paddy's play a bit better here. Especially Paddy likes to play out from the back. He's taking a few risky passing options, but I just feel Bilza's sort of a bit more on the front foot now, trying to step in the right areas to try and win the ball back higher up the field.
Oh, that's a long one. Beckham's looking for it. Able to finally find it. See if he can hand it off to someone who can do something with it. But it feels like Bilza's in a little bit better of a position than usual. And I don't think Paddy was feeling it. He's going to try and reset and see if he can convert something else, right?
Yeah, I think he's just going to sort of hold on to the ball a bit here and just kind of, as you said, just sort of reset. Maybe just sort of try and draw Bilza out. He's sitting a bit deep here, so sometimes, just passing the ball around the back, just trying to make him make the first move before you can start your attack is sometimes the better option.
Again, Paddy going to reset. Still holding on to things, trying to set up one of the boys for a goal, but Bilza's got it back yet again. And see if he can try and do something with that. Again, he's got space. Different player this time around. Going to try to convert this opportunity. Seems to always be kind of shooting from that position, but didn't quite get the opportunity this time around.
Yeah, I'd love him just to maybe try, sort of similar to how Paddy's been playing, maybe try and work it from the wide areas across into the middle. He seems to maybe trying to go through the middle a little bit too much.
See if he's able to see that, maybe make that adjustment. It's hard on the fly in the middle of the game sometimes. We have the lovely armchair perspective on this beautifully comfortable couch. Sometimes it's easier to see stuff.
It's always easier said than done, No,
100% armchair analyst. Even just from the casting couch, for sure. Can be pretty blatant, but then when you're in the moment, it's a bit of a different story.
It is. And as I said, I think that's why some of these guys do have coaches, because I think, having a second set of eyes, somebody that's sort of, further back and watching it, they can give you that bit of advice that you might need, something that you've not seen. But as I said, I go back to sort of real professional sport. I think that's where esports is kind of similar, having that sort of coaching system as well.
Yeah, it can be helpful. Unfortunately, in my experience, having done some coaching, people don't always listen to you. Some of the younger boys, a little bit stubborn.
Yeah.
Paddy, also a little stubborn at times. He seems to try to keep making this same thing work, and it was going great in the first half of this game. It still put him in a winning position, but definitely hasn't been as dominant of a strategy. So maybe as we head towards the dying hours of this game, he might have to have a little bit of a rethink, maybe shake things up heading into the second leg. For the time being, though, still a little bit of time here for Bilza to even things up. He's kind of dancing around the box for the time being. There's about, I'd estimate, 70 red players in position to defend. Just a rough estimate. And it feels like that way every single time. And again, Paddy, he's just running away with the ball again.
Yeah, I think he's sitting a bit deep here, Paddy, just trying to absorb the pressure, maybe get Bilza on the counter-attack. I see Bilza's pushing a lot of his players a bit further forward now, but he's
got up nice and close there.
Defended well there.
Not sure if they headbutted the ball or each other. Either way, we ended up with something. Paddy again with possession here. Lots of the boys inside the box, but Bilza getting things back under control. Going to kick it back out and try to make some ground. This is where he's done his best work, when it doesn't feel like a lot of the defenders have made it up the field yet, and he's trying to make himself an opportunity. Gets inside the box, going to pass it off to somebody, but not quite converting just yet. He keeps giving it a crack here, Mitch, but not quite able to make it work. And with that, it's a real tight game heading into the second leg.
Yeah, look, I think Bilza had a pretty good sort of last 30 in-game minutes there. I think he definitely finished on top.
I love seeing the adaptation. Like, I can see him starting to learn, like, see the patterns and working it out, In some of the other games, I think a little bit of stubbornness. You can try to hammer one thing home a little bit too much. It's only early days for me just yet, but I don't know. I have that. I feel like I have that kind of brain with every esport, where I look for the patterns. I'm trying to understand what is this player trying to do, even if I don't necessarily understand the game to a deep level. And it feels like Bilza's able to see that in his opponent a little bit, right?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. As I said, I think he's really come into it the last sort of 30 minutes, in-game minutes. Sometimes it does maybe take, 40, 50 in-game minutes to kind of, really adjust to your opponent, how they play. But yeah, I think Paddy had a lot of joy, coming from the wide areas and sort of playing the ball, passing it really fast across to, his central striker for a shot on goal, which, he obviously scored from. So, look, Beckham was causing him problems, so I think hopefully Bilza's not having nightmares about Beckham in this second leg.
For some of the people, those will be wet dreams, but it depends on your perspective, I suppose. And we take a little bit of a look at the replays, and of course it's Beckham setting some of the boys up for success pretty regularly here, at least at the start of the game. And look, Paddy looking pretty confident about it. Surprisingly, not crazy reactions out of Bilza. He seems like he's pretty level-headed, not getting too carried away with himself, which is good to see someone, with their debut in the E-League. I say debut in the E-League, but even he was saying in the interview he's used to playing all the boys. So, even if you haven't played in like one of the premier competitions, doesn't mean you lack the competitive experience necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're always sort of DMing each other for friendlies and things during the week. There's a select pool of elite players, so you kind of want to play against the best, because at the end of the day, that's the only way you're going to improve, is playing all the the top players in Oceania. So
yep.
Yeah, they're all accustomed to sort of playing against each other on a regular basis.
Got to get those scrims in, man. Very important. But you can't always cash in your scrim bucks for wins when the tournament starts, for sure.
That's it. It's the same with anything. I think once it's game day, that kind of flick switches, and some people could maybe sort of buckle under the kind of match day pressure, and a lot of the players beat each other all the time in practice games. When it comes to a game, E-League, for example, and they can't beat a certain type of player. So, yeah.
Honestly, this series kind of given me a similar vibes to that Dylan derby where, seems like a bit of a lower scoring game. I'm 90 minutes in. I don't know who's going to take this one,
Yeah, it's been one of the closer games, I think. But yeah, it's been actually an enjoyable watch. Paddy's been a breath of fresh air, I think, just in terms of a different sort of play style and using some different players. And yeah, obviously using Beckham too, which is, it's been great.
Well, let's see if he can convert or if Bilza wants to double up on his wins for today. Again, interested to watch Paddy's patterns of play. Because, he was hammering home the same kind of approach for success in the first half. And again, feels like he's trying to go for a similar kind of approach here. He's getting some ground. Feels like Bills is a little bit more ready for it this time. And again, he's defended it nicely. I don't know if that's going to work again for Paddy. I think he needs to find something a little bit different, maybe.
Yeah, he sort of likes that lofted, chipped ball kind of, in behind to the striker, which, if you've got top-tier centre-backs that are tall enough to kind of just head that away. I think Bills has maybe sort of switched on to that now, so it'll be interesting to see if there's a plan B here for Paddy.
Oh, hold on. He got a little bit more pace in that time. I thought he might have had an opportunity, but not quite able to put the puzzle pieces together. And a little bit of pressure on the top side of the field here. Bills are seeing what he can do. He's going to actually get a little bit of space here, straight inside of the box, and has a crack at it, but the goal is good for it.
Great ball from Nani.
Yeah. Similar to the other time that Bilza was able to find it, he's going to have another opportunity to convert here, but in a little bit more pressured circumstances perhaps. It's an absolute mess inside the box right now. And look, again, nice defense there from Paddy. And he's going to be sending it back over towards the top side. It's watching Bilza kind of switching players and adjusting people over towards the middle and the top. It just already feels like he's kind of adapting to what's going on here. Very intentional. Time Paddy moving over towards the south side. We'll see if he can find something over there. Interested to see if he has a plan B, really, Mitch.
Yeah, he's really sort of impressed me the way he's kind of adapted and the way he's defending now. Paddy's finding it difficult, I think, as we said. Those sort of... Oh, hang on.
Oh, he has a crack at it. Again, it's a good save and doesn't even go out, so...
That's better from Paddy, though. He's changed it up a bit. Maybe I think he does need to go through the middle a bit more now.
I liked what he did. He's kind of making it look like he's trying to have the same approach and then sending it back down into the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, bloody hell. I thought I was here for FIFA, not WWE. But anyway. Look, Bilza back with possession here. Going to try and have a crack inside the box. Again, over to Mbappe. Getting bullied by 2 or 3 players, whoever has possession here. And it feels like he just kind of wants to find the right angle to give it a crack. But the longer he's kind of waiting for that, the more pressure he's under to take the shot, because Paddy is absolutely harassing him right now. And after all said and done, a bit of a mess. Paddy's going to, again, kick things up, towards the middle, the top side of the field. I want to see if he's going to, again, kind of threaten up towards the top and then, go back down through the middle, something like that. Got a little bit of space there. A couple of boys who could be on the receiving end. Yeah, I think this is what his adaptation might be. We'll throw it back over to Beckham again. This is what was working for him in the first half. Still not quite the right angle. Looking for the approach, but Bilza is just harassing him. He's making it so difficult right now.
He is, and yet again that chipped ball that he seems to be quite fond of, Paddy. It's an interesting one. Like when they've got the top centre backs, they're literally just headed away. So I think he needs to keep it more on the ground and try and pass his way through, unless he's obviously going to do one of his famous German crosses.
That would be a good way to secure yourself a victory. That might be going on TikTok afterwards.
Certainly. And I'll just say it's great to see Nani on the field for Melbourne Victory as one of their A-League players. He's done his ACL, one of the big names that's actually come out to the A-League. So it's disappointing. He's obviously missed the actual A-League season, but good to see him on the field in the E-League.
I don't know, maybe he might have a crack himself, Mitch, you know.
Well, you know, they're paying him still, so...
Oh, beautiful there.
Great goal.
Bilza is hyped. Absolutely pumped about that one. He's going to even things up 2 apiece, which is going to put a little bit more pressure towards the second half of this second leg. We're getting close towards half-time here. Oh, maybe time for an adjustment, perhaps.
Bilza's pumped.
The momentum's with him. You know, it
Certainly
started well
is.
for Paddy, and what was working, but that is not... We're not playing the same game of FIFA anymore.
No, we're not. I think, you know, we'll probably see what Paddy's made of here. Obviously, yeah, being his first sort of major tournament, is he kind of used to going a few goals down? How can he respond under this kind of pressure? So, yeah, we'll see what he's made of.
He's going to be the one to kick things off for about 5 seconds. Then it's straight back to Bilza. He's been finding a lot of success, I feel like, when he's like setting the tempo before, you know, all of that defensive line outside the box can kind of block him off. If he can find the right timing to get space with the ball. Speaking of which, Mbappe's going to give it a crack straight inside the box. Oh, it was getting a little bit scary for a second there. But all
Bilza. What he just tried to overplay from... Oh, here we go.
He's got space again. It's the same thing, but in reverse.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, almost. He seems disappointed.
I'm not sure. Did he just overplay it? One too many passes there?
I don't know. I feel like it was the right angle, but just a nice save at the end of the day. Paddy grabs himself some possession here. Both of these boys are so locked in right now. I'm absolutely loving it. They're both reacting to the goals and the saves. We're at 2 apiece. There's 1 goal in it right now. We're pretty close to half-time, though.
I love watching Bilza's reactions. It's first-class entertainment.
I know. I'm not even watching the ball anymore. I need to pay attention. This is just too much content, mate. Bilza going to have another crack before half-time, if possible. But Paddy gets possession back. So not a whole lot going to be happening. We're going to reset for a second. Take a drink. Maybe think about any adjustments. You ever get these last-second adjustments, strokes of genius, in towards the last 45 minutes, or you just want to play it safe?
Oh, look, I mean, Bilza's done obviously really well to get himself back into the game here. You know, it's going to be an exciting sort of second half here.
Dead even 50-50 possession. I mean, this is just a tight game, man.
I think Bilza needs to go and fill his bottle of water up, because I think he's just gone through maybe a litre of water there in that first half.
Yeah, look, for some people, the bladder starts firing. It could maybe be a good thing. Some people, it can be a bad thing. I don't know. Guess we'll find out what Bilza's bladder's made of in towards the second half of this one. Any kind of change-ups you're seeing? Anything standing out to you?
Oh, look, I think Paddy's obviously got 3 at the back there, which... You know, sometimes you kind of run the risk of leaving yourself too open at the back, especially if, you know, Bilza gets him on the counter-attack and pushes players forward.
I mean, that seems like where he's scoring.
Yeah.
I mean, when Paddy's able to reset and get the defense in order, he's never getting through. But if he's setting the tempo and able to actually get up the field with a decent amount of time, he's actually able to make it.
It's having the wing-backs, you know, come all the way back, because, you know, they're kind of playing the winger, playing the defensive part of the game as well, and sometimes when their stamina drops, they're a lot slower to get back, which leaves the attacking wide plays for Bilza, you know, lots of space to kind of get in behind and attack.
Oh, Paddy. Again, it's the lads down the bottom. I feel like these 3 have been active all game long for him.
That Bellingham, Beckham, Mbappe trio. Love it.
Getting himself in position to try to have a crack here, but unfortunately intercepted pretty quickly by Bilza, and these are the situations usually where he thrives. Unfortunately, can't get the pass off.
You need to make that first pass stick, I think, once you win it back.
You know, that's not a shoot attempt, but I feel like those are the kind of things where that turns into a shoot attempt for Bilza usually.
Yeah.
Again, kicking it around between a couple of the lads, but he's lost it. Bilza not quite able to set the tempo that maybe he desires and usually thrives with, but We'll see if he's going to be able to have a crack here anyway. Going to run things right up close towards the defensive line. Over to Pele. I mean, it's just not working for him. Once Paddy's set and the wall's up, there's no getting in. Bilza getting possession straight back again. He's going to reset a little bit, see if things settle and he can maybe find a gap somewhere. Get up towards the top side. And if he can find an opportunity. This just hasn't been working for him too much, but maybe in the dream scenario.
It's like a game of chess right now. Just trying to break one another down.
Bit of a brawl. Not quite. I'm surprised he's had possession for so long. You know, usually when it gets this scrappy, somebody's actually able to take it. I feel like Pele's been the most active with it, but unfortunately, again, like, feels like there's no opportunities. Paddy's all turtled up. You're not getting in.
He's so well at compacting his defence. They're just, as you said, there's like 5 around the ball, and then literally he wins it back, and his players just seem to just scatter and spread straight on the attack.
Alrighty, well, again, it's the boys. B1 and B2, bananas in pajamas, I don't know. That's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Paddy's putting the pressure back on. This is just such a good game. This is just back and forth. It went 2 for 2. But now Bilza, he's got to be able to respond. He's going to have another sip of water. Water is always the answer for Bilza, no matter what. Score goal, lose goal, must drink. Got to stay hydrated for the homies.
Well, I hope there's some magic tonic of some sort in that drink.
No, it's just water. I've independently drug tested him before the game. It's all good. No one's throwing accusations around here, Mitch. And listen, Paddy's having none of it. Oh, hold on. For a second there, I thought Bilza was going to get away with something shifty. But not quite the case. There's only 20 minutes left in it. That's got to be a lot of pressure here. Again, Paddy's got possession. You're surely starting to think about, you know, running the clock down a little bit, especially in a game this tight when his defense, he's been so confident in his defense all game long, right?
Yeah, look, he doesn't need to make any moves. He's obviously 3-2 up. You know, I think Bilza obviously needs to chase the game. So, but I'd expect once it sort of gets to around maybe the 75th to 80 minute mark, Bilza might start putting the constant pressure on and try and scrap an equaliser.
If he's going to be able to find the right angle for that and the right opportunity. Boys having a little bit of a think. Anything changing? I mean, it even says it in the bottom left. Ultra defensive. True. Yeah, facts.
Yeah, he's, well, parking the bus. But, yeah, look, Paddy doesn't need to do anything. He's in the lead. Keep the ball. Do whatever you must. I mean, some people say it's maybe toxic passing it around the back, but at the end of the day, there's a $10,000 prize pool on the line. Do what you got to do to win the game.
Get yourself a win for the club. Not a lot going on in Adelaide usually, so this would be probably in the news, I would say. Pele not quite able to find the right player, so it's going to be back to Bilza up towards the top side. And being a goal down, he really wants to make this work, but again, it feels like he hasn't been able to set the tempo. The wall's up. All the boys are in position. We're even going to just kick it back to the goalie. Waste another 10, 15 seconds maybe. Run it down the bottom side. He's just kicking it around. He's having this is a prac session with the boys on a weeknight. Nice save from the goalie. That's a bit of a Hail Mary. Bilza's got possession yet again. It's just not looking good.
No, I just think he's trying to be too narrow. I think he should use the wings. I mean, that's where Paddy's had a lot of success. He's coming from the wings.
Speaking of which.
There we go.
Speaking of which.
That's a great save. He really has to bury that, Paddy, to be honest.
Almost.
You're gonna be angry if that costs you.
He's gonna give it another crack. This time, a lot more of the Bilza's boys ready to defend. Going to kick it out of bounds. Have a bit of a pause. think Paddy will have possession again after that. Can have another crack. Not that he needs it. 9 minutes left in the game here. I really feel like, at this point, Bilza just needs to catch him out of position to be able to even things up. And from there, I feel like, the way that he's been scoring, it doesn't really feel like a formulaic approach like Paddy's been scoring. So even if he did even things up, I feel like it's almost like Bilza's hoping for a draw. And I've got confidence in Paddy winning this game, I can see the methodology.
Yeah, Bilza's just got to go all out attack here. He's got nothing to lose. You might as well try and lose the game by an extra goal, going for the draw, than sitting back, and might as well just go all out and go for it. Constant pressure.
See if he can do it. Look, even if he drops this game, it's not a terrible day at the office for Bilza. He's already got himself a dub tonight.
Certainly.
And Paddy again on the offensive. See if he can add another goal just to put the nail in the coffin, insult to injury, but also kind of really things around. Bit of frustration there, maybe. Look, gonna have another crack here, but Bilza's able to find some possession. Maybe this is the opportunity he was looking for, but it's not like all the boys were even on that side of the field for Paddy. He's still got 4 or 5 defenders ready to go. Bilza going to send it up through the top side. There's a couple of players he's looking for inside the box right now. Can he find them? Look.
Would he have shot there?
I don't know. It's a question that might haunt him. I saw 5 defenders. It would have to have been the most perfect shot in existence. But maybe that's what he should have done.
Just unload.
Well, I'm not even going to touch that one. Bilza again with possession. We're out of time here into the extras. He's trying to run it, but unfortunately, Paddy finds himself possession, and that's probably going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, I just feel with Ginola, he just might have had a chance there to get a shot off, but look, fair play to Paddy. Probably a fair result, I think, in the end. But look, Bilza's done himself no harm, I think, in his first 2 games. Yeah,
he's done well for himself. He's already got himself a W tonight, unfortunately going 1-1 in the round robin, but it's not a terrible position to be in. Not surprised to see Paddy get the dub, though. He looked rock solid all night long. I liked his approach. We'll see if he's going to kind of change things up as we get deeper into the season, but in order to do that, we've got to get through some more games, so we'll have some more FIFA ready for you right after the break.
Welcome back to the E-League Australia 2023. My name is Nate Patrick. Fantastic to have you joining us for match day 1. Round 1 has come and gone. 2, 3, 4, 5. We're down to the last round of the day. Fantastic to have a few debutants, a few different clubs making a name for themselves. And interesting, that last game, Patty on debut, admittedly in his second game, bringing the heat and getting the W over Bilza.
Yeah, look, I think in the end it was probably a reasonable result. I think Bilza did himself no harm. He's obviously had a couple of good results with his previous game as well. So, yeah, it was a fair result, I think, in the end.
Having a look at the fixtures so far, confirming 1 round left. But don't go anywhere. Mike J versus Mark 11. Former teammates taking battle. Justin having a look at some of the results there, of course, in the game taking place at the same time. Airborne 7, Lachy 2. A rough first day in the end for Lachy.
Yeah, definitely not the day that Lachy would have been wanting. But you know what? 3 points on the board for Airborne. You know, winning or loss, I think you'll be content with that.
Good start, good response, even from Airborne in his second game. But hey, we were talking about Paddy getting the W over Bilza and showing that he belongs at Adelaide United. Lab's going to have a chat with him now.
Paddy, how you going? This first time talking to you, but not your first time winning tonight. First year in the E-League, and you've won both games. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I won't lie. I think it was a bit of a last-minute thing, me coming in, and I reckon I could have done a little bit more preparation for this weekend. But I looked at today's fixtures. Wellington Phoenix, obviously, I played Airborne. I won that game, and then I think me and Bilza, we've been having some close games over the last couple of years of FIFA, so I think there's a bit of rivalry there. So I'm happy that I got some points against him as well.
You were a last-minute addition to the Adelaide United side, so you obviously haven't had much time to prepare. How are you going to prepare ahead of next week?
I'm going to look back, obviously, look back at the gameplay that I played. Obviously, I think both games I scored 3. Unfortunately, I didn't score any Germans or any crosses in that game on broadcast. I did against Airborne, but hopefully next week, you know, I'll be good again, and then I'll get some more wins. And how are you feeling about the season ahead of you? Good. Like, I think this just being my first season in E-League, right? I don't think there's much expectations on me, but I'm gonna, you know, take it as it is. And I'm definitely not here just to muck around. I definitely do want to make playoffs. And first thing first is get out of group stages, right? So I did all there is tonight, right? So next week, and then we'll go from there. And what a great result you've had so far. Good luck with the rest of the season. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paddy. As he sort of said in his own words, maybe a little bit of a late call-up for Adelaide United. Rumours that they were going with an A-League men's player for one of the slots, or maybe having a chat and realising what this competition was all about. Get Paddy in. 2 wins from 2. Justin, they must be delighted that even if the process wasn't exactly as smooth as maybe it could have been, the newcomer, 2 wins out of 2, is going to be top of the ladder.
Well, you can't ask for anything better than that, can you? I mean, first E-League season, 2 wins out of 2, first night of the season. Simply can't think of anything more you could ask for from your player.
Yeah, wouldn't want to be Jazz tomorrow trying to back up those results. That'd be just terrible if you were Jazz CB. Moving on to the games ahead. The game ahead that we'll be focusing on is Mike J of Melbourne City versus Mark 11 of Western Sydney Wanderers. Of course, Marcus Gomes playing Boom FC, MacArthur versus Perth, on the alternate game that you can see the highlights of immediately following this one. But Justin, what a game, what a story. The 2 former Newcastle teammates. One moved to Melbourne City, one tried to contact the Jets. Nobody answered the phone, so he ends up at the Wanderers. 2 competitors that you wouldn't be surprised necessarily to see lifting the trophy at the end of this tournament.
No, I certainly feel for Mark 11. I mean, he has put his front foot forward the whole time, and he has been an excellent competitor in the E-League. Honestly, he has been one of the best competitors in the E-League since he has come in. And it's a shame he didn't have the call answered by Newcastle, but you know what? If he finds himself a home here at Western Sydney Wanderers, won't be complaining much, will you?
Not one little bit. The finesse from the edge of the area, no good for Mike J. You heard Paddy saying that he's played against Bilza a lot of these competitors in our region. Long shot again, why not, Mike J? A lot of the competitors from our region, being one of the smaller ones in competitive FIFA, do often face one another, have that repetition. I dare say, not many more than Mike J and Mark 11. Not just were they teammates last season, of course, Justin, but then facing each other in the playoff stage, in a penalty shootout. Poor Mark 11 left in despair. Mike J progressing through to the final, but not really even feeling that great about it, considering he had to knock out his teammate. Must be very interesting. Facing up yet again, but this time in the E-League.
Yeah, you know, whenever you're facing your teammate, I mean, you don't get to face your teammate very often unless you're playing here in the E-League. But there it is. I was about to say something else, but what a finish. Team of the year, Mbappe. The heel-to-heel into the far post shot. Mike J getting off to an unbelievable start. 1-0. Straight away.
A lot of the times, I think the next point from Justin, if not him and myself, these can be low-scoring contests. When you've played one another so much, there's little that you can really bring to the table, something new to break them down. Mike J with a few shots from distance and then converting with Mbappe. 1-0 early doors. Might open the rest of this double-legged affair all the way through. They are, of course, teammates, Justin, as well. You mentioned this. The 2v2 tournament where they really put ANZ, OCE, FIFA esports on the map, admittedly in a slightly different format. But when we say they're teammates, we mean it in more than just one sense.
No, that was a tournament that I believe all of the diehard Australian esports fans within FIFA were watching, and myself, I was watching it, and gee, it was really, really good to see that, to see such a good result on a world stage from Mike J and Mark 11.
Mark 11 looking to respond. Lovely first time pass to feet, but Mike J, plenty of players in the way. No outlet pass able to be found, and Mark 11 will go again. Mbappe fighting through. Nice and calm once more. Indeed, it's, to be honest, Justin, just really lovely watching competitive FIFA, and it's not 4 in the morning, and I'm not annoying the neighbours getting excited watching the Aussie duo fighting their way through. Much more reasonable hour, and I'm sure these competitors are better for it as well themselves. Back at home in their setups where they play their Foot Champs, their weekend league. Just a little bit of the difference of this tournament, this format, and it being round 1 of 11 rounds of group competition, then playoffs. And ideally, of course, a lot more to come, representing Australia once again. Mike J, nice and patient, playing it around. Somehow that's ended up the feet of, I believe, Janola. Van der Sar with the save. We got there eventually. Jamie McLaren trying to drive it inside, but Mark 11 gets R9 in the way. J-Mac, with all the talk around A-League foot items, comfortably, at least in this commentator's opinion, the best of the lot. Mark 11 wants support, finds it. Shot is well blocked by Lucio. Mike J sliding in there. All of a sudden, McLaren's moment has come and gone, but maybe at the other end, Justin, wonderful if you're representing Melbourne City this season. Naylor to come tomorrow. To have that inform J-Mac, even the gold full item, plenty good enough.
Oh, you would not be complaining if you're a Melbourne City player. I mean, to be able to have special items at your disposal, very unlucky. Well done from Mike J, but a great save from Team of the Year icon, Edwin van der Sar. He plays the ball out back into Jamie McLaren, works it around the edge of the box, plays that left side Captavia to Hullet. Jamie McLaren back to Hullet.
Mark 11 now on the break. He's got those players far side. The last attempted attack, he saw them nice and early, but decided to calm it down. Now down 1-0. More willing to give the early pass a try. Have a look at Mike J with the front 3, front 4. Pressing a storm, trying to force Mark 11 to play it wide, which he does now. Once again, a second man press called. Mark 11 struggling a little bit initially with the build-up play. 3 lovely first-time passes in a row. All of a sudden, he's making his move forward. R9, plenty of space and time for the shot, and it goes well over the Tifo glitch we're all used to seeing by now. Avert your eyes. But what an opportunity. Simply just holding down power way too long.
Mark 11 will be very distraught at that. Would have been a chance to get himself level in the tie. Very unlucky, I'll say. As you said, it's some of those things where you just accidentally put your thumb down on the circle button for just a little bit too long. But one thing that I did notice, and we spoke about it before, unusual cards being used. We spoke about the showdown of Wout Weghorst, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's as unusual as Wout Weghorst, but I believe that's Pathtigori and Kunku at the midfield position for Mark 11. Now, I know in FGS comps he is used a lot because of the restrictions, but I'm surprised to say that he's being used in this situation where you have a lot of players at your disposal. I mean, they're unlocked accounts. The only restrictions are the fact that you have to use 2 A-League players from your club.
A lot for Justin, and indeed Mike and Mark to ponder. The halftime break of this first leg. Final round of the evening, E-League Australia 2023. Round 1, 1-0 to Mike J. The early attempt, Justin, where he was more than happy prior to that to try a few longer shots from distance, which, when we were talking about it before, you described it as maybe a I'm out of ideas move, or a place you get to the game where you just, I'll give it a go. What about to start a game? What does that say to Mark 11, to your opponent, when you're happy to shoot from outside the area, from kickoff, basically?
Maybe confidence. Confidence is probably the first thing that pops into my head, because, I mean, starting off a game, you want to try and, I guess, hold a little bit of possession, try and settle yourself. But if you're able to have the confidence to be able to take shots, I mean, it says, hey, I believe in myself. Why can't I take a shot? Why I feel like I can green time it. Maybe if you're doing a power shot, if you hit those green timed and you're able to manually direct it on target, you're looking at a good chance of getting yourself back into the game. Oh, sorry, taking the lead if it's from the beginning of the game.
To A-League men's clubs, crushing it this season as well. Melbourne City being comfortably on top, but the Wanderers enjoying a very successful campaign so far here in the E-League. They do have minimum two of the very best competitors again. Come on back tomorrow to see their teammates do battle. Naylor, Nagidi. Should be absolutely fascinating. Hakimi in the way. Interesting to see Mark 11's just got him on that left-hand side. I think it might be Traore on the right after we've seen Hakimi, that burst of speed on that favoured right foot, able to cut it back or do whatever he wants.
He is playing a left-back, that Timothy Hakimi. Is that correct? I think he is.
I can see what you can see, Justin. We're speculating, brother. But either way, definitely a change from his opponents, if it's all right for me to say.
I can't say I've seen that, but, you know, it reminds me of some of the days back in the day, people playing in FIFA 19, Team of the Year Marcelo at right back. Great collection from Edwin van der Sar.
Here is Hakimi. Mark setting his left forward out on a run, but no one there to be met. Player lock used. Recently, new mechanic. Goodness me, time flies by, but we'll keep it with it being a relatively new mechanic for now, which you don't see too often, particularly in ANZ, OCE, where you're going to see that secondary marker appear. If you're watching along at home, wondering how to utilize it, when to utilize it, you really can do it at any point, but often used in the attacking third as a way to definitely get the man, the player that you're looking for. Mark 11 choosing to do it in the build-up. And straight away here has plenty of numbers forward. Mike J rapidly sprinting and bringing everyone out from wide to close that central area of the pitch.
Yeah, we've spoken about it many times tonight. Needing to get that ball up there quickly to be able to create a chance on the counter. And that is what you call green beam. What a strike from R9 Ronaldo on his weaker foot. What a finish.
All level, Mark 11. Was there any doubt that he'd score during this contest? Don't even worry about that second leg. He is the favourite. Dylan may well still be the defending champ. But in terms of the FIFA 23 competitive season, Mark 11, as I mentioned earlier, winning FGS Cups for fun, it seems. Not making a big noise about it, not making a big song and dance. All of a sudden, Western Sydney Wanderers end up with the competitor to beat, paired alongside an excellent teammate, and wouldn't have, let's say, ideally had this as his first encounter, hey Justin, and yet maybe you get one of these tough games out of the way and you can settle down for the round 2 and beyond.
Well, if you are able to get the 3 points in this, as you said, tough encounter, you can settle. You can settle a little bit, but then again, this is the E-League Australia. You can't really settle, can you? Everyone is a tough opposition. Everyone is a tough competitor. You need to basically be able to go into every game and say, hey, I need to be picking up points here if I want to make those playoff spots.
Too true. Too true, Justin. Can't take your eyes off any of these contests. Even as the season goes on, maybe competitors think that they've secured their E-League playoff spot. Well, got the E-League Premiership to worry about. Goal difference, that top 2 spot being extra special once we hit playoffs. Plenty still for these competitors to ponder. Right now, they're just having a think about closing out leg 1, where they are unable to be split. This is the second game of the day, of course. Splitting out the match days by group. Group A is what we focused on today. Do join us tomorrow for Group B. Mark 11 had Boom FC to start his campaign. Enjoyed that one, in his own words, in a 7-1 victory. Mike J, we saw, taking on Marcus Gomes, the GOAT, 5-2. Maybe putting an end to any speculation of the Mike versus Marcus debate. Justin, all 3 of them, including they are excellent competitors, but Mike J really coming into his own this last season or 2.
No, he's put in some brilliant results in the last couple of seasons in the E-League, finishing 2nd last year as a Jets competitor, but he'll be looking to go one better this year. Question is, can he do it?
Little strange to consider Mike J as an underdog or just not one of the talked about competitors, but might be more egg on the face as we go along so far. Generally in control, 1 goal notwithstanding, looking for goal number 2. Attacker shoved off the ball. They're going to stay composed until the very end. Maybe not all the way through in that. We have seen Mike J is a passionate competitor, and I mean that in the best sense. Stays locked in, by and large, during the contest, and then at the end, a big chest bump, a big roar, when he realizes exactly what he's done. When you're playing at the highest level, which is a reminder when we're talking about the seedings and rankings of these competitors, while we're doing that locally, it's absolutely fair to say that Mike J and Mark 11 are 2 of the very best among the FIFA competitors in the world. Mike J, right on cue, trying to give us a goal to add to his esteemed collection, but 2 deflections, and Mark 11 looks to settle things down.
Well, that's what it seems like Mark has been doing since we've hit the 80th minute. He just wants to control that ball, not lose it. It seems like he's just maybe going for the last attack, but Mike J managed to take the ball off him, playing it to Theo Hernange, looking for a pass, trying to look inside, and he's playing down the line.
Last chance of the game. We play into the 3rd minute of the 1 minute of stoppage time. Verge in the way, Mark 11 does get it done. You know where that ball is headed. And despite all their contests within the E-League, even Mark 11 with a sigh of relief there right at the end, knowing Mike J, Justin just started to edge that contest, at least have a little bit more possession, if nothing else, at the end of leg 1.
Well, he grabbed the first goal in the leg, and would you say it's fair to say that 1-1, he would be happy with that, or? I'm not sure.
Wonderful question. Again, it felt like Mike just getting on top on those later stages where, well, they're going to play the exact same people, the exact same players, formations, probably, more or less. You do have that little momentum shift. You'd know better than me, mate. To be honest, I'm just straight back at you, brother. You've played in the E-League. You've been there. You made playoffs last season. How do you find it in a game where technically it was level, but knowing that in the next contest, you've got that same guy going to be in your face ready for leg 2, game 2?
I think trying to think of it from a competitor's standpoint, you always want to try and maybe go for that last attempt in that situation before the second leg starts, because if you can get a goal late on, you're going in with the advantage. But then again, flip point of view, if you concede, it's tough. You're giving your opponent that opening to possibly winning the leg if they're up by a goal.
You see there, Mike opening the scoring, but knowing the battle that was ahead of him, not going to give a heck of a lot, like I said, until right at the end there. Mark 11 with the favourites tag on him this season, getting the broadcast game to finish match day 1. You love that, didn't you, Justin? I saw you jumping off the chair. That little tight angle, and in Mark 11's own words, when we were talking about skill moves, and you and I have talked about them, a little bit of a difference. Some of them you get a boost. Genuinely, like straight quote, Mark 11 just said to me, step over, step over, step over, step. It's what he's all about. It's consistent. It's reliable. He gets a bit of a boost out of it. As you can see, get some favourable animations along the way, perhaps.
No, we did speak about it over the last week. The step over, I think, is the skill move this year. In previous E-League seasons, we've spoken about other skill moves. Mate, FIFA 18, we've spoken about the El Tornado, all those things. The roulette, ball roll, fake shot cancel. But this year, it seems to be the step over. It's actually crazy how much of a speed boost you do seem to get from it. The ball seems to have a force field to your foot when you're running through on goal, but it works. Why not do it? You're giving yourself that advantage if you're using it, but then you don't want to become predictable and use it all the time. You have to find a variation, and that's where other skill moves come in. For example, ball roll, scoop down, the reverse elastico. Sorry, I'm thinking Travellas.
We've had enough of those today, Justin. Trust.
Travellas on my head all the time.
Wonderful to see. A little bit of an adjustment there with the Travella, where now it does become a little bit more of a special thing. Mike J, Mark 11, what have they got that's a bit unique that maybe one of the other have not yet seen in all their clashes through the ages? Goodness knows, even just this season. The second leg in the last game of the day between Mark 11, now representing Western Sydney, and Mike J back at Melbourne City.
I think we're really looking at game of the day potential right here, depending on how this second leg goes. I mean, I would argue that first leg is game of the day potential. 1-1 between two of the best players in the region. 1-1, I should say. My apologies. 1-1 between two of the best players in the region. I mean, maybe more goals people would ask for, the casual fan. But
oh, you know that's what the chat's saying right now, Justin. 1-1, game of the day, but if you want football, if you want FIFA esports played at its highest quality, that does include an attack and defense, and we've seen some wonderful decision-making. Hopefully the purists, at least, can get about when we're talking about the wonderful foot items that these competitors can use, and I'm the one talking about Virgil van Dijk. You know which camp I sit in. Here is Nkuku, playing it out to that left-hand side to Hakimi. Mark 11. Happy to play it back in this midfield 3. Left back staying forward. You may see that with FIFA esports competitors. One fullback will stay high, one staying back, just mixing up that left and right-hand side. And after a lot of lovely, intricate passing, Mike J does make the incisive challenge and starts it again with a switch before the slightly risky pass inside to Jude.
I honestly think this is where the game is going to be won. That ability to hold the ball on the edge of the box, being able to drag your opponent's man out to be able to try and find the space for on goal. And as you saw right there, Mark 11 was just trying to find that space to pull off the step over and try and put himself through on goal.
Favouring the narrow area again. Hakimi potentially able to go byline, but Mark 11 knows where he's looking for. The fall of the ball, not once but twice, a third time. Before the A-League men's player is firmly dumped on his behind. And if these competitors have elite mentality, and they do, that's a moment where you could almost lose your head.
I lost my head just watching it myself. I was questioning what Edwin van der Sar was doing there. But Mike J survives as he brings the ball into the box. Captavia looking for a pass onto the edge, finds Jude Bellingham.
Mike was more than happy to try those long shots at the start of leg one here. A little bit calmer and in control. Not the man he wants shooting the ball, so he lays it off, and the first time strike to that man, Jamie McLaren, the coveted A-League men's foot item. He belongs to Mike J. He does belong to Naylor, but today, Mike J makes it count. Said before, the goal, the 75 overall foot item, you take that, let alone the inform, and that is a striker, a foot item, Justin, that does not miss often.
That was a brilliant finish from the edge of the box after the cutback. That was very similar to that of players that are supposed to be the team of year items. I was very, very impressed by that finish by Jamie McLaren.
Flick on header, Janola, one more pass. Slight collision, and Mike J, despite taking that lead with that goal from J-Mac, immediately, this is where we talk about the mentality. Frustrated, how on earth did that happen? Sends up the fullback to make the manual standing tackle. Then, able to realize what he might have just exposed himself to. Settles it down before a press or two with the midfield. And I'm calling it unfortunate foul call.
I'm still shocked. I thought Mike J might have had a penalty here. Very unlucky. But then again, did Mark actually make a tackle in that situation? And sometimes you see animations that players don't even press happen, causing for penalties, and I thought that was going to be one of them.
What about this time for Mark 11 with you-know-who? Once again, it's inside. There's not been a lot of space there for him. Does he try the byline on this occasion? Thinking about it, Mike happy to wait and find out what does happen. Hakimi to Jude. A lot of possession. Where's the final ball? The final skill move. The final move, it isn't there yet again. And Mike J, a little impatient potentially, trying to go forward instead of square. Read that passing lane perfectly. Doesn't get rewarded. Wonderful sliding challenge though. Mark 11 doesn't like it. Where I'm sitting, that is perfectly timed.
He can't believe that. He did everything perfectly up until Mike J with an unbelievable slide tackle.
Let me have the benefit of one look. I assume, surely, that is a manual action from Mike J, so I don't think Mark 11 could be suggesting otherwise, but either way, he was so close.
He just can't seem to find a way through. As simple as that. The press is going into the second into Mark's half, but just can't seem to get past that last line of defense from Mike J.
Maybe we'll have the last attacking opportunity of the half. Some people say that stoppage time is where it's at. Is that the case for Mike J? He's got R9 trying to isolate the defender. Gets a favourable bounce back. Goes through two, but then Virgil sticks out the leg. Nothing doing. One more, a charge to the back stick. Hakimi away. It stays in there. Lucio, fumble. Back of the net. Mark 11 saying, what should I have done? What could I have done? Mike J enjoying that stoppage time period. Understanding the fortuitous bounce of the ball. But Janola with the finish. The straight up adorable reaction. Sheepish reaction. Far too modest. The man is taking the best in the region on, and he is winning.
I feel so bad for Mark. What can you do in those situations sometimes? It just, the rub of the green just goes against you, and there's nothing you can really do sometimes. You just have to get past it. You kind of just have to move on, and it's hard to say that. It's not easy, but he's going to have to get past it now if he wants to be able to get himself back in this game.
Yeah, I'd hope a lot of the competitors and viewers would at least give us that benefit of the doubt that when we're analysing and critiquing, it's not because we're saying it's easy to do, it's talking about the fine margins at this level. What can be the difference between 3-1 and 3-2 against the number 1 ranked player who you have kept not just scoreless in this leg, Justin, but without a shot on target, without a shot itself, despite having 60% of possession?
Well, as we said before, Mike is playing the game of his life, but you know, it is those small margins. He's defending so well. It is really difficult for Mark to be able to get past that last line of defense. We said it before, but he's going to have to get past it if he wants to be able to get back into this game.
Mike J it is with the attack from near kickoff. A lot of these competitors since that corner patch nerf more than happy to take it short and gain more control over the situation. You can try taking it directly and flying it in, but the trajectory is downright hilarious now, post-patch. So Mike J continues this assault. He is more happy to go byline than Mark 11. Doesn't mean he won't come back inside. J-Max there for the extra pass, goes for the shot instead. Mark 11 with the opportunity potentially on the break if everything's been possession-based, control-based. There's not been a lot of space or time for him in behind. A little bit of hold-up play on the wing, and Mike J's numbers now all behind the ball.
As we said before, you need to get that ball up the field quickly if you want to be able to counter efficiently and not wait for your opponent to just pile back the men. Unlucky there for Mark 11, but wins himself a corner.
Player switch took Mike J off the pitch for a moment there, but he's able to bring it back, find a central defender. Here is the goal scorer at the end of that. I don't know what we're defining it as, Justin. Fortuitous, interesting, but a play that benefited Mike J and could well still be the difference maker in this encounter. There's a player far side, there's a player in the middle. If you place it early too, Mike J instead simply just X-passing to the player inside. I know that crosses aren't most people's way of attacking unless your name's Paddy, but maybe on that occasion, that was the time for it.
I mean, crosses are slightly back, I'd say, with those German crosses, but doesn't seem like many people are doing it, apart from, as you said, Paddy. But, look, Mark 11 here, he needs a goal. As simple as that. Needs to get himself back into this game. Beautiful keeper movement there from Mike J. It's one of those things that if you do take an extra touch, you can leave the goalkeeper looking with egg on his face by leaving that near post open. But he's perfected that in that moment.
Lovely pass cross field, ended at the feet of Hakimi. Mbappe is onside. Mark 11 inside. I thought the pass was coming. Once again, it's very patient. Jude sees those two centre mids in front. Ronaldo onto the left, or at least attempted so. Not happening. Lovely, smart, controlled header back, and little moments like that, momentum killers for Mark 11, where you see just throw that head back.
I don't mean to change the subject, but another interesting selection for players. Honourable mentions Martinez, I believe, in goal. An objective card. How often do you see that? A foot item that you can obtain. Anyone can get that.
Goes down to goalkeepers, it does feel. It's that personal preference that we talk about. Sure, there was that manual keeper movement, but by and large, you're not in control of them. A lot of people favouring height, if nothing else. Higher ratings and attributes, of course, but maybe that's the difference. Maybe that's why Van der Sar's left on the bench, and it's a weird sentence to say out loud. Mike J, far side again, getting the fullbacks involved in the attack. That is so fortunate to go to Jude. And once again, the finish. This time it's R9. But Mike J, if it happened the first time, a little bit sheepish. Even now, the big head shake. Mark 11's just like, all right, and it's not my day. That's how it goes. The one thing I will say about Mike J, Justin, pressing up that little bit higher and winning the ball back. He has the option to sit deeper, to play it safe, already being up by a few. He goes and wins that ball back and makes sure that ball is in the attacking third to start off with.
Well, the next goal was crucial in this game. If Mark grabbed it, you're looking at a possible comeback. It would have only been down by a goal. However, Mike J has managed to seal this game, it seems, having a 4-1 lead on aggregate. And you could just see it as it happened. Mark just puts his hands up, kind of shrugs like, what can I do? There's nothing I can do there. And as you mentioned, Mike just simply shrugs his head and just says, oh, I'm sorry, mate. I'm really sorry.
Sure, the FIFA, the foot coaches among us, particularly in this region, would say control what you can control and focus on Mike J's defensive pressure and build up play to get the ball there. But sometimes, just like in football, bounce of the ball can really have that final say. We don't often call them early, Justin, but the dominant display by Mike J against the #1 ranked competitor has got to have flipped that narrative that little bit more. And I know that the goal difference, some people might say, does it really matter? But in this competition, keeping in mind that these are two of the best competitors, and we'll be hoping to get that top 2 spot, separate them, and give them a week off when it comes playoffs time.
Well, every goal matters, even in a game like this where 3 goals down, you want to even grab a consolation. Some might say it is a consolation, but you need to be able to get one just for that goal difference. As you said, every point, every goal matters when it comes to the end of the season, getting into those playoff spots.
Which is why Mark 11 trundles forward once more. Yeah, another interesting animation. I'm sure he'll define it as Mike J says. Bit interesting, I'm sure, but job well and truly done. If you're talking about Mark 11, maybe you'll need to start talking about Mike J. It started off here on match day 1 about us talking about the spots and Marcus Gomes maybe not getting his spot back at Melbourne City. Mike J surely puts an end, Justin, to any of those claims about who one of the top dog, or at least top 2 dogs are at Melbourne City.
No, he's come out with 2 brilliant performances today, and he certainly put my questions on, was he the replacement for Marcus? 5 years Marcus had been at Melbourne City. Mike J returns to Melbourne City after a year away, and he has made that statement today. He has made that statement saying, that's my spot now. I've proven that I deserve to be there. And I put my hands up and say, yeah, you've certainly put yourself in that seat.
Might need to put sentimentality out of the way a little bit. Wonderful to still have Marcus in the league, but Mike J taking down Mark 11. We're not talking about the spot at Melbourne City anymore, Justin. We're moving on and saying, are we now talking about the new favourite after one round, one day? So let's say at least the favourite for Group A of this competition in E-League Australia 2023.
I think after the starts he's had, yeah. I mean, it has only been one group day. However, I mean, you can't question the performances. 2 brilliant performances against 2 brilliant players. He's going to be very happy. I know some of the goals were a bit fortunate, but sometimes you need some of that and you create your own luck. So, 2 great wins for Mike J.
What about for Mark 11, of course? So we didn't get a chance to see maybe his attacking exploits. Plenty of wonderful ball retention and passing maneuvers. I don't think he's going to worry too much. Is that fair to say? Against Mike J, with some of the things that we've just seen, maybe you just wipe that one away and be like, we'll focus on next week?
No, I think you're completely right. I don't think he's going to be thinking much about it in the time coming. But he has put in, a decent performance to the idea that he just couldn't get past Mike J's defense. He was very good defensively, but there's another 10 rounds, 10 games. Oh, sorry, 9 games. My apologies. 9 games left, so he's got plenty of time to prove himself.
You're not wrong when you say 10, when you consider playoffs and what more. Minimum 10, I've got you back, mate. Don't you worry. That's it, if you want, for round 1, match day 1, rounds 1 through to 6 of match day 1 of the E-League Australia 2023. Not going to lie, I'm getting my head around the new format and the groups and whatnot. We're back here tomorrow with Group B. We're going to do it all again with 12 competitors you haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, just so far in this E-League campaign. Welcome back, Pilsky. Mitch, welcome back to the couch. I was just realised I've called you Bilza all the way through the show because of the Bilza thing, and I think I want to keep it.
Well, we can go for Pilsner if you want, and that's what people have called me on other broadcasts. They come up with all kinds of nicknames.
All right.
So
I'll find a
it's now
competitor.
your responsibility to come up with some new ones.
I like it. I'm going to go home, pat myself in the back, saying you made that work, man. Gentlemen, more seriously, what a game to finish off. Justin's here talking match of the day material. Twitch chat is saying I want a game with more goals and stuff like that. But the quality, particularly from Mike J, Mitch, you just can't doubt.
Oh, look, I think Mike J's probably been the star man today, I think, and that's obviously no easy feat, beating Mark 11. Obviously, yeah, maybe a few questionable goals, but I think with Mark 11 as well, I've obviously worked with him at Squad False 9 in the past, and he's a top player and he's number one for a reason, so I think he'll bounce back.
Certainly not too much to worry about if you want to put it that way. But if you're Mike J, you truly are delighted with how day one has gone for you. Lav's going to have a chat with the man at Melbourne City.
Mike J, how you going? You have done what we thought was unbeatable. You've beat Mark 11. How are you feeling? Do you feel like you are the man to beat for this season now?
I wouldn't go that far. I don't know. I sort of haven't really played much FIFA in the last couple of weeks. I sort of just rocked up today, sort of just relaxed, had the music going, see what would happen. And I got pretty lucky against Mark, I can't lie, but I was happy to get the win.
I feel like you're being a bit humble here, saying that you've sort of just strolled in, cranked some tunes and beat the guy that we all thought was going to take out the season. Talk me through your strategy. Why did you pick the players from City that you picked?
No strategy, honestly. Those are the two highest rated players. I just messaged my teammate Ryan today and was like, which players are we going to use? And he sent me a team and I built it when I got home, and that's the team I played with today.
I love the chill energy that is going on here. Congrats on an incredible win. How are you feeling about the rest of the season?
Yeah, not too bad. Honestly, just more of the same. I'm just sort of I feel like sometimes I play a little bit better when I play less. So I've just been enjoying other things in life and just chilling out, really. Not playing too much FIFA. I feel like if I get too burnt out, I just start playing bad. So I've just been taking it easy recently.
Well, I reckon that's what you got to do for the rest of the season. Put the PS5 away and don't think about it. Have a great rest of the season.
Thank you.
Love that. Thank you, Lav. Thank you, Mike J. I know we've talked about him a bit. And look, he's not here with us during the competition anymore. I'm getting big Moswed vibes there. I don't know about anyone else. Even last season, he just says, oh yeah. And maybe it's mostly true. There's probably a little bit of nuance there, surely, from Mike J. But it's genuinely best for him to stay relaxed. Getting burnt out, it's a real thing. Mitch, I'm not going to link too much on your professional sporting career and things like that. But surely that's a nice parallel with football, with FIFA esports. If you're going too hard at it all the time, if you don't rest at some point, the body's going to give, the mind's going to give.
Yeah, I think it's most important to have the balance, kind of level it out. And as Mike said, if he finds he plays better playing less, then, why not if that works for him? As you said, like Mo kind of just rocked up to the E-League, not even touching the game for a month, and, he performed. So I think what works best for you is obviously the best approach.
Fair to say as well, there's been plenty of hours before the last few weeks where Mike J has gotten his ability to where he really can just take a rest, rock up, and take down the number one seed. Having a look back at Group A here in Match Day 1, rounds 1 through 6. In that other encounter, Boom FC, if you can respect that, 7-7 up against Marcus Gomes, now representing MacArthur. The last game that we had there, Mike J, 4v1 over the top dog, and some of those goals, I don't know if they're going to be highlight reel ones, Justin, but they're going to mean a lot as we progress through the later stages of this competition.
Being able to pick up 6 points in the day, it's going to go a long way. And, not the greatest goals, but the importance-wise, it's there. And, there you go. On the table, it's going to make a difference. Equal first with Dylan Campbell and Paddy, all 3 players picking up 2 wins.
Yeah, Pilski, Mitch, talk to us about that ladder. We finally got some standings where everyone's played 2 games, giving us just a bit more meat, a bit more flesh. Maybe not too many surprises mid-bottom table, but that top spot where you've got Paddy making his debut alongside Dylan and Mike J.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm not as familiar with the FIFA scene as you blokes are, but at least seeing Mike being able to, the way that you guys set up players like Marcus and, Mark 11 and stuff like that. He's already got himself a 2-0 over those players. That's pretty insane to me. Hopefully he can move through the rest of his group, and he's maybe playing some easier players, so he should easily be one of the top seeds in his group by the end of the group stage.
What about for Mark 11 there, Mitch, where it's not a bad day by any means? Mike J's a quality competitor, but all of a sudden there's more than half the competitors above him. If the E-League ended today, and of course it doesn't, he's not in the playoff spots. It's got to be a little bit uncomfortable heading into the next match day.
Yeah, of course. I think when you're the number one ranked player, it's maybe a little bit of a hit to your ego, so to speak, that, you've probably not had the best of starts. But as we said, we all watched the game. There was, a bit of unlucky parts in there, which I think is part and parcel of FIFA. So, Mark 11, he's mentally quite strong, I think. So, it is what it is. He'll bounce back next week. But as you said, I think Paddy's probably going to be the happiest, I think, tonight after the late call-up. And, he's won all his games today. So well done to him. Yeah, and Adelaide United, no doubt, patting themselves on the back, saying, well played us. We nailed that little bit of strategy. Get the homie in, who's now top of the league. Well played. One final shout out to Jazz EB, who's now going to back that up tomorrow as a seasoned E-League campaigner. That is just day one, match day one of the E-League Australia 2023. That was Group A. Group B, I'm going to cross right at you tomorrow. Same time, same place, some big games. Sure, Group A got called that sort of more favoured group. But what about the returning names, Justin? There are some vets and maybe some competitors that got a little bit more to prove than past seasons.
Yeah, I'm straight away looking at games like Marco versus Nugsy, Naylor versus Dylan Gomes. There's some good games. There's some really good games coming in tomorrow.
Having a look at Brady Jazz as well, a fun grudge match from last season. Sard hoping to emulate Sesto's initial success today, but with a lot to prove, replacing Dylan at Western United. And Nagidi, Mitch, maybe just a competitor that we haven't talked too much about because just like his teammate, stays under the radar, plays it nice and chill, and yet he's another competitor that really could win this E-League.
Yeah, obviously he's been a quality player in the past, so I think... he's going to be probably having high expectations, I think, on himself with his past history, and especially in the global series. I did notice Marco v Sard in there. I think that's my game to watch for tomorrow. They're two top quality players, and obviously Marco being an OG. I'm keen to see how that one's going to go.
Always steps it up for the E-League, Lav. Fantastic to have you back. Thank you so much for your interviews today. Any insights that you've gleaned from the players, any competitors that stood out to you particularly?
I think Mike J is he's cemented himself as the man to beat, and he's done it with such a cool, chill energy.
It's radiating. It's permeating throughout the studio. Mike J's playing FIFA, being the number one seed. Okay, guess we can relax doing this. You're not allowed to relax. You at home. You've got to be back here tomorrow, bringing the intensity, bringing the vibes. Group B of E-League Australia 2023. Again, thank you again today. Nivea Men rocking it. We've got some products around here that I might check out when we're done. Plenty of PS5s as well. Thank you to PlayStation. All the tournaments, all the E-League happening here on the PS5, which is wonderful to have that global standard. Thank you for joining me, Nate Patrick, today. We'll be back tomorrow with Group B. Don't you go anywhere. Go watch the VOD. Go get behind these guys from Twitter. Find your favorite competitor and club as we see you for match day 2 of E-League Australia 2023.